We are live. I'll count on James and Reese to provide the link in the text box.
All right.
And then we'll see if the text box works at all.
Just give me a second. I am waiting for the notification. And there we go. I see it. All right. I'm copying the link. And here we are in the text box. So, I had a UFO sighting yesterday.
Wonderful.
Yes, I was sitting around Hudson Park, and Hudson Park is like, there's this area where you can go out over the water. It's like a pier, and people are just chilling and sitting down. And there's an area that it almost looks like a bar stool, but there's like a fence, and it overlooks the water. So I'm like sitting there drawing or whatever, and I look up at the sky, and I see these two small points, and they're white. And I figured, okay, maybe those are planets, maybe those are satellites or something. And so I'm looking up, and it doesn't seem like anyone else sees it. I realized that it looks like it wasn't a helicopter or a plane because of the shape, and it wasn't the blue entropic phenomenon either, which is what happens to the eye when you stare up at the sky. You start to see these little things. It's a natural occurrence. And what happened was I decided, okay, whatever those things are, I don't know what they are, but I seem to be the only one seeing them. I realized because everyone else is just doing, laughing, walking, talking to each other, and having a gay old time. I'm using the old terminology, gay, as in
Understood.
and so I decided to go back to my drawing and spell work, and I look up again, and I noticed that one of them is there and the other one is missing. And I'm like, where'd the other one go? I'm like, okay, interesting. And so I decide to just go right back down to my spell work, whatever, which is mostly writing. For those of you out there who a little heads up on for anyone who's who is interested in the occult, most of it's going to be done with writing. 90% of it is writing. But getting back to the point, so I look up again, and the second one pops up again, and it's right next to the other one, and they're both in a different alignment. And I'm like, okay. So I decided to go at some point to, I go to use the bathroom. And then I go right back out. Yeah. And I go right back to that bar area, and I look up. Both of them are gone, and I'm like, nice. So I had my own UFO experience, and I interpreted it as it being like, the extra dimensional things got my back. So I'm like, groovy.
Great.
I guess they approved my spell work.
There we are. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. That was cute. And so Derek, tell us a little bit about your work. And I did ask Amanda to kind of lead this, but if she's feeling a bit shy at the moment, that's fine, I suppose. But the two of you can probably start a conversation, or the three of you, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, there was. All right, so there was an interesting article I have where a mother created a mobile app to help protect black drivers, and basically it's well, I could read the article once we start the program, but basically they were I saw this. I had gotten the story from Facebook, and now in the Facebook comments, like, or someone had written, why do they have to racialize it? Why can't everyone use the app?
Of course. Someone said that. Yes, go on.
And so, well, I decided to type in as a response, and the funny thing is that no one responded to what I typed. I said, okay, so why is it that you're not gonna ask someone who has a Chinese app, why can't you Americanize it, Englishize it? You're not going to ask someone who has an Arabic app, why can't you make it Christian? So why is it that
Actually, they would. They would in both cases. So I'm actually surprised you went there. It's but go on.
But yeah, I went there. Why can't anyone have anything that's their own? You know, why do individuals like you have to steal everything from everyone else? You know, I just don't get it.
It's the well,
And
they're probably
and it's like not only does that culture historically steal things from people, but after they steal things from people, they don't credit anyone who they stole it from.
no.
And they say, "Oh yes, we're the supreme race. Look at what we did."
Pretty much, yes.
You know what? Hey, Jameson, it's funny you said that because as you were saying that, I was reading this article. It starts off by saying, I was flattered. And what it was is a black designer who sent white fashion influencer a dress in hopes of more attention says that the white fashion designer went on to steal her design.
Why am I not surprised? Now, when
I was just reading it as you were saying that. So, I guess that's like some type of confirmation or something.
Yeah,
what's
morphogenic field. The
What's effed up?
morphogenic field resonance. I'm sorry, go on.
All right, what's effed up is when I was in high school, everyone would say, "Oh, you're gonna steal something. You're gonna steal something because I'm black," and I'm like, why am I not? Well, wait a minute. That's not apropos because you folks steal everything. You folks steal music, you steal culture, you steal technology. I'm like, okay.
Yes, I mean, I could go on about that. Yeah, in terms of what we're bringing up right now, these are all valid points, and I will, of course, I'm not quite sure how much time we'll have to go into any of them, but we should have some time in the opening hour, and we've got a while yet to the top of the hour, thank God. So let me, and everything seems to be working, and we have a number of people in the chat room, so I want to thank them all for being there, and certainly what I'll need to turn my attention to now is the final duty of the hyperlinks. So Amanda, please catch us up on something trivial from your end of the world. How's life over there in the Hell House estate on Haunted Hill? I'm sorry, I shouldn't even talk like that. That's just awful. And it's just wrong. So I just hope you're all right. And everybody else, the kids, everybody, the pets, Michaela Nastasia, shout out to her. She had her beautiful chickens too. I think they were cocks that were killed by coyotes. And I was thinking how lucky it was that at least it was a natural kill. At least there was, nothing sinister and occult about it. So I'm sorry that it happened, but nevertheless, she doesn't have that sense of onus or ominous attempt at portent or just terrorism. So, I hope everything is positive as can be in your world.
It's pretty good.
Wonderful.
I had to call a locksmith to get my keys out of my car. But the crazy thing is I could not have unlocked my front door if keys were in my car. So I'm still very confused about that one. I woke up the next morning to not be able to find my keys anywhere, and they're in my car. But I had to use them to get into my house.
Wow. Okay.
So I haven't had anything disappear and reappear that crazily in a while. Definitely not my children, that didn't happen.
Wow.
So
that's fascinating.
Look, I'm glad you enjoy that sort of thing. Maybe you can
It's a phenomenon called aporting. It's when something is moved from one point to another, and there's no explanation for how it got there.
Wonderful.
It's like finding.
I'm very not, well, I shouldn't call myself psycho, but whether my kids are home or not, or if I leave the house, I always lock the front door. I just, it's a several different reason habit. And I don't know.
But I'm so glad that Jameson Reese can come up with a term. A term can help us at least grasp or place a handle on a situation that we otherwise would not have. So that's very important. So Jameson, I appreciate that profoundly. If you could perhaps continue explaining that to Amanda.
Well, the terminology is one that was that I found out about when I was watching all these ghost shows in the past and whatnot. What happens is I suspect that whatever entity is doing these things is able to reach up from a higher dimension, grab the object, pull it into a higher dimension, and cause it to reappear at another location from that higher dimension. And that's the reason why you can get things like you could find like a coin inside of a rock, and no one would understand how the hell it got there. There's all types of strange Freudian things like that out there. And people are like, why is there a nail inside of a crystal? How did this happen? Exactly. It's because those entities are able to do that. And that's exactly the same way they do those cattle mutilations. And arguably in South America, that's the same way they do those human mutilations as well.
There's human mutilations up here too, I understand. So some of them are not simply found in New York hotel rooms. Some of them are found in trees in various areas of the United States, etc. So,
or like people stuffed in a freaking what do you call it? Trash chutes.
Etc.
Like what happened in Staten Island.
Yes.
That's bizarre. How no human being is going to have a strength to really push all that meat and flesh into freaking garbage chute.
Right.
That's just, but something else can.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So you please, by all means, all of you continue. You're all doing fine, and give me just a few seconds here to gather some more things together while I prepared to dive into the chat room, which of course I'm just so grateful that all of these people are here with us, and thank you all, and we'll try to give you all due acknowledgement in a matter of minutes. Right now I actually have to hydrate as much as possible, and of course we'll be doing that throughout the night, but that's simply because nothing sinister. Just to assure everyone. And of course, I'll go into that more deeply after we officially start the program. So take us to the top of the hour. Derek, Tally, you haven't had a chance to talk yet, so you might as well get started.
Well, my uncle died on Friday.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. What? Good God. What happened?
Well, he was on dialysis for years. Back in 2018, I had went to Aiken, South Carolina for my job, and on my way back, I stopped by Griffin, Georgia, where he's from, to see the family. And he was on. That's when I found out he was on dialysis then. But then I guess going back and forth to the, getting the dialysis, he had caught COVID and then caught pneumonia from complications of the COVID. And he died, and so my cousin said he was just tired, and so
Jesus, I can understand.
I want to go to the funeral on Wednesday. They're having a memorial for him on Wednesday, but the transmission in my car finally went completely out, and it's been at the shop for a week or at the dealership, and so I'm waiting to see if that warranty that I bought is going to cover it or not. I'm hoping it will. It should. But in the meantime, with what I'm driving now, I don't want to drive that to Georgia. We don't got money for a rental car. So it's been a rough week. And I've been in the meantime I've been studying when I can for this day trading class that I'm taking, and I'm trying to learn from that, on top of all the other pressures that are going on. So.
Oh my God. Well, it's not that bad, but it's bad enough. So sorry about your uncle. That's just terrible. And obviously, it's so common these days. Of course, we'll be addressing such issues to a degree. So, Mandy, how about you, honey? I mean, you're vulnerable. Have you gotten the vaccine?
No.
Okay, is there a
Nope.
reason for that? I'm just curious. I mean, you can be honest if you don't believe in them or anything. Obviously,
Well,
Christ, half the people I'm dealing with are anti-vaxxers these days. But go on.
I am vulnerable in a couple of ways. I do have odd reactions to antibiotics and vaccines.
Mhm.
They were deadly for my father. And so a new vaccine that is only been out for, less than a year, tested or whatnot for almost a year, I am not exactly willing to risk what complications I might have from that. On the other hand, it is something that I'm on the vulnerable list because of my other conditions. So it's kind of a 50-50 for me. So that's kind of where that's at.
Okay. Thank you for that. And so, is there anything else to bring up that comes to
Well,
mind?
today I thought it was kind of, it's Easter, obviously, but it is also the
Yes.
April 4th is when Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in Memphis, Tennessee. So
Oh, his
that's
death
kind of
day.
my only trivia for the day.
Yes, no, thank you for that. That's very important. Perhaps that'll bring something to mind for both the gentlemen with us. Pac One Morales is with us. Oh, by all means, introduce yourself, Pac One. Please catch us up on everything that's going on with yourself and keep us going. And if I break in at all, it will simply be to officially start the program, at which point I might check in with the chat room more aggressively. But by all means, get started and tell us what's been
Okay.
happening with you. Oh my God,
Yeah.
thank you so much for going all out to try and locate me. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Tell us a bit about
You
that
know how it
adventure
is.
or whatever you wish to talk about, please.
What's up,
Yeah,
Paco?
sure. All right, what's going on, Derek? What's going on, everybody?
So,
What's going on, Jay? Well, yeah, past couple weeks, I really haven't been doing much. Getting my house and everything in order. I took probably like on all sides around my house. I'm surrounded by woods, so I cut in probably about 20 feet all the way around my house into the woods. So I've been out here like Paul Bunyan chopping wood for seems like forever now and burning it, trying to get it all gone so that when I want to spruce up my property a little for the sale, but so that's pretty much what I've been doing. Yeah, I didn't hear from you. I got the message. I've been so wrapped up and just I haven't really been able to get on, and when I have had time, I end up falling asleep, putting my son to sleep because he's at that point where he fights his sleep and he'll act like he's snoring and then go to get up and then anyway, so when I didn't hear from you and didn't know, didn't really have any information what was going on, I just Googled, the hospitals nearest to you and started at the top, just started calling them, and I called actually, and one of the last ones I called, there's a Chinese hospital there in San Francisco, so
Yes.
that was like the last place I called, but yeah, for the most part, I knew that I could get information that whether you were discharged or if you were, there as a patient, because that's just say your name, just tell them your name and they give you that information. I knew I wasn't going to find out, if you were having surgery or anything like that because of HIPAA. So I wasn't really worried about as much as that, just to see, make sure that you were one in the hospital, and something didn't happen to you on the way there, and two, just had to keep going until I found out something.
Right.
So
And so then somehow you ran across Selena, right?
yeah. So I messaged her because I knew that she would be in direct contact with you. So I messaged her, and she said that, but it was funny because about the same time I messaged her, not even probably 30 minutes later, you end up messaging me. And then, that she followed up with me again. I was like, well, I already talked to him. I know he's fine. Everything's good. So yeah, it was something else. It's like, man, the last I heard, because I listened to the transmission. It was only like 20 minutes, and you said that you had some like tarry stool. So
Yes.
And not to be all crazy fucking conspiracy theorists and shit. And I was like, last person that had some black shit with them was Max Spears.
Yes.
So I think that's probably what worried me the most about trying to find you, locate you.
Mm-hmm. And that's deeply appreciated. So obviously we're at the opening top of the hour. I can catch everybody up on everything as much as possible. I'll start, of course, by officially starting the program. And of course, I'm still not fully hydrated yet. Mostly it's just dry because of my normal antihistamines and various kinds of meds that I take to make certain I don't have a runny nose because of my tendency to produce mucus at voluminous amounts. But that usually happens when I start chewing. But the problem is I try to start, masticating or chewing. It produces the mucus or triggers it. It's called gastric rhinitis because my body essentially rejects a lot of solid foods. And it's only with these meds that I'm actually able to really eat and retain food. So I have the candy bars with me and everything, and I'll start pumping them into my gaping maw soon enough in order to just maintain a caloric intake to keep me through what will hopefully be a full program tonight. I'm feeling fine now, but I might tire out later because I just had about an hour's worth of power nap. But I slept very well after I had the COVID shot. I came home and slept, and I got that while I was at the hospital. In fact, there's just a lot to catch people up on what happened and why I was in the hospital, what happened before everything else. So what I'm going to do is go to the chat room to start on that process. So let's go to the live streaming where we find everyone. And Marcus Grick says, hey guys, we are live. Yes, that's Marcus Grix. Thank you so much from Australia. And Daniel Arola has joined us, says hi. H says, yes, I am. Wonderful. Glad that he's with us in that condition. The single flatline, the man who I call flatline.
Same here. Big ups to Daniel.
There we are. And Smitty Jenkins says, hello at Douglas Dietrich. So hello at Smitty Jenkins, who seems vaguely familiar. I don't know why. And Marcus Grix goes on to say, Daniel, you're lucky being in a place where you can grow and smoke without being thrown in jail. Oh gosh, I forgot about Australia being that way. Gracie Aguilar says, happy spring season. Get well soon. Thank you, Gracie. I am. So it's just a question now of basically it's really done. I mean, done what had happened, which I'll try my best to explain. The problem is, God knows we might find myself explaining it again if Peter Moon comes on later. Anyhow, Marcus Crick says, DD, the places in New South Wales that burned down in those bushfires 2 years ago were smashed by floods last week. Biggest flood since '61. Water only just residing slowly. Disaster after disaster for that area. What a mess. I can't post the link to the news story. I sent it to Jameson's messenger. Thank you. And Jameson, if you can transfer that to myself as well. I understand that the lake has reappeared, kind of like an inland sea in Australia for all intents and purposes. Lake Eyre, I believe, as in after Ireland, since, of course, most of the people who were exiled to Australia were Irish. The British took them and just shoved them into Australia to make certain they wouldn't rebel at home. And so the majority of Australians are of Irish descent. It is essentially an Irish republic in terms of, well, it's superimposed, of course, over the natural Aboriginal order. And they all managed to bring, everybody got involved in bringing every fucking invasive animal that they could bring. Think of Florida, and think of Florida on a continental fucking scale, and you've got Australia, where, you know, I couldn't believe what I saw the other day when I was in the hospital and I was flipping the channels and I saw, what was his name? The Australian guy who got killed by the goldfish. Well, manta ray, I mean.
Oh God! They named the ship after the guy, Steve something.
Steve Irwin.
Steve Irwin, thank you. Yes, he had his ass up in the air like it was something pleasant to look at, and poor bastard. And he, of course, he's dead now. And
that dude was crazy as fuck, man.
Yes, yes.
Like he was like tickling crocodiles and shit, man.
Yes.
Oh,
And, so Marcus Crick says, yes, the lake is back. Laugh out loud. Yes. And now, if they can just maintain it there, isn't that a good thing? Isn't that what the Australians want? It's going to make the ecosystem bloom, right? I mean, you'll have a blooming interior. That sounds very Australian, but I didn't mean it that way. That's fascinating, and they should do something to dam it in. Retain it. They should be doing something to retain the fucking water, right? I mean, it's not like Marcus Griggs is a civil engineer, or at least I don't have the impression that he's such. In fact, I don't even know what Marcus Griggs is or what he does. Perhaps he can share that with us. Maybe he's a day trader. I knew one guy in Australia who was a day trader. Okay, enough of the shit. Okay, Sydney's, here we are. He says, Sydney's outskirts are built on a floodplain. Stupid as fuck. We'll feed crops for 2 years, then drained again. There we are. So hopefully they can do something to make something like that last. Oh, shit. Now I realize just, this is so weird. YouTube has got some summary. I put up a summary for tonight's program. And I'll need to edit that because it's all just basically, discombobulated. But that's fine. While I attend to that, I might be able to multitask and say something. But in the meantime, let's kind of return to trying to start at least a little bit of a roundtable conversation, because I'm kind of anal retentive like that. And I'm just trying to get this. I'm going to edit this video here because I can't stand the text. So while I'm doing that, by all means, if somebody could start talking and encourage the others to join in, So
I'm gonna nerdgasm here because I'm just a geek like that. The Navy reveals plans for its new fighter jet.
No, we don't need that. I mean, come on. Let's try and get a roundtable going. Something that where everybody can join in instead of reading at the moment.
I see what you mean.
Yes, by all means.
Something more organic, like.
Yes, please. So, Amanda, say something. Your kids, they're doing all right, right? Compare it to Pac-One's kids. Pac-One, I notice you have time to put a lot of pictures up of your kids, right? Say something about your families. My
kids are So my daughter, she just turned 1. Well, she's turning 1 next month. I'm sorry, but she's been walking since she was 9 months, and she gets into everything. She's really smart, really, really smart. Mm-hmm. She feeds herself everything, and my son, he's like the equivalent of a Mexican Tasmanian devil. The way he acts, he's something else. He's very independent and very, very outspoken for 3 years old. Tell you exactly what he wants, and keeps me. They keep me very busy all through the day. Chasing two of them. He's like the ringleader. She follows him everywhere, and he has we bought him some of those Power Wheel. They're like those little kind of like a go-kart, not really. It's like all plastic Jeep for outside, and he's been putting his sister in there and driving around. She just hangs on, and it's really cool watching them. Yeah, but they definitely keep me on my toes all day.
Wow. Okay. And
Yeah.
and your children, Amanda? Oh.
My kids are good. They're definitely feeding themselves. They're teenagers.
Wow. Okay.
So, but Yeah, growing fast. I definitely remember that age though, like 1 and 3. They definitely keep you on your toes. And it doesn't change as they get older though. You just have to learn to dance a different dance.
Oh yeah. Those. Well, I decided to become a second lifetime father at the age of 33. So, yeah, I had already had my first bundle when I was in my early 20s.
Wow,
So,
this is amazing.
yeah.
And how did the music thing go the other day? You were recording something.
Yeah. So I've been in and out just recording on. It went good. I'm doing an all Spanish song. I'm working on a collaboration with an artist out of Detroit. His name's Young Prophet. He's cool. He like they fly him to Mexico. He does shows and stuff like that, and it's pretty cool. So I'm networking a little more now, and want to get a couple more things done. I want to shoot some videos this summer for my music, and I got a friend, or not my friend, but my cousin. He has a 1968 Impala, and he has, he's in a car club, so it's like got the hydraulics and all that stuff, and so he said he'd let me use this car for the video. So, and working on that, and I'm refining the menu right now for when I come out, when I move out that way and I get my taco truck, because I want to do like a little five item menu, just something real simple, and a lot of things, because a lot of people the food truck game right now too is really big. Everybody's doing food trucks and stuff, and everybody's just has these crazy menus where like you have to sit there for like 10, 15, 20 minutes to read the menu and ask what's on this, what's that. It's like, I'm just going to keep it simple, stupid. Just do like five items, have a picture of the dish right there, and no questions asked. Buy one or the other and keep it moving.
Wow. And keep it simple, stupid is, of course, a military term. KISS is the acronym. Yes.
Oh, yeah. That's fucked up, because I forgot what that is.
Yes.
What an ass.
Oh, well, we're so brainwashed and indoctrinated, we forget all about these things. I mean,
all those acronyms.
Yeah, I know one individual who still maintains his Marine Corps, it's pre-graduation photo up, and that's Derek Talley, not just my gang stalker. And oh my God, Derek, what provokes that? Is that some kind of nostalgia or just Arrested Development? What does that do for you?
No, I just have to take some more pictures. That's all. I just got to take some more pictures. I just once I put up a picture, I just forget about it, and I guess it's time to switch it up.
Yes, please. I mean, honestly, it just brings to mind, of course, the gang stalker when I see it, who's with us now. White trash piece of shit has put his thumbs down, of course, and it's amazing how many people put their thumbs down on the time that I was announcing that I was turning myself into the emergency room for evaluation. That got like 5 thumbs down or something. You'd think they'd be happy about that. I mean, like, what, were they all pissed off that I wasn't around to continue doing the show or something? I mean, what?
I think they just go in auto attack mode. They're like, oh, let's all gang up on Douglas Dietrich and give him thumbs down for everything. We're not even going to listen to it.
But I mean, there was more than usual. Like, it didn't even make any sense.
They didn't want you to go to the hospital. They just wanted you to deal with it.
Yeah, yes. So in terms of that, so that's again my biggest challenge with this is that if we bring Peter Moon on at 9, which hopefully would be the case, then I would be repeating myself. However, we're not quite sure if he'll be available at that time. He has some. Oh wait, so let's see. I see that he's retrieved my messages. So we'll see what he says in response. As a matter of fact, I could try and drag him.
You want to see if we could drag him on now and just have him in the background until he's ready to speak?
Sure, that's fine. Yeah, let's do that. And let's check what else people have been saying concerning my messages. Good. So they have been seeing that. Crystal River is so wonderful. She said something that was delightful. And and Eric Laystick is out there.
I'm here, Douglas.
Oh, there we are. So are you? How's your availability status? Is this something where you can?
I'll be there at 9. If you want to talk, you can talk now. Paula will come down at 9 and say hello and express their concern.
Oh, thank you. No, that's delightful and that's wonderful. But yeah, so I can start talking now and you can hear me then, so I don't have to repeat myself, right?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Yes. So basically, Peter Moon can attest to the fact that I was trying to tell him something privately that I was concerned about concerning my psychiatrist. So that people understand, I have a psychologist who I've gotten along with very well. My psychologist was Dr. Julian Ann Hay, and wonderful human being. And Julian Ann Hay is not to be confused with my psychiatrist, Dr. Tao Tran. Dr. Tao Tran, of course, is someone who has been around for many years in my life. It's a matter of fact, she's been around for far longer than I have ever realized. And Dr. Tao Tran was she's Vietnamese. Dr. Tao Tran has been working with the Chinatown Mental Health Clinic for many years at this point. And Dr. Tao Tran was basically, she was terribly burned during the Vietnam conflict by an American napalm attack. She was so severely burned that her bone shows through her skin. You can see her bone fused and protruding in many parts from her flesh at various parts of her body. She, of course, very likely wears a wig. I have never really delved into that, but her hair is
she still
perfect.
able to see? I mean,
she's able to see. It's an interesting point. Her eyes are there. They're functional, and she has no eyelids. She has no eyelids. She has no lips. She has no nose. So her appearance is alarming enough where with all of her patients or anyone she deals with on a, for lack of a better word, casual encounter basis, she wears a porcelain mask, and she has a series of them, and they're all very elegant, and she has served in the past with Cascade Memories concerning myself. Now, the first time that I encountered her without any knowledge that she was working with me was when I was trying to be a field agent, and Michael Aquino inserted me into a program where we could create an altar. And that's only one that I have. And because I was so concerned that that was something he would control myself with, it was something that I had approached her about later. Now, you might, it was really what I thought was simply coincidence that I encountered her again when I went to the Chinatown Mental Health Clinic, because I had to go someplace in order to establish the grounds for the post-traumatic stress disorder that ultimately was able to get me into SSDI, our Social Security Disability Insurance, after the death of my parents, and I could no longer maintain a career as a care provider, which was not something I had ever aimed for in life, but just fell upon me because of the condition of my parents as they, it wasn't even as they aged, but as they were encountering severe catastrophic malpractices and missed diagnoses. That's in the plural, missed diagnoses, for those of you who aren't familiar with the medical terminology, and just malpractice, misprescription of meds. When my mother first began to develop depression, as my father did as he got older, and just so people understand this is not like a psychosis in the family. This is something that happens as people age. The brain stops producing serotonin, and because people have not biologically ever lived this long before, what happens as the body stops producing serotonin is that older people get depressed, and so the majority of elderly people wind up on antidepressants. The important thing to remember is never to allow anyone who is not a psychiatrist to prescribe them to you. It is outrageous that general internal medicine practitioners can roll these pills that are antidepressants or any kind of medication for psychological or psychiatric conditions. It's like there's no psychiatrist who would ever dare to prescribe heart meds. But you've got general internal medicine practitioners, pill rollers, who are prescribing psychiatric meds. And the end result, of course, was this sort of malpractice is what led to many of the toxic reactions from my parents that wound up forcing me to become their care provider. Now, originally I was on Social Security because of my mechanical injuries from the Gulf War. And because I was dishonorably discharged, those mechanical injuries could not be attended to by any veterans benefits, and the mechanical injuries were instead compensated financially through Social Security, which I had put taxes into all of my life. And when I became a care provider, I had to give up Social Security forever, and you can't get back on. So when what I could get back on was the Social Security disability insurance, which is much better, but I did that through the psychiatric condition that I needed a psychiatrist to confirm and ascertain and confirm for myself. And the lady who ultimately did that was Dr. Tao Tran. Now, Dr. Tao Tran, of course, it turned out, had worked with me before when Aquino had put me into a program where I could penetrate communist Vietnam. That was, of course, this was after the Vietnam War, as Americans know it. And at that time, I needed an alter that would speak Vietnamese, and that was provided by Dr. Tao Tran. I'll ask Pakwan just to go mute simply because of his family's acting up there in the background. And
Sorry.
no worries. And so then what happened was that getting to know Dr. Tao Tran, she was able to prevent Michael Aquino from ever triggering that other alter or initiating a kind of control over myself that, or initiating a personality emerging in myself that was not my own. And in doing that, of course, she and I developed a relationship that was profound in the sense that I'm one of the few people, because of all of the horrors I've seen all of my life, having grown up exposed to, for lack of a better word, cinematic levels. There's no exaggeration here. Think Texas Chainsaw Massacre or Freddy Krueger or any other slasher flick, and that's the level of violence I grew up with as the environmental norm. There's no exaggeration there. This is not indulgence. It is reality. It is like literally at the point where when I was young and I would turn on a cassette tape to record background noise, which wasn't the intent. I was actually trying to record things on TV. All I would get would be the background noise. And when you played the cassette tape back, all you would hear would be the sound of glass shattering, the sound of gunshots, the sound of screams, the sounds of sirens, and that was it. That was my background noise. That was like crickets to me, birds chirping. That's all I heard 24 hours a day. And beyond that, of course, as soon as I would go out the door, I was physically assaulted by paroled felons who were attempting to rape me on a daily basis. This is just what I grew up with. When I wound up working at the Presidio military base, I was surrounded by child predators who spent all day talking about the children they were raping, either in foreign lands or at the daycare center. And of course, I would have to deal with those children because we had a children's room. And many of the old ladies who were supposed to be tending to them were incapable of doing anything. And God knows why they stayed on, because they knew that if they retired, they would die because they had nothing else to do. So it was kind of like a daycare center for seniors as well as for children. It was just, this was the madhouse that was my life. Between that and the school, there was a triad of horrific environments. The school, of course, again, this is not innocuous or some kind of fantasy. Galileo High School was where my game brother Beaver went to. That's what produced O.J. Simpson. There were literally signs right outside that said no Galileo High School students beyond this point, that were on every business that would not allow the students to basically purchase from them or etc. And that was the same with Marina Middle School, where we had originally gone to, where, of course, children would pull out, teens would pull out guns, not knives, but guns, firearms, fire at each other in the yard, etc. I mean, this was just a daily basis. It was an endless cycle of violence. This is my life. So because of that, I had seen so much horror that when I would gaze upon Tao Tran's face, she brought up the fact that I was the only person who never looked away, who never retched, who never responded with any revulsion. And so our relationship has always been strong. Now, since my psychologist, the young lady who actually comes from upstate New York and is a graduate of the University of Syracuse, but was actually living in Rochester, New York, where, of course, my father's side of the family, or the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich the sailor, emerged from. She understood that background, and she was an Asian Pacific Islander American, Chinese American, so she understood the problems that we have to deal with in this society. And so as a young lady who understood what it was to be an Asian woman and who came from that Northeast background, Dr. June Allison Hay, I will deeply miss her. So she's arranged for another young Asian lady, a doctor in psychology, to take her place, and hopefully we will adapt. I was able to share quite a bit with June Allison Hay concerning the extra legal situations with Lena Shea and everyone else, so that she had a greater grasp of the situation than most professionals would have tolerated. For those of you who don't understand the situation with psychologists or psychiatrists, they are legally obligated to report murders. If you are someone who is, for instance, if they feel you're a threat to someone else, they are legally obligated to report that to the authorities. Now, this has destroyed the entire therapeutic community and their ability to do anything. Whereas in the past, a psychiatrist could encourage their client or their patient to express murderous fantasies or whatever thoughts they had, including conspiracies to murder. The psychiatrist, when not obligated to report that to the authorities, could then deal with that therapeutically. All of that is no longer the case, even when you're harming yourself. Lena Shea encountered this when she was going through a phase in her life as a young lady who was a cutter, as so many young ladies are. Then she found that being reported when she confided into a counselor, and that resulted in her being, well, impacted. So these things are, you have to be very careful in this day and age what you share with a professional counselor or psychiatrist. In effect, you can't share anything with them. So when people are dealing with things that truly lead to problems or issues, they're usually dealing with extra legal issues, which of course is the norm of my life. The majority of my life is extra legal. And so Dr. June Allison Hay was able to tolerate quite a bit that most people simply could not tolerate. There's, by the way, this is not the norm when you see something stupid like The Sopranos, where you see the psychiatrist ultimately just ejecting the individual from her office, and deservedly so. I mean, she has no right to be abused, because it's a form of abuse if you just sit down and regale a professional with horror stories. So The Sopranos was a repulsive series, and it was all about repulsive people. And honestly, the individual who was the actor who portrayed that character in The Sopranos got exactly what he deserved when he died of cancer in real life, because this was a man who was going to schools and literally letting kids ask him questions like, how did you feel when you killed your best friend? Even though it was a fantasy. And it's all a psychotic fantasy where they're showing murder after murder on air being perpetrated by a person who had no qualms about what he was doing, which is why his psychiatrist ejects him. That is the fantastical part. This guy's going around and lecturing in schools. By the way, people can vet this. This is what that man was doing, and telling kids about what it felt like to kill his best friend in a fantasy series, which encourages children to take fantasy and turn it into reality. Now, what the purpose was behind that kind of madness had to involve people who were either involved with Michael Aquino or very similar to him or working with him, which brings us back to what I was trying to talk to Peter about. So what had happened was that when I went to see my psychiatrist last, there's always multiple exchanges between us on multiple levels. And when we were done with my telling her about my concerns about transferring from one psychological counselor to another, and finding out some more about my background, because there's always a suppressed memory that she took great pains to suppress, that we feel we might allow to reemerge, that it might be useful at this point in my life, then we tend to that. And so before I left her office, she always has a way of putting on her mask when she's going to tell me something that is bad. And when we were done with our session and she put her mask on, she let me know that while the way she expressed it, let me put it this way. If you ever see something as absurd as the Airplane films, and you have that comedy franchise where there was that one moment where you've got two black men talking to each other and nobody can understand what they're saying until they bring in an interpreter who says, oh, yes, a white woman arrives and says, I'm an interpreter, I speak jive. And there is a language among the subculture of Black African Americans that's well known and well established and lampooned as basically a kind of Ebonic. And as though people may think of it as an absurdity, it has enabled the Black community to develop its own code, its own method of communication by which they can establish a subculture of their own that is truly distinctive and maintain a degree of privacy under constant surveillance and policing in the carceral state. Within the prison rape culture of America, they can maintain a safe space for themselves. Asians have that, and Americans are so incredibly ignorant and so pridefully ignorant, so uncaring, so contemptuous, white Americans, towards every other ethnicity, they have no idea of this. It was used to great effect throughout World War II, so that even though the Americans had broken the Japanese codes, and it became quite obvious they had broken the Japanese codes immediately, at Pearl Harbor, obvious, when Admiral Nagumo said, oh, we're in a trap, no third wave, we're pulling out. At that moment, it went all the way up to the level of the emperor. The codes are broken. At which point, Emperor Hirohito said, good, excellent. From now on, we switch to haiku. And all the real important communications of the Japanese from that point forward was in poetic stanzas that it didn't matter that the Americans broke the code. They couldn't make out anything the Japanese were saying. The Japanese would simply misguide them in every direction, to the point where they pulled Halsey out into the middle of nowhere. So this was essentially how, in that context, Dr. Tao Tran spoke to me. and it was very poetic. And she expressed the fact that while I take my pay with my pound of flesh, they're sending the meat wagon for the rest. And if you draw the flame to defend yourself, they will use that to their advantage. There will be 3 of them, and they will be there to test the mettle of your blood. Now, there had always been a kind of hypothesis from Dr. John Henry Hagman, the person who had conducted a full-body blood transfusion on myself for totally fallacious reasons, claiming that the ulcer I had as a child was such that it required a full-body transfusion, all of which was a lie. And there had been various attacks in my life that had no explanation to them, other than as a test to see if I could recuperate. I knew what she meant was that if I drew my firearm, and I've been in these situations before, one time when I was in full uniform, just going to work, armed security, full SWAT armor, and of course fully armed. Then, of course, I found myself surrounded by police, who informed me there were snipers on the roofs that would, well, they had my head in their sights, and they would blow my brains out if I made a wrong move. So I told them, well, I'm going to have to withdraw my guard card, which proves that I'm licensed to carry, and at which point they gave me permission to do so, and I made those motions, those moves to withdraw my guard card, and of course they all had to withdraw. And but this was while I was surrounded by several squad cars, several police, we're talking like squads of them with their guns drawn, and of course snipers on the roofs. So when I exited her office and walked towards North Beach, we're talking about a convergence area similar to New York where you're entering different culture zones, and these regions are rather nebulous between Chinatown and North Beach. Then they attacked, and there were 3 of them. And they had baseball bats, and that was the first thing that, of course, struck me. Why baseball bats? But then I realized that they couldn't leave something that would be indicative in terms of what you can trace. You couldn't use firearms because the firearms are traceable. You really couldn't use samurai swords or knives to any great degree. I mean, all of these are weapons that are quite traceable. Baseball bats are not. They're actually one of the few perfect weapons that it becomes very difficult to trace. It's almost impossible to trace baseball bats. And they went at me immediately. Very well organized, very choreographed. I would almost say like ballet, in terms of a long time they'd been practicing this. And I knew if I drew my gun, then a sniper would probably blow my brains out because, as Dr. Chow Tran had warned me, this was an ambush. In other words, if I had drawn my gun, if you're familiar with the lawsuits that have taken place in San Francisco, the various cases where homeless people have simply picked up guns and were considering keeping them for defense in the streets, where they wind up firing them or misfiring, and then tourists get killed, ricochets, bounces. These have made the national and international news. If you draw a firearm in the city in such a way where it was like broad daylight, which was the situation I was in, then I would have been framed as the aggressor. They would have said, Asian man draws gun and attacks men ready for some sports in the park over at Columbus Square. And I knew I had to deal with this without resorting to the firearm. I would have been shot, taken down, and it would have been called self-defense. Oh, just another person who happened to have a license to carry took him down when they saw this Asian psychotic draw his gun, and all these men just had sports equipment because they were going to do a little play in Columbus Square. So I took them all on with their baseball bats, and it was not without damage that I took. And by the time I was done with them, this I cannot say on air, because that's something that could be incriminating. But I'm pretty sure that the damage was close to terminal. Now, I'm not going to be definitive about that for all the reasons I've just said. When I ran thereafter, San Francisco is one of those few places in the world where you can do this. I ran uphill, and you can look down at the scene of your crime from the top of a hill with an almost hawk-like gaze and see what has happened. And they were being picked up by an ambulance. And I know that despite the light bar and all the city colors, that was no goddamn ambulance. That was what Tao Tran called the meat wagon. This is important because the bodies were being taken, or the men, in their condition that I left them in, they were being taken because that would be the evidence that would appear were I to go to the police. They would be shot, stabbed, the bodies thrown out in such a manner that would frame myself in an area near my home, and it would be Douglas Dietrich did this. I've seen Aquino set this sort of thing up all the time I was with him. So, wherever the bodies are, the men are, they can keep them, and I'll go on without reporting what happened to the authorities. Now, I was nursing my wounds and feeling they would probably heal, and overtly, the majority of them did, but then I had the internal bleeding. And so there's always a concern that maybe at some point my peculiar genetics I inherited from my mother and the nanoplasma might start, well, they might just stop cooperating, so to speak. Kind of like maybe the nanoplasma will be treated as a foreign invader at some point, misrecognized, and my immunosystem might over-respond to it, and maybe I would self-destruct. This was speculated on by Dr. John Henry Hagman as a potential for some point in the future, and I almost thought that it happened when I was in Arizona with Ben Estenius and the ladies who drove me down there, Laura Lee Solomon and Holly Kaditis Kiefer, when I went into the men's room and just started spewing blood out of my nose. Again, cinematically, like it was a water gun. And that was, of course, just a reaction to the altitude changes in the high desert, the mesa, that my body displayed while adjusting. But it's, of course, when these things happen, as dramatically as they do, you always wonder. And, of course, nothing came of that, and nothing came of this. I called the ambulance and turned myself in, and when I went to the hospital, I was seen immediately. By the way, there's no way to overemphasize this. I have no complaints about Kaiser. This was incredible. With all of the horror stories that I have to relate about hospitals, concerning care provision for my parents, things that happened to me in the past with my collapsed lungs, being sent home with open chest tube sites that were never stitched shut, swelling up like the Michelin mummy, something which MDs told me when I asked them if I could survive this. They said, well, we can't tell you that because we've never seen this outside of a cadaver. That's something that happens to floaters that are months at sea, is what's happened to you. After a lifetime of MDs who are like basically medical students, they call them residents. The first time my lungs collapsed, some gook doctor, fucking Asian whose parents just forced him to become a doctor and he didn't want to become one. He shoved the chest tube into my collapsed lung so violently, he collapsed the other lung and literally killed me. Threw me into flatlining. I was clinically dead. So, having been murdered in hospitals, having been through what I was through, nothing like that happened here. Everything was decent people, decent professional treatment. So the MDs told me, you've lost so much blood that you're going to need a blood transfusion. So, of course, I didn't need to ponder on the irony of that. I said I was open to it. Then they continued to take blood samples, which is always ironic to me, that you can lose so much blood and they still take blood samples. And they told me, well, son of a bitch, looks like you won't be needing that blood transfusion. And then they said, but let's do an endoscopy. So we'll admit you. And they were... So I was there for, let me see, I went in on Wednesday night. Then I was there Thursday. And I left Friday afternoon, basically, I think. Or Saturday. Friday or Saturday at this point. It's hard for me to remember because the days, of course, they begin to fade for you into each other when you're in the hospital system. But they were trying to do the endoscopy and the colonoscopy at once, which would be the camera down the throat and the camera up the ass at the same time, like some kind of double penetration cyber porno film or something, which, of course, my son and the visiting harem from the estate of Sugar Daddy found no end of amusement in. But at any rate, what had happened was that they wound up taking the endoscopy and identified severe damage in the upper GI, gastrointestinal area, gastrointestinal tract. And that, of course, was the internal damage that I had been feeling. And then they said, well, let's prep you for the colonoscopy. Now, this is the horrible part because people can remember that the last time I tried to prep for a colonoscopy, I was on air and I got so deathly sick that I turned myself into the emergency room then. That time that I tried that. So I told them that I responded so violently to the formula for the purging of the system that I couldn't do that without being under observation. So they pulled out all the plugs and they put me under observation. They said, okay, we'll do this. We'll have the nurses serve it to you and keep an eye on you. And we're going to pump anti-nausea meds into you intravenously while you take the meds, while you take the prep. And so they pumped anti-nausea meds into me intravenously while I was forced to gorge on this prep because there was no other way to do this. And, of course, I was still shitting blood, all black stools, all black blood. And they said, well, you're obviously actively bleeding. And then they said, well, we can't take the colonoscopy like this. It got to the point where, there were so many coincidences here, of course, and so many different various bizarre resonances that need to be gone into. My primary case doctor, the doctoress who was heading my case, was a lady named Dr. Shea. Unlike Lena Shea, who's white, but married a Taiwanese descended American, a man who had never been to Taiwan, who was totally unacculturated, didn't speak a word of Chinese, but is ethnically Chinese, and just happens to have the last name of Shea, whose parents came from Taiwan, and one is dead and one is alive. Unlike that Lena Shea, this was a Chinese woman named Shea, and so, like I said, there's only about 100 surnames in China anyway, but Dr. Shea was in charge of my case. So Dr. Shea was like, when I'm crapping out all this blood in this commode, they basically put a commode right by my bed, a potty basically, so that I could get up and crap my brains out after I had taken all of these horrible meds that make you do that. And so when she came in, she said, oh, I got to take a photograph of this for the gastroenterology to show them that we can't do a colonoscopy like this because you're actively bleeding. So she took out her cell phone and took a photograph of it, and I told her, God, I hope nobody ever steals your purse, because I could just imagine her cell phone just being full of photographs like, bloody shit and various other bizarre items. But she basically, went to the next room to deal with the other patient when basically after that, I started pissing out of my asshole again, and it was all crystal clear. After which the Asian Indian doctor came in, who was involved with gastroenterology. By the way, this whole thing was just throughout this whole period of time that this process was going on. I'm dealing with the various nurses and doctors and showing them my bowel movements. There's this kind of horrible retroactive feeling of being a child again, where you're like an infant and you're going through potty training and you have to show your parents, there, I've got it in the commode, and look at how big my product is. It's just this absolutely bizarre feeling that's indescribably invasive. Nothing on the part of the staff or the MDs. It's just in one's own mind that one goes through this, and it's just not something an adult wants to do. But so when I showed Dr. Bopare, whose name I remember because it rhymed with kind of like potpourri, but he's an Asian Indian, and he looked at it, and his middle name was Singh, so he might be Sikh. But anyhow, Singh, Dr. something, I forgot his first name, Singh Bopare, and he took a look at my shit in the actual toilet, where I managed to get to when I started pissing out of my asshole, and it was all crystal clear like water, and he's like, wow, that's great, we can go through the colonoscopy now. And so then I was able to tell Dr. Shea, and she was saying, well, how's that possible? She said, physically, I've just, taken a photograph here, and the blood, it's black. And then it all went crystal clear within, just like that. Like somebody flipped a switch. And so anyhow, they took me down to the endoscopy and took that and said, well, bigger and shit. There's nothing there. At which point, I think maybe they thought there was a hoax being played at some point. There's a number of reasons why this conclusion might have been drawn. But there's other factors that I realize now were coming into play. Now, none of this makes sense outside of two levels of context. Aside from my normal physiological ability to recover from grievous injury, what had happened was the conclusion that they drew was that, okay, you suffered some massive internal injuries that resulted in interior bleeding that your body essentially digested. Your body digested your own blood, which is, of course, what happens when people produce black stool. Just so people understand this, when you're actively bleeding, you will see red. You'll see cherry red. You'll see blood. And by the time that it's black, that means your body has been digesting this for quite some time. Now, I had been feeling horrible for 2 weeks after that encounter, of course, for understandable reasons. By the time it got to the point where I was shitting black, I was ready to faint because my body had lost so much blood that, as was registered by the MDs, I required a blood transfusion. As they said, when I told them that I had been walking all over San Francisco up and down the hills multiple times for the past several days to deal with paying the rent, going to the bank, and everything else, they couldn't believe I had done that. They said, well, how would that be possible with all the blood that you've lost? That's simply not physically possible. And at the point that my body had digested that blood and I was purging it, and I was ready to collapse, and with any normal person, they would have died. Then when I got into the system, the hospital system, and they were doing their best to cope with that, then they basically began to realize that it was resolving. Now, at that point, because of incredible hoaxes that have been played by that Borat guy in the past, that's one thought that comes to mind, is they may have thought that some very complicated hoax was taking place. The reason they might think that was because, of course, when my son visited with the harem of the twinks, the blood boys, and they came in to visit myself at the hospital, And of course, they're very considerate, and we're not disturbing all of the other patients. But within my room, it was kind of like a party. And some of the nurses probably realized I was drinking from them. And so I was taking a share of blood from some of them, which probably helped with my situation. They probably thought some kind of weird, bizarre hoax was going on, that there was some kind of joke being played where there was a bunch of film being taken to maybe frame the hospital for something. And so there might have been some concern there. And of course, the first time that I was in the hospital and I entered as a normal patient, I cannot overemphasize this. I could not believe the accommodations. They were incredible. I was placed, and this was by no favor on the part of Sugar Daddy, who was completely unaware of this. My son was unaware of this. Nobody knew that I had gone into the hospital in that part of my family, so to speak, that extended part of my family. I had told people online because I was transmitting, and I had to get that out of the way. I called V to let her know. There were the people that knew were the extended electronic family, like particularly Selena Khan, who's essentially my adult supervision. And but other than that, I didn't even get a chance to call my son. They found out after I was in. So they had not arranged for this, and the hospital put me in a regular patient's room. And the regular patient's room I was in was larger than most apartments in San Francisco. I'm not kidding. I mean, it was all to myself. It was only meant for one person. I've never seen anything like it. This is like, at Kaiser Hospital, this would be executive level suite. And
this is this like, past weekend you're talking about, Douglas.
What's that?
This is the this past weekend.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
And then once Sugar Daddy found out where I was at, and my son came to visit with the kids, the boys, the lads, then I was moved into a solarium after that. But the point was that, and then shortly after that I was asked to leave. Now here's the funny part. It's actually really funny. Was that the first time I had tried to take the colonoscopy, you have to go to the pharmacy and purchase all this shit, but because they use specific brands, for people who are unaware of this, some hospitals will send you to the Walgreens or the pharmacy and you purchase it there. And with the Kaiser system, they have specific contracts. It's like you go to certain hotels and they're contracted to Coke, and you go to certain other hotels and they're contracted to Pepsi, and that's all they serve in the bar. And you have to like pay the bartender or bribe them to get a Coke, if like I did in Australia. It was just because they were contracted in those vacation spots to Pepsi, which I can't stand, and I prefer Coke. It's like this with these formulas for the purgative. And what happened at Kaiser was they had a specific purgative that I had to pick up from the gastroenterology department, but all of them make you sick. And so when I went to the gastroenterology department to pick this up and get all the paperwork done in 2019, they told me in no uncertain terms. And this was, of course, I had to press Beaver, my gang brother, on this to pick me up after the colonoscopy was supposed to be done, which was the day after I was on with Crystal and Peter Moon when I got deathly sick, was theoretically the day I was going to get that colonoscopy in the morning, and then Beaver was going to drive me home, because they told me, look, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. There is no alternative. You have to have someone drive you home, because these colonoscopies are so gravely damaging to your senses, in the sense that they dope you up to get this camera up your ass all the way up to the point where it emerges from your ass out of your throat. They said that the amount of sedatives they have to give you, no one is allowed home on their own. No one. If someone drives you, or they call an ambulance and you pay for it. They call an ambulance, and that ambulance will take you home in a strapped-down stretcher on wheels. You're not going anywhere sitting up, not even sitting up. If you can't find someone to drive you home, you go home in an ambulance and you're paying for it. And they had all this legal backup for it. Once you sign this to do the colonoscopy, that's the rules. all that went out the window in my case. They were not hostile. They were not unfriendly. They were nothing other than accommodating and gracious. But they pretty much said, you can walk out the door. They just... And I tried to call. I said, call my brother Beaver. He'll drive me home. They called him up. Of course, the usual bullshit. You know, hey, this guy here says he's your brother. Of course, he says, he's not my brother. You know, then they came out. He says he's not your brother. I said, give me that. You know, so I was starting to chew him out, going through the usual stuff I go through with him, which is all just, you know, half of it's a comedy routine. Or at least certainly emerges that way. But he was like busy taking care of his mom. He was busy doing something with spackle or something. You know, it was this incredibly, you know, the usual kind of property management comedic scene where he's doing too many things at once. He would have come up and would have picked me up eventually. But the reality was, you know, they came up to me and said, oh, you don't need to wait for him. You could take a cab if you want. I said, cab? I said, really? Yeah, you can walk out right now. I'm like, really? And they're like, yeah. And then, of course, I says, well, you know, that lady came and my wallet and everything's supposed to be in the safe. And, you know, and they said, oh, yeah, you can't get that unless you're in a wheelchair. You have to go down to the admissions and they have to have someone push you in a wheelchair. And this was how it was all told to me when they took my stuff to put in the safe, is that, you know, no one goes down to admissions unless you're accompanied by a nurse and they've got to be pushing you in a wheelchair. It's not going to be otherwise. And, you know, all of that was out the window. It was just, oh, yeah, the nurse, Zoe was her name, said, I'll just escort you down there. Come on, and let's go. And we went down there. And, of course, it was after hours at that point. And I said, I can't believe anyone's still fucking here. I guess they got people there either shortly after hours, you know, or maybe throughout the night. But, you know, I got my stuff, and then they, you know, I just walked out. I mean, they didn't give a shit. I mean, I just walked out with my wallet and everything else. And it's like, they wouldn't have cared if I had walked home. But I got a cab and went home. I mean, this was not standard operational procedure. So something happened where they were convinced that something abnormal was going on. There is, I realize, of course, the other influence from the other end of the spectrum. The Aquino's organization, the cult, which attacked myself. The other haiku that Dr. Tran had told me before we even began our session, and she still had her mask on, which she always removed once we started our session, was that the rebirth and the resurrection, the time is coming when they will say that you are he who rose from the dead, and present yourself as the Messiah you never said you were. And there was, of course, an intent on the part of Aquino's legacy, no doubt writ in orders before his own death, that I would emerge from the dead on Easter Sunday, Easter weekend, to be presented as an antichrist by his organization. Now, this entire kind of attack, the entire win-win situation for them, if they truly got me at a point where my nanoplasma just wasn't working anymore, then they would have succeeded in, well, eliminating me. If, of course, the thing which V told me about when she was following Richard K. Cole and his Stephen Cosmos author, or whatever the fucker's name is up there in the Pacific Northwest region, and all of the gang stalkers. The three of them in particular that are there, it's basically just two of them, and Richard K. Cole is talking to himself by multiple accounts, but the only other person with him is Stephen Cosmos author, who I know for a fact is a real person because, of course, he's a gang stalker who cavorts with Michelle Carmela Saldana. But in terms of, which is why I don't deal with her anymore. But in terms of the twain of them, V has followed them and said that they claim that I'm trying to create a new religion in which I am the vampire Christ, and that Christ himself was a vampire, which of course I've never said. So in terms of these people and what they're trying to create, the orders certainly were put in writ by Aquino before his death. The idea was to claim I was trying to present myself as having risen from the dead. No doubt they would have gone in that direction had not some other factors come into play and basically prevented that. Now, I'm very fortunate, of course, in that I have allies in the person of Dr. Tran, and she's simply so indispensable to the federal government that she has a level of immunity that others could only dream of. We know she works for the government because of other people who were interviewed by James Arthur Yanchik, the woman who wrote an entire book on the subject about how she was basically going into investigative journalism and reporting and then wound up being institutionalized as a lunatic to discredit her and everything she had exposed, and how she was terrorized when an Asian woman showed up who's had no face but merely a skull and burned flesh when she removed her mask, something which drove this woman into a frenzy of fear and panic because they find the appearance of Tao Tran so disconcerting. So the woman wrote that into her book, and at that point she said this doctor had been flown in, literally flown in, to a part of California where she was institutionalized. We know, of course, Tao Tran works for the government. We know that from back in the days of when Aquino was sending me to basically train to insert myself in Vietnam. Now, at that time, I didn't know Tao Tran personally, but now knowing as much, certainly there is the factor that things could have turned out so much worse. And what I can say again about the hospital experience was that when you take a look at the concept of the Resurrection Day, which is a proper Christian name for Easter, which is, of course, a pagan holiday, and I remember what Aquino had said the time that I was working with him in liaison. I remember that when Aquino was talking about the Christians and their childish and naive views of resurrection, and how the Asian Indian Thuges, for those who aren't familiar, of course, in brief, the very term thug emerges from the Asian Indian language. The Vedic culture has given rise to many subcults of the pantheon of gods, which in Asian India are, for all intents and purposes, almost endless. But in terms of the Thuge cult, from where we get the term thug, they were a murder cult based on the destructive aspects of Kali, the goddess of creation and destruction. And in terms of the Kali, of course, there are different manifestations, but it is the darker negative aspects which the Thuge serve. Aquino was telling me about the fact that the Hellfire Club in England had a cult of thugs inspired by the Thuge based on their Christian background of England. So if you really look up the noun resurrectionist, you'll see that it's a person who brings something to life or view again, in its most innocuous sense, resurrecting a forgotten or dead ideal or vision or concept or paradigm, but it's also a believer in resurrection of the resurrectionist religious order, as in the Congregation of the Resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ, wherein Twast recognized certain truths to be especially important for the life and work as resurrectionists, because they give expression to the grace and call. The resurrectionists were people who stole corpses from local graves and then sold them to science. So what Aquino was explaining to me was the concept of what's also called a resurrection man, which is basically one who practices body snatching, and that between 1506 and 1752, where, of course, as always, the Hellfire Club was dominant over the British Empire. Only a very few cadavers were ever legally available each year for anatomical research. So resurrectionists were body snatchers who were commonly employed by anatomists in the United Kingdom throughout the 18th and 19th centuries to exhume the bodies of the recently dead and steal the treasures buried with them to fund the advancement of the fields of medicine. And some resurrectionists were actually cemetery keepers who would simply remove the body to a sack before they buried the coffin. Now, he brought this up because he was pointing out the fact that Benjamin Franklin, the great Freemason, who worked with black African bodies, was involved with a homosexual lover in England, where, of course, people can verify this fact themselves. He would take these black bodies and restitch them back together and try to resurrect them, reanimate them with electricity. All of this was something that was important in context because, as I've said before, San Francisco is so congested, the second most congested city in the United States next to New York City. There's no room here to bury anyone. There's no room here for cemeteries. There's only one fucking cemetery in San Francisco. The Presidio Military Base Cemetery. And Aquino let me know that half the fucking graves are empty. But when I asked him about whether that was something that was going to continue, was this just like, were all the graves eventually just going to be emptied? And of course he just laughed and said, you know, we don't need to work with the dead bodies. We do that mostly for arcane sciences, the sciences of the occult, the reanimation of the dead. These are experiments which we do simply to profane life itself. The body snatching we do these days are of people who are alive. And, of course, we dispatch our meat wagons. They're disguised as ambulances. We pick up the homeless. We pick up those lonely little boys who prostitute themselves. We pick up people who are even legitimate citizens that pay their taxes. And they just disappear. It was one of those meat wagons that I saw pick up those men I left behind from my own perspective on top of Russian Hill, running away from the scene of their crime that would have been framed on me. When I got into the hospital, there was probably pressure from that end of the spectrum to get me out as soon as possible. And as for Sugar Daddy and my son, they would never have pressured that. But I'm back, and obviously I'm fine. The colonoscopy showed, of course, as you can imagine, no polyps and no cancers. But aside from that, and the other experiences with all of the nurses and staff and the doctors who administered what they did with the colonoscopy, with the endoscopy, everything was exemplary. When Zoe was taking me down to the admissions, she was asking me, well, I hope your stay was all right. I said, oof, this was the best fucking hospital stay I've ever had in my whole goddamn life. And she said, God, that's you sound like you've been in hospitals a lot. And I told her, well, I took care of my parents for 11 years. And with all the injuries I suffered after the Gulf War and the like, I've seen more than my share. And I said, I've never seen a hospital or experienced a hospital that was as pleasant as this. And where everything was done without horrible things happening and mistakes being made. So it was incredible. I have nothing but positive things to say about Kaiser. And best of all, I think her name was Amanda, a Chinese-American lady. By the way, the overwhelming majority of the staff was Asian. I mean, every step of the way. I noticed that in other hospitals like UCSF and all these places where just nothing but negative things would happen and everything would just go wrong, they were predominantly Russian staffed. after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Eastern European immigrants flooded the medical industrial complex, and they ethnically enclave. So that might be part of the factor of why places like UCSF are you may as well be in a meat processing plant waiting to be butchered, which is what happens to the most of those people there. They've turned it into a Soviet science lab. So in terms of this place, I didn't hear a single Slavic accent. I'll say that. It was all Asian. And of course, a couple of whites here and there, which was fine. And Dr. Shafley performed my endoscopy, and he was like the stereotypical image you would see out of the old doctor's dramas from back in the 1950s when everything was black and white and nobody uttered a word of profanity. Just this fatherly figure who was extremely compassionate and was just shaking his head in disbelief when I told him about how when I was young and I had a bleeding duodenal ulcer, how in those days they had not yet isolated the H. pylori virus, so their only understanding was that it was caused by psychiatric stress. So I was sent to a psychiatrist, and he was just appalled and very expressive of that. It was, and the nurse who gave me my COVID vaccine. So I got the one-shot vaccine, the single-shot vaccine, the Janssen vaccine, produced by Johnson & Johnson, I think, which in itself is confusing, Johnson & Johnson producing a Janssen vaccine. But her name was Lillier, which was, of course, the same name as that fucking Bukaki Beret, the Master Sergeant of the Green Berets, the same corps that produced Michael Aquino himself, and, of course, Master Sergeant Michael Ramirez, the uncle of Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker who terrorized California, all of them Green Berets. John Victor Lillier was one of the gang stalkers who Gary States and I turned in and basically busted for ripping off all of his fellow veterans and the American taxpayer by double dipping into both his retirement pension and 100% disability, which you can never receive concurrently unless you're like my late and sainted father, George Dietrich, the man who raised and guided me, because he had congressional writ for that, which Sergeant Lillier did not have. But the Filipina nurse who provided me my vax shot, she was named Lillier, and different spelling, first name instead of last, but just, again, one of the many coincidences. One of the black nurses who was at the colonoscopy department, her name was Diana, spelled with two N's, just like my late and sainted Cyrus, my mother, my womb matron, the woman who gave me birth from her very loins, and of course provided me the heritage of vampirism, which has enabled me to recover as fast as I have. Indeed, it was probably by supping on the blood of one of my son's friends. And I notice, of course, he does his best to appear just like me. And I've always asked him why he flatters me in that sense. I certainly don't deserve it, and he's pointed out that that's how he keeps the blood boys in line, really. They have a respect for me that really verges on the religious, a kind of awe. And this is something that, of course, was something that the cult of the anti-gods, the Edomites, the Herodians of Michael Aquino, have been trying to portray myself as someone establishing a cult. Therefore, if they could present myself in this antichrist light, they would then enable a kind of publicity campaign against me that would negate whatever communications that I might produce, and whether it's transmissions or books. And again, it's just the coincidence here, of course. No copayment because I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal. Everything that I had cost, well, they're astronomical, the cost of what I went through. And I didn't have to pay a cent. The only thing that I had to pay was the co-payment on the prescriptions, which is moderate, but we're still talking about something that I didn't have. There was nothing on my PayPal. I didn't have a penny on my PayPal, so I was telling Selena, gosh, I knew this was a forlorn hope. I said, could you put something in the PayPal, maybe $40, because, they're going to give me some prescriptions when I leave, and I just can't. I've got nothing in there for them to withdraw from. And I know it takes days, and it just wasn't going to happen. But it turned out Stephen Myers had put in $60. So Stephen Myers left a note, feel better, praying for you. Stephen Myers is, of course, my black African-American, actually, he's half Chinese. So he's Blasian, black Asian. And what in the old days of the greater British Empire, they would call a Chigro, a Chinese Negro. The people who they present as the villains who first tried to take out James Bond in the original film, Dr. No, are Chigros, are Chinese Negroes, who are used by the insidious Fu Manchu villain that they promote in that film, Dr. No himself, and who, by the way, has two twin Asian girls that serve as the keepers of his asylum, where they keep the various foreign agents as prisoners and institutionalize them as insane and keep them on psychotropic drugs. Those two Asian nurses, when I went into the endoscopy, there were two Chinese nurses, both named Natalie, the cutest things you could imagine. And they just were the people who, when they inserted that endoscopy, once, even before they got it in there, down my throat, I didn't remember anything. I mean, that's whatever dope they put in me. It was like, I have no idea what happened. I literally don't. But I know one thing. I said I can't lie on my left side, which they wanted me to do because I've got this big key wallet in there. That was when they realized they had to put these things in a safe. So they actually took that and, put a big sticker on it with my name and everything on it. And then when I woke up, reemerged into consciousness, that was in my hands, which, by the way, if I had been in UCSF, that would have been stolen, which is like everything they did was steal everything. My mother's jade bracelets, the moment we took her in anywhere, sometimes you just had no time. You had to call the ambulance and she still had a jade bracelet on. Once you got to UCSF, they stole that just like that. And so my wallet, everything, nothing stolen. All of it, taken and ultimately put into a safe and then returned. I've never experienced a hospital where they did that. So aside from all of that, I could go on. Jeffrey was this Filipino who just like Jameson Reese, he went around dressed in a fucking scuba suit. The guy was in full fucking oxygen tank. All he needed was the flippers. And he was like a former mechanical engineer in the Navy and was asking me about, the Gulf War. And then they, when he heard what I had to say, they brought in this woman named Donnie. And she started questioning me and naming all these, all these sites and cities in the Arabian Peninsula that, of course, I knew they were Arabian cities, but I didn't know anything about them. And so I sorted out with her. And I think, honestly, they were vetting me. It was kind of like, well, this guy says he was in the Gulf War and says he was dishonorably discharged. But, if anyone could find out, it'd be Donnie, because Donnie was a Filipina who had worked in military hospitals in the Arabian Peninsula. And that was long before Operation Desert Shield. So she'd been doing that for 20 years, maybe 10, 20 years. She had worked in Saudi Arabia. And so when I got done talking, she knew everything I said was true. She was coming at me with all these names and shit. And I said, look, I don't know any of those places specifically, but I do know that if you were a Filipina nurse in Saudi Arabia, you couldn't have been in the military. You must have been a civilian working on a military base. And she was shocked that I knew that. She was just, how did you know that? And I said, it just works that way. In Saudi Arabia, there's nobody who fucking works. The Arabs don't do shit. They don't do shit. Everybody who does anything in Saudi Arabia is a foreigner. And all the nurses are Filipinas. All of the domestic service is Filipina. And the domestic service, they're just slaves. But, you know, if you're a professional and you've got like a degree, a registered nurse, you're treated with some level of immunity. And so if she was working on a military base, it had to be a Saudi military base. I said, there's no way in hell you could have been working on an American military base, or you would have been, you know, in the U.S. military. But if you were just there and you're working on a military, it had to be a Saudi base. And so she said, yes, it was a Saudi military base. And so I said, well, why would you think I would know anything about that? What the fuck would I know about a Saudi military base? And that's when she knew that I was the real thing, that I couldn't be making any of this shit up, because I knew everything she was talking about, and I knew it inside out, exactly where she was coming from. And she reported back to the rest of them that everything I said was true. And so, you know, with all that going on, the funny thing too was with the first time I was brought in, right after I was in the emergency room, and then they brought me upstairs into that fucking, what I consider an executive suite. But it's just, and again, there's no way I can overemphasize this. Bigger than most apartments in San Francisco. No exaggeration. All to myself. Just a single fucking bed. And I was transferred up there, and then the first woman to deal with me was a Chinese nurse. By that I mean communist Chinese. I don't mean that to insult her. She was from the mainland. Her name was Summer. And so Summer says to me, this was the funniest thing. Because, you know, when I'm not doing photographs, you know, I'm not involved with any woman at the moment. These kind of come back, but I just let myself go to shit. So when I first arrived, I had whiskers on my face and everything, and Summer says to me, did they transfer you from San Francisco General? And I was like thinking, damn, that's so insulting. But I didn't care, you know. I mean, like, what a thing to say. I said, no. I said, I don't go to San Francisco General anymore. I'm totally insured. And I didn't even know they received transfers from San Francisco General into Kaiser. But other than that, she was completely friendly and professional. But it was just an odd thing for her to say. And other than that, it pretty much kind of covers the basics. I think that people have a general idea of what happened now, and it's definitely, in light of everything that's been taking place, the only other person to really emphasize that was important to the narrative, because she actually brought something up that I'll bring up tonight to try and contextualize my situation further, just as my experience in life on Earth, was a white nurse, European American, meaning she was a white American, a Caucasian American, not European, but of that descent, named Michelle. And I had asked if there was something to read, because I said, you know, like in prisons, they used to bring around the book cart. I mean, don't we have anything like that in the hospital? I remember back in the old days, hospitals would have like reading racks, or like reading rooms, or reading carts. And she was like, she was young, of course, so she says, what are you talking about? You know, she says, this is the 21st century. We don't have things like that anymore. Everybody has laptops. Didn't you bring your laptop? I said, no, I didn't bring my fucking laptop. I brought a cell phone. I'm lucky I got that. I don't even know how to work that. I don't access anything on it. It's no fun for me to look at it. It's not something I would read off of, other than, you know, casually at breakfast time or something, or getting my head out of the sand. But it's not something I look at, you know, normally. And so she says, I'll look around. I'll see what I can find. She says, look, all we got are like, we got medical magazines. And she says, you wouldn't want that. I says, well, yeah, I have a credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism. Yes, by all means, I can read your fucking medical magazine. So she brought me the proceedings of the Natural Academy of Sciences. And she wasn't being a smart ass. She wasn't being an asshole. She was just saying, I hope you can learn something from this. And she gave that to me. And I did. And the other thing she brought me was something that was actually irritating. Was this, one of the doctors had a New Yorker magazine, And it was just this stupid, on the cover, Eddie Huang has come down from the mountain. Now, you might think I'd enjoy news about an Asian American. His surname, in the romanization he got off of Ellis Island, or in his case, probably, what do they have? In the East Coast, they enter from, it's Ellis Island, as opposed to Angel Island here on the left coast of the Pacific. But we have Angel Island here, and the idea, by the way, originally was just as you have the Statue of Liberty on Ellis Island, they were supposed to build a Statue of Justice, as in liberty and justice for all. There was supposed to be a Statue of Justice on Angel Island, which was never built, which is completely apropos because there's never been any justice for Asian Americans who have come in almost exclusively through Angel Island, coming across the Pacific. But anyhow, Eddie Huang, his Ellis Island name is romanized as Huang, but it's actually pronounced like Wang, like somebody's penis, Wang. Anyhow, Eddie Huang has come down from the mountain was this story. And it was like, this guy's ugly as fuck. He reminds me of my gang brother Beaver. And if the two of them got together, it would be like that movie that was made in 1966, The War of the Gargantuas, where they were making these two green descendants of the Japanstein, which was the Japanese Frankenstein film. There was a Japanese Frankenstein film, and that was made because he was really supposed to be fighting Godzilla, but then they made it King Kong and Godzilla, and then because they made King Kong replace Frankenstein, they gave King Kong all of Frankenstein's powers because they made King Kong feed off electricity like he was Frankenstein. By the way, all of this is important because I actually saw King Kong versus Godzilla while I was at the hospital because my son, of course, got it on, is it HBO? I think it was HBO, which was, anyhow, so I actually saw that while I was in the hospital with all the Blood Boys. We all sat and we watched King Kong versus Godzilla. So, oh my God, what to tell you about that? All of that is, they bring up Unterland, but it's all fucked up so that they can make you think it's all like Tarzan's Pellucidar and shit. But anyhow, so this Wang thing just pissed me off because I'm looking at this with, Wang isn't just an accomplished restaurateur. He's the author of the best-selling memoir turned sitcom, or situation comedy, Fresh Off the Boat. And it's like, of course, Beaver graduated from the Culinary Academy of San Francisco. But, of course, he's too busy doing what he does with the underworld to become some kind of a fucking chef. But anyhow, this Edwin Charles Wang was being promoted as this American author, chef, restaurateur, food personality. I mean, what the fuck is that? Food personality. Does that mean you eat a lot? I mean, what the fuck? Like, anyone could do that. Producer and an attorney. Oh, shit. I mean, that's the part where I was joking about with the Blood Boys that, yeah, this must be so that he can legally defend himself after all the people get the food poisoning from the shit he cooks. But anyhow, he was up there saying, the network tried to turn Fresh Off the Boat into a cornstarch sitcom and me into a mascot for America. I hated that. I was like thinking, well, fuck, you're lucky you get that. You look like shit. It's not like he was attractive. But anyhow, apparently he worked in the East Village of Lower Manhattan. And anyhow, when lockdown began, this was the story that pissed me off. This is what got me pissed off. Normally, none of this would, irritate me. But they said, when lockdown began, Wang flew to Taipei, where he spent nearly a year hiking and writing scripts. Now he's thinking hard about what he's learned. And I'm like thinking, what the fuck? I wish I could go back to the place where I was born, but this motherfucker goes over there, spends a year hiking and writing scripts, and then comes back with New Yorker magazine saying, basically, oh yeah, Wang is returned down from the mountain. Eddie Huang has come down from the mountain. That is literally the headliner. And I'm like saying, a Chinese American goes to Taiwan, comes back, and they're treating him like the Messiah from the mountain. I don't even fucking get it. It's just like, fuck this shit. This guy's got nothing to offer. I mean, the fucker's just basically the best what he's good for is a situation comedy. But there you go. And then Crystal writes me, God bless her. She says, sweetheart, ulcers are a fear of success. Get your book out immediately. This will heal your ulcer. Please hear me on this. Love you, Crystal. Yes, Crystal, I hear you. I'm working with Peter Moon. Honestly, there's just things I've got to get in there. Just working with him now. I was deathly sick, shall I say, injured, and devouring my own blood for 2 weeks. So I'm just back now, and, just got to get him some paragraphs. And we'll start on those after, what I do on a transmission night. But, oh my God. I want to thank you all for being here and for suffering through all of this. But the other thing to emphasize that Michelle brought me when the white nurse, and by the way, she was so wonderful, and she prepared the first of the purgative formulas. And I love her dearly, but oh my fucking God, she didn't chill it. By the way, these things are so intolerable. The only way to even make them barely tolerable, and they'll tell you this right on the bottle, is you have to serve them chilled. Oh God, it was awful. And that almost killed me. And the way that they made me do it was she sat there and held my hand and she pumped those directly into my vein. I mean, mainlined the anti-nausea meds directly into my vein. And while she was doing that, she was saying, come on, you got to do 15-minute intervals. 15-minute intervals. We're going to finish a liter of this shit. So you've got to finish this cup in 15 minutes. Then we've got to do another cup in 15 minutes. And by the time we're done, within an hour, we'll have finished a liter of this stuff. And, at least with Jeffrey, who came after that, the Filipino guy who dressed like Jameson Reese in a full-fledged scuba gear shit, whatever. And, but never saw his face, by the way, but because it was always behind the scuba mask, but he chilled it, because I asked him, I said, please chill it. But while Michelle was doing that, and then later on I was reading what she had brought me, which was the Proceedings of the Natural Academy of Sciences. This is what, here I'll ask Jameson Reese to refrain. I don't want Jameson Reese to jump in on this. Love you dearly, Jameson, but honestly, don't feel tempted to say that. Let's just put it this way. I could understand where you'd be tempted to come in on this, but basically, it's a platitude that we've all heard dozens of times. Whether to justify your treatment of other species or simply celebrate a carnivorous lifestyle, that humans are at the top of the food chain. And ecologists, of course, have a statistical way of calculating a species' trophic level. That's its level or its rank in a food chain. And predictably enough, no one has ever tried to apply this method to see where humans fall. That is until, as I read in the Proceedings of the Natural Academy of Sciences, that a group of French researchers finally decided to use food supply data from the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization to calculate the human trophic level for the first time in human history. And so they published their findings in the Proceedings of the Natural Academy of Sciences, and they're completely deflating for anyone who's taken pride in occupying the top position. So when it comes to where humans really rank on the food chain, you're not at the top, you're towards the middle, at a level similar to pigs and anchovies. So on a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being the score of a primary producer, which would be a plant, and 5 being a pure apex predator, which would be an animal that only eats meat and has few or no predators of its own, like a tiger, a crocodile, or a boa constrictor. Based on diet, humans score a 2.21, which is roughly equal to an anchovy or a pig. So, these findings should be common sense. Humans are omnivores. They eat a mix of plants and animals rather than top-level predators that only consume meat. Now, of course, this doesn't imply that you're middle level in that you routinely get eaten by higher-level predators, because in postmodern society, that at least is not a common concern. But to be truly at the top of the food chain, in scientific terms, you have to strictly consume the meat of animals that are predators themselves. Now, obviously, as frequent consumers of rice, salad, bread, broccoli, and cranberry sauce, among other plant products, human beings simply don't fit that description. So the researchers were led by Sylvain Bonhomme of the French Research Institute for the Exploitation of the Sea, using that FAO, that Food Administrative Organizational data, to construct models of people's diets in different countries over time. And they use this to calculate HDL, the human trophic level, in 176 countries. From 1961, that's before I was born, to 2009. And of course, calculating the human trophic level is straightforward. If a personal diet's made up of half plant products and half meat, then the trophic level is 2.5. More meat, the score increases, and more plants, and it decreases. And with the FAO data, they found that while worldwide the HDL is 2.21, it varies widely. Now, my old stomping grounds were the Horn of Africa, East Africa, where I served as a mercenary, and the country with the lowest score, where they're completely, vegetarian for all intents and purposes, was Burundi. Now, Burundi was a 2.04, representing a diet that is 96.7% plant-based. But don't let that fool you. I was a mercenary serving in that area. Burundi was once part of German East Africa, but Belgium won a League of Nations mandate in the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, the woman who delivered me from between her loins into this vale of tears, Diana Dietrich, was born, 1923. That was the year that the fucking Belgians, the same people who raped and pillaged the Congo and enslaved and killed and mass murdered millions, got a hold of Burundi. And subsequently, Burundi, with Rwanda, was transferred to the status of a United Nations Trust territory after the Belgians taught them to hate each other. And now, officially, the Republic of Burundi is a landlocked country in the Great Rift Valley, where the African Great Lakes region and East Africa converge on a historic kingdom in East Central Africa, south of the equator, one of the few countries in Africa whose borders were not determined by colonial rulers, but also one of the world's poorest nations, struggling to emerge from a bitter 12 years of genocidal, ethnic-based civil wars between Hutu and Tutsi, whom the Belgians taught to hate each other. And the Hutus and the Tutsis win at each other with genocidal abandon, no gas chambers, no machine guns. Machetes were enough to kill millions of people. These are plant eaters, mind you. So, humans may be sheep, but they're dangerous as hell. Now, the country with the highest meat-eating human trophic level was Iceland, with 2.54, reflecting a diet that contains slightly more meat than plants. On the whole, since 1961, the human species' overall human trophic level has increased just slightly from 2.15 to 2.21, but this averaged number obscures several important regional trends. There's a group of 30 developing nations in Southeast Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, including Indonesia, Bangladesh, and Nigeria, for example, that have human trophic levels below 2.1 during the entire period. But a second group of developing countries that includes India and China has a slightly higher HTL, our human trophic level measures, that have consistently risen over time, going from around 2.18 to over 2.2. And that's because they're all getting into meat, all starting to eat meat. The HTLs of the third group, Brazil, Chile, South Africa, several countries in Southern Europe have risen even further from around 2.28 to 2.33. But by contrast, the HTL in the world's wealthiest countries, including North America, Northern Europe, and Australia, was always extremely high for most of the study period, but decreased slightly starting around during the 1990s, going from around 2.42 to 2.4 because of everybody going vegan and vegetarian. And you've got this fifth group of small, mostly island countries with limited access to agricultural products, including Iceland and Mauritania, that have seen dramatic declines from over 2.6 to less than 2.5 as people are forced to start eating kelp and seaweed because they're fishing out the oceans dry. So all these trends correlate, it turns out, with a number of World Bank development indicators such as gross domestic product, urbanization, and education level. The basic trend, in other words, is that as people become wealthier, they eat more meat and fewer vegetable products until they finally realize that the meat is killing them, and they go vegan and vegetarian in compensation. So that's translated for the majority to massive increases in meat consumption in many developing countries that would include China, India, Brazil, and South Africa. It also explains why meat consumption has leveled off in the world's richest countries as gains in wealth has leveled off as well. And interestingly, these trends in meat consumption also correlate with observed and projected trends in trash production, data indicating that more wealth means more meat consumption and more garbage. But the environmental impacts of eating meat go far beyond the trash thrown away thereafter, because the quantities of water used, the greenhouse gases emitted, and the pollution generated during the meat production process, it's not a big leap to speculate that the transition of huge proportions of the world's population from a plant-based diet to a protein-oriented, meat-centric one is going to have dire consequences for us all. And unfortunately, like the garbage problem, the meat problem doesn't hint at any obvious solution. Billions of people are getting wealthier and having more choice over the diet they eat on a basic level. That's not a good thing. In an ideal world, we'd figure out ways to make that transition less damaging while still feeding huge populations. Now, exempli gratiae, some researchers have advocated for offbeat food sources like mealworms as a sustainable meat, while others are trying to develop lab-grown cultured meat as an environmentally friendly alternative. And really, it's like myself with the blood boys. Good milk comes from happy cows. Good blood comes from happy lads. Honestly. Meanwhile, in Sweden, they're proposing a tax on meat to curb its environmental cost, while government officials in the United Kingdom are urging consumers to cut back on their demand for meat to increase global food security and to improve their own health. Time will tell which of these approaches is going to stick. In the meantime, simply keeping track of the amount of meat you're eating as a society via the human trophic level could provide a host of useful baseline information. What I read was that HTL can be used by educators to illustrate the ecological position of humans in the food web, by policymakers to monitor the nutrition transition at global and national scales and to analyze the effects of development on dietary trends, and by resource managers to assess the impacts of human diets on resource use. In other words, monitoring the intricacies of your middling position on the food chain may yield scientific fodder to tackle problems like food security, obesity, malnutrition, and the environmental costs of the agricultural industry. That's admittedly a heavy caseload for a number that ranks you on the same trophic level as pigs and anchovies. Now, I'm no one to brag or to put myself above humans too highly, because I myself receive home-delivered meals from Meals on Wheels. I get more vegetables in me than most Americans do. But my mother, she was an apex predator. And I always wondered why my mother had an almost clinical obsession with serial killers and the mass murderers that she would make certain to speak with and ultimately enjoy the company of, until I realized that she fed off predators exclusively. The serial killers and the rapists and the mass murderers, who, by the way, for all of you you always hear the bullshit about serial killers like Ted Bundy and John Wayne Gacy, and it just goes on, and you're told how smart they are, how cunning they are, how intelligent they are. These are the stupid motherfuckers that got caught. It's kind of like when Peter Moon asked me about Shrimp Boy. I mean, he's kind of like a running joke amongst the Tong here in San Francisco as kind of like one of these show-offs and showy guys who got himself into a position where he could not get caught. Guys like that are not the ones that are really taking their cut out of society. Those are the ones that never get caught. Those were the ones my mother fed off of. My mother fed off the serial killers who were too smart for Americans to ever even know of. But thousands and thousands of Americans disappear not only every year, it's basically every month.
When you say fed off, you mean they were being provided to her?
No, my mother sought them out, and she's left a trail of them throughout her life. That was something that I realized as I came into maturity. So my mother was an apex predator.
Okay, so I get it. It's this is something I just am grokking for the first time. I mean, that it was, you've said she's a vampire, but it's like the real deal.
Yes. Yes. One that fed off other predators. The top of the food chain. And that was something that, you know, I just am physically incapable of being like my mother, in the sense that I simply cannot tolerate the amounts of blood that she could gorge on at a single time.
She was, I guess, undetected.
Very much so. And this was something that, of course, the only thing that brought my mother down ultimately was not age at all, but the incredible brain injury that she suffered from, catastrophic, that would have killed anyone else, but that she survived 10 years thereafter because of my care provision. That was helping, of course, but nevertheless, I tried to get her what we could in terms of blood, but without the kind of blood that she was able to get on her own, it was like feeding a wild predator in a zoo. Just after a while, just the predator loses interest in life, and that's what happened with my mother.
Thank you.
Now, so in terms of what happened with my psychiatrist and with the hospital experience thereafter, I'll still have some things to discuss as time goes on with Peter alone, but certainly, hopefully all of you have gotten a better perspective on what exactly has happened, and hopefully that this has been a learning experience for us all. But understand that even with Michael Aquino dead, the one name that did come up was Peter Levenda. So apparently Peter Levenda organized this. The attackers with the baseball bats, there was one thing they said, and this is where I do need to...
Excuse me, the attackers, this was just this last week.
It was 2 weeks ago, actually, approximately. And it took about 2 weeks, actually, for the internal injuries to get to the point where my body was internally digesting my own blood. So that much is medically undeniable. I mean, that's what the doctors themselves saw. And they were saying it's a miracle you're not vomiting coffee grounds, which is what I did when I was younger and suffered from bleeding duodenal ulcers. When you vomit coffee grounds, that means you're vomiting digested blood. So I did get to that point when I was young. And at this point, I had gotten to the point where I felt like I was going to vomit, but never got to that point where I actually did. And apparently, remember, when I was young and I was vomiting coffee grounds, I had not yet received the nanoplasma transfusion. So it may be impossible for me to get to that point with the nanoplasma in my system. But this should educate people somewhat. This is not a film where you've got something like, like Peter Moon was saying, there's no point in even trying to sue these people, and really they don't deserve to be sued. Somebody like Vin Diesel in that film they produced called Bloodshot, which is based on a comic book about someone with nanoplasma. And the guy's people are shooting him with machine guns, and he's reassembling while he's being shot. Of course, this is just bullshit. This is the kind of crap that people see in films, and then they hear me speak about nanoplasma, and they just don't get it. Okay, it doesn't work like that. What happens is, I've survived grievous injuries. I've survived literally dying multiple times. I've flatlined literally at this point probably half a dozen times in my life. By all accounts, I have no right to be alive. Multiple times over, I should be dead. But that works at its own speed. And it's not something you can see on screen. Well, I guess you can see it on screen, judging by what happened with the endoscopy and the colonoscopy. We saw it on screen that I was at one stage when I entered and was at a totally different stage when I left. And, of course, I left on my own 2 feet. So there you have that. I'm going to give my voice a little rest. I'm going to ask everyone to go into a roundtable. Our man Jameson missed most of what I was saying about the predation and the human trophic levels as a conclusion, but he can replay that later. And so in terms of everyone else, if anyone can participate, our man Pac-1.
Shit, man. You could, man, they could write a manga about your life.
Well, they have. I mean, this was what I was telling Peter Moon when I was dealing with the Teleport USA. Teleport USA brought in a number of people who were working with the manga and anime industries. So you could tell after the 1990s, the mid-90s was when there was a detraconic revolution in Japanese anime, manga, and anime. Anyone who's familiar with Japanime, like Brandon Zoget or yourself, know that and can actually trace that when that happened. And that's when you had the Hellsing anime, which started, of course, as all anime started as a manga, which is the comic book to animated cinematic feature transition. That Americans just don't have that transition here. But in terms of Japan and the European cultures, they do. Like, for instance, in America, nobody remembers this. But aside from what was produced with Immortal, which, of course, Peter Moon watched, and as well as Our Lady Manda Ute, Lena Shea had seen it before, produced based on the man who I learned a lot of my illustrative technique from, Benki Ilal. He, of course, was originally Yugoslav from the South Slavic lands, and he came to France, where the comic book industry in Europe enabled him to ultimately cinematically produce his storyboards. In terms of another comic that ran forever in France, Valerian, they brought out the film Valerian, the 1,000 Worlds. There was a subtitle or something like that, and that nobody in America saw that. But that's a French comic that everybody in France recognizes, and they all went to see it. And of course, it has the lovely what is her name again? Just a wonderful human being. One of these excruciatingly beautiful women who's a lesbian. But I forget her name now at the moment. But she starred in that film and just portrayed the comic book character as perfectly, of course, just ideally. But nobody in America saw it or could appreciate it. That it was just, I think it was the last film Rutger Hauer was in, actually. Of course, his entire life having been impacted by what he did with Blade Runner. But in terms of the Godzilla versus Kong film, there's definitely things that need to be emphasized with that. It was, oh, yes, I got my vaccine card. got my vaccine card, so that is something that is a prized possession of mine now. I'm going to explain later on tonight just how important that is. Over the weekend, when I got my shot, the United States shattered a coronavirus vaccination record. 4 million doses of the coronavirus vaccine were administered within 24 fucking hours. That's a record for these United States. And New Yorkers ages 16 and older will become eligible for the coronavirus vaccine the day after tomorrow. The expanded eligibility to all adults comes a month before President Joe Biden's May 1st deadline and a day after the state of New York lifts curfews on entertainment venues. So the question will be whether or not the Empire State of New York will require a vaccine passport, which is what I've got. And last week, Governor Andrew Cuomo announced the launch of Excelsior Pass, which is a free app that will allow businesses to scan a code to confirm whether someone has been vaccinated or tested negative for the virus. And to sign up New York residents, they're going to have to visit the Excelsior Pass website, where they'll be asked to enter their name, date of birth, and zip code, and a pass, or a QR code that can be scanned by businesses, will automatically be generated using data from state vaccination records or testing lab data. And no one is required to download the Excelsior Pass. Well, at least not according to the spokesman for the governor's office. But the pass generated on the website can be printed out, or you can show your vaccine card or evidence of a negative test result instead. And of course, by the way, in New York City, the homicides were up nearly 40% over the previous year by December 20th of yesteryear. And Mayor Bill de Blasio was saying those numbers should worry New Yorkers. I'll get a little bit into that later, but you know what really pissed me off? What I found out when I was at the hospital. Because when I was speaking to Donnie about the Arabs, and we got into talking about speaking Arabic for a bit. And then she called up some of the Arab news sites on the computer. She really wasn't supposed to do that I shouldn't say that. So she was calling it up on the hospital computer. She shouldn't have done that. And I couldn't believe that Egypt's first female ship's captain, Marwa El-Ladar, was blamed for blocking the Suez Canal. Now let me see if I can get her photograph up here in the scanner, because I just made certain to download her photographs, and I'm just glad that this is even cooperating with me right now. And I'll get this so at least the people who are with me can see her. And so let me enter that. And that is the young lady in question. And they were going to blame the Suez Canal blockage on this young lady. They did blame it on her. And she's completely innocent of that. She was nowhere near that ship. So it was about last month that...
Oh, you mean she wasn't even on the ship? Wow.
Yeah. It was last month that the 29-year-old captainess, Marwa El-Ladar, noticed something strange. News had broken out about the Ever Given, which had become wedged across the Suez Canal, bringing one of, the world's major shipping routes to a halt. And she checked her phone, and all the online rumors were saying she was the cause. Now, at the time of the Suez blockage, Ms. El-Ladar was working as a first mate in command of the Ida 4, I believe. That was hundreds of miles away in Alexandria. And that vessel, which is owned by Egypt's Maritime Safety Authority, runs supply missions to a lighthouse in the Red Sea. It's also used to train cadets from the AASTMT. That's the Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport. That's a regional university run by the Arab League. And rumors about Marwa El-Ladar's role on the Ever Given were largely spurred by screenshots of a fake news headline, supposedly published by Arab News, which said she was involved and directly responsible for the Suez incident. And that doctored image appears to be from a genuine Arab news story released on March 22nd, which profiles Marwa's success as Egypt's first female ship captain. And that picture's been shared dozens of times on Twitter and Facebook. Several Twitter accounts under her name were then established to spread false claims that she was the captainess of the Ever Given. Now, of course, she has no idea herself who spread this story or why they did it. It's, of course, not the first time she's faced challenges in an industry historically dominated by men. You know, at present, women only account for 2% of the world's seafarers. That's according to the International Maritime Organization. And I checked with them right away to confirm that. That's how I found out. Marwa, she says she's always loved the sea and was inspired to join the Merchant Navy after her brother enrolled at the AASTMT. And though the academy only accepted men, she applied anyway and was granted permission to join after a legal review that went all the way up to Egypt's president, Hosni Mubarak. And Hosni Mubarak is this wonderful human being who said, you must let her enter, and they overthrew him in a violent military coup. And during her studies, Ms. Esladar says, well, of course she faced sexism at every turn. She's dealing with Arabs. And after graduating, she rose to the rank of first mate and then captained the Ada 4 when it became the first vessel to navigate the newly expanded Suez Canal in 2015. And at the time, she was the youngest, well, she was the first female Egyptian captainess to ever cross the waterway. And in 2017, she was honored by the new president, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, during Egypt's Women's Day celebrations. And when rumors emerged about her so-called role in the Suez blockage, she feared for the impact it would have on her work, but she says she feels encouraged by some of the response. Now, next month is when Marwa Esladar will be taking her final exam to attain the full rank of captainess, and she hopes she can continue to be a role model for women in the industry. So she wrote out a statement. I'll read it later, but it's definitely something that it begins with the three words, "I was shocked." I felt that I might be targeted maybe because I'm a successful female in this field or because I'm Egyptian, but I'm not sure. On board, they were all older men with different mentalities, so it was difficult not to be able to find like-minded people to communicate with. It was challenging to go through this alone and be able to overcome it without affecting my mental health. People in our society still don't accept the idea of girls working in the sea away from their families for a long time. But when you do what you love, it is not necessary for you to seek the approval of everyone. This fake article was in English, so it spread in other countries all over the world. I tried so hard to negate what was in the article because it was affecting my reputation and all the efforts I exerted to be where I am now. The comments on the article were very negative and harsh, with death threats, gang rape threats, but there were so many other supportive comments from ordinary people and people, even people I work with. I decided to focus on all the support and love I'm getting, and my anger turned to gratefulness. Also, it is worth mentioning that I became even more famous than before. My message to females who want to be in the maritime field is fight for what you love and not let any negativity to affect you. And this is so important because, you know, the ships keep fucking crashing. You know, Peter wasn't here to hear it the last time I delivered it, but he got the message before I went live on transmission. The transmission prior April Fool's transmission, where I so appropriately gave everybody 20 minutes. But I explained to him that the lightning increases at sea and it follows the ships. And
I heard that. I listened to that.
Now, what you might not know is that 100 large vessels are lost every year because the maritime industry will not deal with this fact and it won't apply the lessons of aviation. When a big jet airplane crashes, it almost always makes headlines around the world, and for good reason. Fatal passenger accidents are extremely rare. Right now, though, The eyes of the world were on the Ever Given, were on this young lady. And that massive container ship that was stubbornly lodged between the banks of the Suez Canal, blocking Asia and Africa from each other, with this young lady being crucified as the scapegoat, the Ever Given's predicament, it might be highly unusual, but it's really typical. Seldom does a ship get stuck in the Suez, though it does happen every few years. And seldom does a maritime disaster attract such attention and wind up being used to target a young lady for total character assassination. But even though the world is incredibly dependent on ships like the Ever Given, which, as I said, was a Japanese contracted Taiwanese ship flying a Panamanian flag because Taiwan's not recognized as a legitimate nation state, this reality that pandemic-related disruptions have suddenly made visible, that major maritime incidents are surprisingly common. And according to the insurer, Allianz, 41 ships like the Ever Given, ships the size of the length of 4 football fields, were lost in 2019, and 46 in 2018, the year before. We're talking about almost half 100 ships 2 years in a row. That means over the past decade, about 100 super vessels have been lost annually. Why does this keep happening? Every maritime accident, like every plane crash, has its own unique failures, but one key to the improvement in aviation safety was the advent of a radical new approach to safety and training known as cockpit resource management or crew resource management. Now, airplane failures still occur, but they rarely become fatal catastrophes. The shipping industry has tried to learn from aviation success, dubbing its equivalent bridge resource management. But the implementation and modernization of the approach have completely failed. The result is ships destroyed, vital goods delayed, mariners' lives lost. We still don't have enough information to understand what happened with the Ever Given, believe it or not, with possible causes including, of course, the loss of power and the high winds combined. Now, I contacted Captain John Conrad, who's a merchant mariner who runs the maritime news site G-Captain, and he knows how many major ship incidents were a result of bad bridge resource management. And he said, well, what he said was everyone. He said they are all BRM problems. He said, we know how to do this. The maritime industry in the 90s took CRM, the basics, and they created BRM. They kind of dumbed it down a little bit. They have never updated it since the 90s. He says that's for good reasons, because the maritime industry is resistant to change, because when things change too quickly, people die. But I told him caution can shade into sclerosis, preventing needed updates. Shipping companies are also unwilling to make any major investments if their competitors aren't, for fear of losing margins in a competitive market. Conrad himself has worked on developing more up-to-date and rigorous BRM guidelines, but he struggled to get any traction. When aviation took off, it borrowed all of its titles, uniforms, and practices from seafaring. The man in that era, the man in charge of the plane, was a captain, and he wore naval-style insignia. His second in command was the first officer or chief mate, the person in charge of the cabin, as on a ship was the purser. At Pan Am, which you see in the movie 2001, as our man Peter Moon can attest, and which has since died and no longer exists, the lead pilots were known as clipper skippers. They were taking that name from the airline's famous flying boats. Now, a sea captain historically holds nearly absolute authority aboard his ship. He has the power of a priest. He can marry you, or rather have you married to someone else. He can hold that wedding, as if he were a man of the cloth. His power is unquestioned and unquestionable. In the British Navy, mutiny was a capital offense. Around the world, captains retain the power to conduct weddings. They are traditionally also expected to be the last off a sinking ship. If they leave it at all, they're really expected to go down with it. When the captain of the Costa Concordia fled his sinking ship, that sinking cruise ship in 2012, he was upbraided by Coast Guard officers and then the press. He was ultimately sentenced, I'm happy to say, to 16 years in prison, including 1 year for abandoning passengers. I think he should have been shot. Well, that would have been too good for him. Now, this power breeds an imperiousness among captains, and it translated to aviation. The journalist, William Langeschwisch, he recounted a first officer's quip that he was the captain's sexual advisor. He quoted him directly as saying, "Because whenever I speak up," he says, "if I want your fucking advice, I'll ask for it." But beginning in the 1970s, aviation experts realized that this approach was directly to blame for all the crashes that would have been prevented if pilots had heeded advice from their co-pilots, their flight engineers, hell, even their flight attendants. And in one famous CRM triumph, 3 pilots were able to save 184 of the 296 people aboard a 1989 United flight following a catastrophic engine failure. The captain, Alfred Haynes, later remembered, "Up until 1980, we kind of worked on the concept that the captain was the authority on the aircraft. What he says goes, and we lost a few airplanes because of that. Sometimes the captain isn't as smart as we thought he was. If I hadn't used CRM, if we had not let everybody put their input in, it's a cinch we would never have made it." Now, some aviation failures are still associated with bad cockpit culture. 6 months later, after that incident I've just described, an Avianca flight landing at JFK crashed, killing most everybody on board after it ran out of fuel, a problem that the National Transportation Safety Board attributed to poor communication both among the crew and with air traffic control. Still, the gains have been impressive, especially in these United States. From 2009 to 2018, not one single U.S. airline has ever had a single fatality. But these advances in aviation have never made it aboard ships. In 2015, the cargo ship El Faro sank in the Atlantic Ocean after sailing into Hurricane Joaquin, killing all 33 people aboard. A voice recorder on the bridge was later recovered, and it captured members of the crew questioning the insane captain's decisions and his cavalier attitude towards the storm. You can hear the second mate saying, "Think he's just trying to play it down because he realizes we shouldn't have come this way." And later, you can hear a sailor talking to this woman. It's a woman's voice you first hear, saying, "Nobody in their right mind would be driving into this." And she replies, "We are! Yay!" That's her last words. The captain, meanwhile, was complaining about having his own authority crimped by micromanagement on shore. Now, the NTSB's report on El Faro blamed the captain's decision to sail straight into the storm for the sinking, but they added, contributing to the sinking was ineffective bridge resource management on board El Faro, which included the captain's failure to adequately consider officers' suggestions. The board faulted junior officers for not speaking up, while acknowledging that in the marine industry, the gap between the captain and his less powerful subordinates, known as the power distance, can make it impossible for junior officers to even consider challenging a captain. Now, that report noted that the captain had not completed any training in BRM, and that the Coast Guard doesn't require any BRM refresher courses. And there's other BRM challenges beyond outdated hierarchies. While aviation uses English as a lingua franca, sailors come from around the world, and they don't always speak the same. Hell, they don't even have a common language. Many ships are also old and are not fitted with the most recent technology, adding friction points that matter in a delicate situation like that in the Suez. If an airplane has a mechanical problem, the pilot will receive an immediate notification. but a captain may have to call the engine room from the bridge to figure out what's even happening. The responsibility for pushing better standards must fall on the International Maritime Organization, which is a United Nations agency, and the United States government. But the U.S. Maritime Administration gets little attention. American mariners bridled at what they saw as indifference by the Obama administration and its slowness to fill the role of maritime administrator. The agency has often gone without an appointed head for long stretches of time, a level of neglect seldom accorded to the Federal Aviation Administration. The success of the aviation industry in improving standards and reducing accidents suggests it would be straightforward, if not easy, and valuable to do the same in shipping. But without improved bridge resource management, the maritime industry will remain just as stuck as the Ever Given was, and inescapably for much longer. You know, I mean, I get so angry when I think about all that my father taught me about the Navy and the maritime industry. And, well, Peter Moon can add just how he was looking at people on a ship with the tables and nothing was nailed down, and how all of that could turn into a life or death weapon of destruction once the ship hit violent waters or weather. Maybe you could tell us about some of these experiences, just based.
I mean, that never happened because they were tied down. But
okay.
on the rare occasion when something was not tied down, or something in your immediate vicinity of responsibility that you didn't tie down, and it could be something as small as a toaster or a TV set. Not that we had TV sets, but and it didn't require violent high seas, just normal high seas or normal seas, because a ship's going to rock, and it can really hurt somebody. It can hurt yourself or upset things. And especially working in a galley that I did in a kitchen.
Yes.
It's
knives.
What?
You've got boiling liquid. Please describe it. It's
yeah, and they have, ways to secure those, but it's not a joke, and you learn the hard way. If you can be casual at times, but you're risking that casualness will creep up on you, so you don't do it, and it's a constant battle with motion. There's also the potential to get sick, which it certainly can't be allowed in a galley, because yeah.
Of course, the food security naturally, but yeah, of course, my father, of course, was telling me about those very dangers. It's incredible.
He could tell a lot more stories because he spent a lot more time at sea and under a lot more different conditions. As much time as I did spend at sea, which is certainly a lot more than the average person who doesn't go to sea. It's, we might stay in a port a couple of weeks and then travel overnight and be in another port. It's not like we were out there all the time. The longest sea voyage I think I ever took was going from Curacao, which is right north of Venezuela, all the way up to Freeport in the Bahamas. That was it was a long journey. I don't remember how long it was, whether it was 2 days or 3 days or whatever it was. And that was relatively smooth. The Caribbean was relatively smooth compared to the Atlantic.
Thank goodness. Of course, they still have squalls. And
they have squalls. I don't remember any squalls, and they also have hurricanes. But of course, you don't travel during the hurricane season. Would end in October 15th. It would end, and that's when we sailed. That's when we did the sail. We waited for the hurricane season. Now the hurricane season extends into November and sometimes even beyond, which is it's not predictable anymore.
And if you could share a bit of the reasoning behind using the Panamanian flag, because of course the Sea Org was in a similar position, or Scientology was in a similar position to my native Taiwan, basically kind of like a renegade state, as it would be considered by the powers that be. If you could give us some context for all of that.
Panama is like is a place where anybody could buy, form a corporation and buy an identity, and Hubbard. All of the ships of the Sea Org flew under the Panamanian flag until the Excalibur, which was in the port of Los Angeles, switched to a Honduran flag. I don't remember why. It might have been some problem local to California, but we switched to the Honduran flag. And of course, because, as I explained to you, Scientology was when I was on the ship in 1972 and 1973, it was exclusively in Portugal and Morocco. And both of those countries are religious states. Well, the king of Morocco, but it's an Islamic state, and Portugal is a Catholic state. So when you have a avant-garde or fringe religion like Scientology, you are under high suspicion by the state itself, let alone, like if you had, you're going to have a heavy CIA influence with the Catholic Church, and you're going to have a, William Casey was really tied to the Catholic Church. He was the head of the CIA. And you had, what's his name, in the Islamic State, you had all sorts of, in Morocco, King
yes.
Hassan, you had all sorts of intelligence people from the Mossad, MI6, the French intelligence agency, and the CIA. So you had, if you didn't have just a pure religious prejudice against a religion such as Scientology, you had a governmental position against it. So they had a phony corporation called the Operation and Transport Corporation, OTC. You went there as an employee of OTC. You're a management consultant. They had a big banner on the gangway, which would say Operation and Transport Corporation. And this was what you told people. It was called an acceptable truth, because if you told them who you really are, it's just going to irritate everybody. It's going to alienate people, and it's going to cause multiple distractions for the organization. And people consider it a scam and an outrage that they did this, but what do you do? It's like volunteering. Scientology, talking about Scientology was volunteering too much information. And you're just trying to sit in the port for a couple of weeks. You're going to buy from their chandlers, the people will bring groceries and whatnot. You're going to circulate some economy into the local town, and you're going to mind your own business. In the case of Morocco, it got into more than that.
Yes.
But,
oh, God.
Yes. But that's essentially what they did for years before that developed. That they were in Morocco for years before that developed, and that was at the instigation of Colonel Alfker, who was very interested in overthrowing the king and wanted to use Scientology to to keep security and determine who was doing what. So, but basically, and of course, other people who might have a Panamanian flag might want to do business outside of the eyes of governmental regulations, typical governmental regulations. And of course, people say, well, that's illegal. That's wrong. Well, what did Apple Computer do? Everybody used to go incorporate in the Isle of Man or Ireland so they wouldn't have to pay taxes. Apple had a big thing. This is what people do. You avoid, like if you're going to get, are you going to volunteer to pay extra money if you don't have to? This is ridiculous. The people think it's an outrage because why would you do this? Because you feel good about the country, about paying taxes?
Yeah, this.
People are so naive.
Yeah.
And even Tucker Carlson pointed out, of all people, that taxes are just not necessary because we're just printing money by the trillions. The amount of money, especially the average Joe, his tax dollar, it's like a piss in the bucket. It's like, why do we pay taxes? Taxes are about control and regulation. It's controlling people from getting too much money. And now we have people with too much money. And by the way, I'm going to have to retire because I've been traveling for 3 days.
Oh my goodness. Yes, thank you for being with us.
Yeah, in Washington. Thank you very much for the report on yourself. And we'll talk as soon as you're ready
Yes.
about everything. I want to hear more about what you just talked about tonight. And Paula sends her regards. She had to go to bed.
Oh, bless
but
her.
She sends her regard, and she's very glad you're okay, because that was the first thing she asked me about when we came home.
Please go on. Finish what you were going to say first before I kind of, let you go. I did want to ask maybe one question. You and I will speak of it privately, of course, but I do hope that your time over the past few days was pleasant.
Well, yeah, Washington. We were in Washington, D.C., which was very coincidental and synchronistic because upon our return, she got to see the Capitol and the mall.
The cherry blossoms? Did she see the cherry blossoms?
Yeah, cherry blossoms were out in bloom, and she got to go to the Lincoln Memorial, the Reflection Pool with the Korean War Memorial, the Washington Monument, and we drove to the Capitol building. The White House is very hard to see. You can see it from certain angles because it's all fenced up. The Capitol building is too, but you can get a very good view of the Capitol building. Surprised of its enormity. But that was her takeaway moment was the Capitol building. She couldn't believe how big it was. And I remember a day when I just walked up there, walked in the back, and walked into the balcony, and I could watch the Congress in there, talking about a bunch of shit. This was 1980, and there weren't very many people there, but it was the Congress in session. You could do that back in the day. Now, you cannot.
By the way, while you were gone, I made a joke with Brendan Zogit that you tried to ram the police officers. We were having some fun with that. That was just awful, of course. But
tried to ram the police officers.
Yeah, you heard about what happened, yes? Of course.
Recently or back in...
Oh, God, no. It was just while you were there in Washington, D.C., a man was killed.
What happened?
A man killed 2 Capitol police officers. He rammed his car into them, and then they had to kill him. No, I didn't hear this at all. I had asked the attendant at the hotel. I said, is there any political unrest going on? He says, no. Holy shit! Hey,
no, because you don't see it. I mean,
guys, help me on this. Come on, Jameson, Derek, Pac One, Amanda. I mean, help me on this.
I believe it's true, but I didn't catch any word of it. Of course, when you turn on the news on cable TV at night, not that I did, you're not going to necessarily get local channels anymore. That's a thing of the past. You get CNN or something else. So I wasn't watching CNN. I wasn't watching much of anything, but and I wasn't spending that much time in front of the TV.
Yeah,
so
it happened as soon as you got there. That was what made it. It was 2 days ago. So we're talking about U.S. Capitol police officer died. One, of course, critically injured, and in a hospital, the man himself who tried to kill them both was killed. He drove his car into a security barricade at the Capitol complex. It was on Friday. It was on Friday when he did this. So
Friday, we were driving into town and certainly didn't encounter or even hear about it.
Wow.
There was the majority of I would say, safe to say, 80 and possibly more % of the people on the mall were not Caucasian, and they looked like they were
That's a pretty
either
spot.
full-fledged immigrants or were working towards that way.
Wow, that's amazing. And how did that feel? How did Paula feel seeing that?
Well, she was just noticing the sights. I don't think she was watching the people too much.
Okay.
So it was, you're just looking around and taking in the sights, and it was a very nice day, a little on the cold side, but it was very nice. But what the one, and then she also, when we returned home, she got her passport. So now she's, really full-fledged American citizen. And of course, it was not easy to get that. Our Mexican friends are struggling to stay in this country legally. You hear about all these people crossing the border. I think you're in a much better position on many levels if you're doing this the old-fashioned way, because the people that you hear about all the benefits they get, I wouldn't desire to be in their positions, although it might be a much better position than being in a Latin American country where they're suffering even worse. So, but the couple takeaways from it, I did learn, and you might know on this and maybe go into a future show, there were some people who were there in front of the Lincoln Memorial talking about the country of Tigray. I didn't know what Tigray was.
Right.
It's a region in northern Ethiopia.
Correct.
And there's genocide going on there. And they told me, and I said, who is this? And they said, it's the Ethiopian government. And I said, I took their literature. I said I would look it up. I told them that I was friends of the Moors in New York, and they knew exactly what I was talking about. It really made them happy. And they told me of, the ancient name of Ethiopia, I think was Amexem. And I said, this is an ancient name of America as well. Yes, we know. So it was very nice to just, well, it wasn't nice to hear about the genocide, but they were there protesting the genocide. Another group protesting similar abuse in Yemen. Mm-hmm. And that was about all the protests I saw. There was a homeless man I gave $1 to, and I had to really put it in front of his face because I don't know if he could even see very well. Wow. But I gave him $1, and then I got the homeless vibe when we were going to dinner. I didn't see a lot of homeless people. They were there, but I didn't see a whole lot of them.
Right.
But they were intense, and I walked by, and there was a black groundskeeper, and he said, you kind of mumbled, support the homeless or something like, you got to take care of the homeless, like it was my or our direct responsibility. I said, why is he mumbling this to me?
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Because I realized it was because I gave the $1, so I was on the frequency of the homeless. Okay. And what I realized is there should be a program for people above a certain income, like above $400,000, because they're saying we're only going to this. I don't know if this is true because there's so much double talk with politics, but Biden says he's only going to tax the people above 400,000. The people who make a certain wage that's like above 400,000 should be required to adopt a homeless person to get rid of homelessness. This does not mean, although it could mean, when you have busing, it doesn't mean they have to live in your house. They can live in a gatehouse or something if you're that rich. They can live in your second house, but they should be forced to adopt a homeless person. And it could even go by income, like that Jack Twitter of the CEO of Dorsey. I'm reversing the names on purpose. He should be, and maybe he does so. I think he's helping fund the money dump in Oakland to help people of color have equitable income. That is a positive thing. So he's at least doing something. But when you take, like, they have these commercials, send $5 to, support this or that, dying puppies or whatever it is. Dying puppies aren't funny, but I mean, and some of those are just
not laughing at the animal. Yeah,
I know you're not, but they're it's a manipulation. But the thing is, when you give, they should be required to do more. Like you adopt a kid and you adopt kids through programs, and they have these programs. Well, they should have substantial programs to adopt people in poverty conditions in America till we have no more poverty. This is sort of like the segregation of busing, which, and I mean, I used to hear all about busing, but I was never subjected to busing. I never knew anybody who was, because I lived in areas where they didn't have it.
Well, you know me now, and I was bussed when I was a kid, and I can tell you about that sometime. By the way, before you go, there's 3 things I want to bring up. The first thing that I want to emphasize, just to get this out of the way, is that what happened was that the individual in question in Washington who attacked the Capitol Police, he's 25 years old. His name is Noah Green, and this unfortunate individual who rammed his car into 2 officers at the barricade outside the U.S. Capitol, killing one of them and injuring the other critically before he was shot to death by police, has apparently been suffering from delusions, paranoia, and suicidal thoughts. So they feel it's the isolated incident of a disturbed young man. But as Jameson Reese points out, they've removed all of his online posts whereon he described himself as being under government thought control and convinced he was being watched. He described himself as a follower of the Nation of Islam and, of course, Louis Farrakhan, and spoke of going through a difficult time when he leaned on his faith. And so some of these messages were captured by a independent hacker group which tracks online activity, and they've published some of them, and they're fairly innocuous stuff that he was saying. But this is the second line of duty death this year in terms of on-site fatality. Other officers have been killing themselves. So in the Capitol Police Department. So things are really bad there for them. If you're a Capitol Police service person, these are bad times. The other thing that I wanted to point out, simply because it's so fucking amusing, before you go, I will be outlining these vaccination cards. But to give you an idea of what could be considered almost sinister, there's a lot of benefits to them that are being offered, aside from what would be considered the health benefits of getting the vaccine, which of course has its own controversy. There's perks that come with a vaccine card. There's businesses across the United States, from bars to marijuana dispensaries, that are offering these perks. Krispy Kreme donuts, Jameson, for instance, has said last week that for the rest of the year, it will give 1 free glazed donut per day to anyone who presents proof of a COVID-19 vaccination. Which is true. Which is what Michael Tattersfield, the company's chief executive, told Fox News. So this is why everyone's favorite conspiracy theorist, Marjorie Taylor Greene, that memberess of Congress from Georgia, has branded these vaccine passports as Biden's mark of the beast. I mean, when it comes to
Biden, to his credit, has said that this is not the role of government. He's encouraging private companies to do this sort of thing, because he purports to believe in the vaccine, probably does, although it's been suggested he didn't take the actual vaccine. But
that might be true for all we know. Well, I can tell you the paperwork I was giving says right on the paperwork, there is no guarantee that this works. I mean, I could read the paperwork next time.
Well, there's a lot of responsibility waivers in the whole vaccination process. It's technically an experimental thing, and it's technically not a vaccine. It's an immune booster. But whatever, it is what it is, and some people are going to accept it. Some people are going to reject it. Incentives are being offered, and there's going to be resistance. Much of the resistance isn't reported, but it's very present.
I'll certainly report on it tonight, and it's definitely it's an issue. It's definitely this is the culture war that we're in now, is a vaccine culture war, and we'll see what happens with it, because obviously, like with Major League Baseball, the corporations are starting to obviously pitch in, and you are aware, of course, Major League Baseball is pulled out of Atlanta. You've heard of this, right?
Yes, I've heard of that, and the New York Mets opener was the first 3 games with the Washington Nationals were canceled because of COVID with the Washington team. I was wondering about that because we were going to Washington, and I think tomorrow night's game against somebody else was canceled, I heard, with the Washington Nationals. So it's definitely a thing of the times. People look to Israel for a model. Now, of course, the difference between the United States and Israel is a tyrannical state.
Yes.
It is a democracy / tyranny.
Yes.
And there is a certain freedom of democracy, but there's also a tyrannical autocracy that goes on there with from different angles. So you have to have a vaccine, but if you don't, you can still get groceries. They will bring the groceries to you, or you can they'll let you go to the groceries. So I have heard. That's Israel. So you don't have to have the vaccine. I've asked about the Palestinians, but I don't have an answer there.
Right.
So
but by the way, because Israel has normalized the relations with the Arab world, and we can go into the geopolitics of that next time, but because they've done so, in Morocco, they're expecting to try and boost their economy based on a resurgence of Israeli tourism, because so many Jews were expelled during the early Arab-Israeli conflicts of the 1960s and 70s, when Jews just had to pack up everything and leave, and took everything they could with them. There's still much Jewish estates, property that's still there, and people are going to try and visit their homes, maybe even resettle or repurchase.
It was traditionally a big Jewish population in Morocco.
Yeah.
Very big Jewish population, and I think there are still a lot of Jewish people there, no matter what they say.
Right, that makes sense. By the way, before you go, one last thing. When we were talking about the samurai crabs and the whale songs, the important Shinto context for the what we were talking about with that lady who did so much to isolate radiation in the ocean was that the Japanese in World War II, based on their own Shinto belief system, were essentially, for lack of a better term, fishing for Mu, the undersea continent, to see if they could reestablish communications through the whales who sang and communicated. They felt that this might be a way to fish for an ally, a potential ally, even though they were ambivalent about the legacy of past hostilities, which I articulated to you to a degree. That's just so you have the Shinto context for what was going on with her discovering that so far region of the ocean, and coming to the ability that emerged from that, the technological ability to ascertain radiation and its distribution atmospherically as well as oceanically. And this is what, of course, enabled them to know that the Americans had blown an atomic bomb at Trinity site. So that has some context to it. And so people might think in the West that, well, this is based on a completely irrational belief system that as Westerners would perceive it, leading to something accidentally. The reality is, as I've said before, it's this very religious context, such as Zen Buddhism, wherein Japanese attribute a soul into inanimate objects, that a soul can enter them as it does exist in trees and stones and rocks and various elemental, organic and also inanimate or inorganic, like stones or rocks, mountains with their own souls and character. The Japanese imbuing this upon these enables them to conceive of the Buddha and the robot, the soul and the biofacsimilacra. This is something that enables them to attain technological heights that, as Jameson says, why objects can be cursed or enchanted. This has enabled Japan to attain technological heights the West has not. And it's so what the West perceives
it's
as
like a mechanic who can make a car work better.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
The mechanic, the machines will respond better or more quickly or whatever. And this is known by mechanics.
Yes.
Then if somebody goes in there fumbling around and screwing, the engine will pick up the consciousness of the mechanic.
Yes, this is true. And even Lena Shea was observing something I always knew. The children playing with toys, they imbue a kind of soul in their own toys. You probably know that from, of course, your time your daughter was growing up and you had to engage in...
She wasn't, I don't remember her having really significant toys like I did when I was a kid. I think our generation was more of a toy generation than hers. It's not that she didn't have any, but it's... She just didn't seem so toy driven.
Interesting. That's interesting. Well,
I mean, she had some dolls, but and certainly stuffed animals, but I just don't remember. I should talk to her about it.
Yeah.
I mean, she'd love to go in Toys R Us, but I don't remember, it being toy happy whatsoever.
Interesting.
But certainly, and because you said some parents who just buy every piece of crap that's on TV, and I remember going, I want that, and it's just like anything she'd see on TV, I want that, but I don't remember it being a big deal either. I just, but whatever. Yes, definitely. She was able to. Do you remember the Furby?
Yes.
She was able. You couldn't get a Furby. Yeah. You could not get a Furby because they're also. I was able to get her a Furby, flown in overnight from Japan.
Holy shit!
Because my girlfriend had connections over there with the opera.
Incredible. Was this through Scientology?
No, it's my girlfriend.
Okay.
Who worked for the opera, and she used to say, they go over, go to people knew better than to go over there because of the Fukushima crisis.
Right.
And people lie, oh no, there's no problem over there, and people come back sick. There was this whole thing. It's stuff you never hear about. But she got my daughter a Furby, and she never really appreciated how all the lengths I had to go to get her a Furby. It didn't even cost me anything, and this is when you couldn't even get a Furby.
Right? Oh my God!
And she got it, and I guess she threw it out. I said, "You don't sure you don't want to save this? It's going to be a collector's item." No, I don't want it. So it went out in the garbage.
Oh my God!
Years later, when she grew up,
Yeah. Oh, just hearing that is painful. But I really appreciate what you did for her. And of course, what's so funny is that Fukushima is where Abdul Karim Haq went up to Fukushima and was touring around there. He was talking about how idyllic it was. It doesn't seem
20 years. I'm talking about in the 1990s,
right?
Or the early 2000s, and
yeah, you're talking about right after the meltdown, right? After 3/11.
Was reasonably. I don't know when the meltdown was, but it was reasonably.
It was. When was the meltdown? Can anybody help me with this? It was
2011.
Yeah,
2011.
No, 2001, wasn't it?
2011.
No, it was 2011. Yeah, it was the year my mother died. How could I forget? Yeah, 2011. Yeah.
Wait, there was problems. I don't think. No, this wasn't well. Let's see. Sure, it was 2011.
Yeah. It's hard for me to believe either. I know, but it's true.
Well,
it feels like yesterday. Or
I guess
it feels
I
like
was hearing
years.
that different. Yeah, 2011.
Feels like 100 years ago. I know. It was the year my mother died. It was because she died right after Fukushima. Yeah, it was.
Those were two disrelated incidents that I was conflating together. But certainly.
But I mean, yeah, it seems like That was still a long time ago, right? 11 years ago, I guess. Yeah.
That wasn't the Furby incident. That was the Fukushima, when she was telling me about the Fukushima, because she still worked at the opera then.
Okay.
And the other thing about the police or military presence in Washington, as far as I was concerned, it was zilch. You didn't see it. You had the fences. Paula said, "Oh yeah, I've seen some military people." I saw some military people. They were standing here and there, but there weren't very many. They had little outhouses if they needed to use them. There were people on top of the White House. There were people there. But if you had a crack team of commandos, like you see in some movie,
right,
you could wipe the shit out of these people. And if you had the right equipment, God.
I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly.
Because you have a military. You're a military historian. Yeah. But what these people are there for is to get anything obvious or prevent anything that would occur, like on January 6th. But it's like people were there.
They're there as bowling pins for various disturbed individuals to ram their cars into.
This is what I don't think there's been any incident like that in recent times. And, people in Washington, and Paula commented quite correctly, it's a very polite town. I said the word is genteel. It has a certain amount of Southern charm that's not really Southern. It's a very polite town, extraordinarily polite. It's always been that way. And these are just the people. And it was quite pleasant. The people were all very pleasant. They're not like New Yorkers, and that's not to say that New Yorkers can't be pleasant, but it's a very different vibe.
Yes.
And it's not a vibe you're going to see in North Carolina. There's a certain sophistication. And I did not get a chance to ask anybody, but when I was there in 1980 and lived there, there was a rule that you didn't criticize the president.
Right.
It didn't matter who it was, because the president is trying to make the country work. This did not apply. I don't know how it applied to the people of Washington. I'm not talking about people outside of Washington, but the people of the actual town. And I think, there was a lot of anti-sentiment towards Trump, which would have broken the rule. I don't know how it was with Bush and Clinton, because you're all part of a team. And although I was never a part of the team, I felt it when I was there, because I was educated in what goes on there. You're always interested in the culture of Washington, D.C., and it has no pollution because it has no industry. So that's nice. You only have car pollution, and with all of the restriction on exhaust, it's probably better than ever before. But I'd say that whatever defense they're putting up on the Capitol doesn't seem to be too needed. I don't know that it should be withdrawn, just from a pragmatic standpoint, because if you opened up the gates to the Capitol building and to the White House, you're asking for trouble at this stage of the game.
Yes.
And they're heavily criticized for keeping up the gates, and look what they've done to this country. On the Republican side, they criticize them. However, and I think that they brought on all this themselves, but to take away that stuff is it's inviting trouble that you don't need, or they don't need. So,
yes.
She's got her passport. She's got a full. She can now travel out of the country and into the country as a U.S. citizen, and this is a very wonderful thing for her. It's a wonderful thing for me, and it was. And she really wanted to see it, and now that she's seen it and touched the Capitol, great. And it's kind of neat. I guess my other impression is you see all this stuff on the war and Roosevelt talking about World War II, or there's quotes from him. I didn't go to his memorial. He has one there. But you see that there's this veneer of bullshit that people believe in.
Yes.
And somehow, and when you're there and you spend time there, particularly when I was younger, you feel the vibe of the United States. Everything you read, we learned in school, at least in my generation, and that this is the United States, and it really is a country, it really is a government. And I wouldn't say pride is the word, but recognition. And you've got all these people from all these countries, they're all here and they're Americans. And this is what America is. It's all these different people, and they're living, and it welcomes people that other countries cannot handle. And because of population and whatnot, the population of Transylvania started the whole problem, because what would happen is, and Radu discusses this in his books.
Are you speaking of Transylvania in the North America, or Transylvania back in the old
in Europe?
Okay.
Because this is where civilization came out of. And as people would farm up all the land, there was no room for people. So they'd say, okay, you say to your kids, your grandkids, you can't stay here. You got to go. You got to go. So this is how Europe was settled. And you got to go. And so it becomes like, what is the term Hitler used?
Lebensraum, living space. Yes.
Living space. Yeah, you got to have living space. So, and even Europe runs out of living space. So they come to America, where there's lots of living space. So this is what America is, because there's living space here, not only for the Europeans, but for the Asians. And then you have this beautiful ideals, America the Beautiful, which is something that people who are gainfully employed and whatnot can appreciate and love. And even the Romanians I met would talk to me about the American dream. They recognize the American dream as, what is a dream? It's like having, 2.5 kids and a house and a car and a good job. That's the American dream. And that means something to people in Romania and people elsewhere in the world, because it's not a dream you can execute in Romania if you're an average citizen. So it's even harder to execute here in this day and age. It didn't used to be, but it's very challenging to grow up into this unless you happen to be really gifted and can figure out, Bitcoin before it happens, or GameStop, or if you're really gifted, so be it. The dream exists for anybody, but it does not exist for the status quo average person.
That's right.
But on the underbelly, you have a completely grotesque, concocted bunch of Hellfire Club and other negative stuff going on with the Founding Fathers and all of this stuff that remains invisible to people. It's the same with Disney World and Disneyland. You have the happiest place in the world above ground, but beneath ground you have all this secret stuff that goes on.
Yeah. Yes.
So, including, whatever. But so this is what you see, and you can see, the happiness, and you can see, I didn't dwell on it. I mentioned to her the book I have on the David Childress publishes on the pentagram, the Washington, D.C. being architecturally based on an upside down pentagram.
Right. But
you don't, that's part of the mystery of life. There's an above ground and there's a below ground. So be it. It was a wonderful trip. Thank you for telling me about this for.
By the way, in terms of Disneyland, there's some poor bastard spent $15,000 to get to Disneyland, refused to get his temperature checked at Disney Springs, so he was arrested at the Disney Resort in Florida after spending $15,000 to get there, and instead of spending the day at the happiest place on earth, he spent the day in prison. God, that's just awful for refusing.
Well, you know, in this day and age, you have to be very intelligent about wearing your mask, and you know, it becomes a social affront not to wear a mask. And whether you believe in it or not, you don't get anywhere by fighting the policy.
Yeah. Well, he was refusing a temperature check at Disneyland. Of course, this may be simply a statement. I mean, maybe
they wanted to put the thermometer up his ass.
Well, I'm fortunate in the fact that I mostly got it in my mouth. The only time it was stuck in another part of my body was in my underarm. But
they put it on your head. They can do it on your head. They do that at the dentist.
Yeah.
And I asked the lady at the dentist, I said, have you ever gotten somebody who failed the temperature test? She says, no.
Okay.
Nobody ever failed it. So, I mean, the COVID stuff will go on for a while. Some people will try to make it last longer than maybe it needed, but everybody seems to cope with it. You know, the ball games or the fans, they've had fans in Yankee Stadium, up to 20,000 people, I think, or up to 20% capacity. So life is going back to normal, but it's going slowly. And people who don't believe in vaccines or don't believe in masks will do far better to at least follow the, the status, at least make people think you're following the status quo. Vaccines is another issue, but people can escape the vaccine very easily because it's not going to be law. It's going to be moral, moral influence. And I know businesses, this is important. There's two things. Is this rules? This is important to say for people who are very upset with the tyrannical controls of the government. Saturn rules Capricorn, which is government and corporations. The corporations are even more tyrannical than the government right now. So witness the harnessing of the news during the election by Twitter and Google, which they're now saying, oh, no, we had that wrong. We shouldn't have banned the stuff about Hunter Biden. Oh, we made a mistake. So that was done purposely, because what fools, how stupid could you be to vote for Biden and then say, I'm not going to vote for Biden because of Hunter. Hunter's obviously corrupt and Joe is too. I mean, what? They're all corrupt. But it's like, I can't believe that anybody who voted for Biden would have changed their mind if they saw that story. But maybe that's true. They wanted to make sure. So anyway, this whole tyrannical, which is Capricorn and Saturn, it's squaring with Uranus 3 times or 4 times this year. I don't remember which. And these squares bring up issues of Uranus's revolt. Uranus is upsetting the apple cart. So this is going to happen in 3 phases this year. And when Uranus squares Saturn, it always wins in astrologically, because it's the outer planet. So all of this effort to control you with Cuomo's Excelsior Pass, it's not going to stick. It's not going to stick. And the other thing is, business is ruled by Mercury, commerce, and Mercury is a thief, and Mercury is deceptive. All the attributes of, he stole Apollo's cattle. He's going to get around the rules. So if you can imagine patrons in a restaurant, they're only, like Florida, they're doing business as usual. But they're going to do a business is going to do everything it can to make money. And there will be certain times when you have to follow the rules, but they'll do everything to break the rules. There will also be people at CVS that will, give you a vaccine without giving you a vaccine for $500, $300, or whatever the price is. And you get the the barcode scan into your Excelsior iPad. I mean,
holy shit. Well, I mean, since my own paperwork that I've got says there's no guarantee this is going to protect you at all. I mean, you wonder why people would bother.
Yeah, there are other issues, but it's just all it is. It's a phase that people are going through, and I know you probably in China they've had much bigger health crises than we're having here, where people take it much more serious, because it is much more serious than what's going on. Not to minimize the seriousness here, not to endorse it either, but not to minimize it. In China, they've had crazy stuff going on with no agendas to having crazy stuff going on, where nobody's benefiting from.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. Very astute. And by the way, when I got the shot, I came home and pretty much collapsed. I mean, I don't mean it to sound that dramatic, but I had to go to sleep. And when I slept for like, I mean, I slept. It was about 18 hours after getting that shot, something close to that. I really had to, in other words, it wiped me out. And I felt...
It's supposed to, under the best of circumstances, it's supposed to stimulate your immune system, which means it's going to make you sick. Now, the sickness might not be real bad. It might be tolerable. In some cases, it goes haywire. And then there's all this narrative controlling on what happens. But that's the fact. It's an immune booster, so it's got to stimulate your immune system. So yeah, this happens with any normal vaccine or booster or immune booster. This, unless it's like homeopathic, then nobody talks about homeopathy. Heaven forbid. It's just not the way people think. So, but yeah, so the fact that it's going to stimulate your immune system, and I don't think anybody has issues with the immune system. I think people have issues with other aspects of the vaccine and the agendas attached to it. But so be it. As I say, this will pass, and it may not pass. But as I say, things are going back to normal slowly but surely, and the population is generally panicked. And they did say at the hotel we were in that they would open up the breakfast room tomorrow. You had to get your breakfast, your free breakfast, and go up to your room. But tomorrow, on Monday, they would open it up.
Wow.
which is quite a change. So, this will go. And Bucharest, they're having a big increase in COVID. And they were peaking last week. One of my friends told me.
Yeah.
So that's blah 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 blah. But as long as you take the right vitamins and
how are Paula's relations doing over there? Are they isolating themselves or holding
They're
out?
doing absolutely fantastic. They're doing absolutely fantastic, except maybe they're getting a little tired from certain construction projects that they're involved in, which can't really be talked about too much. But there's a lot happening there, and so
Does this still have to do with the ham radio in the cave, or?
No, it has nothing to do with the ham radio.
Oh, okay.
That's my project. But yeah, so I've got where I heard somebody got a shot and got real sick. I'm trying to think if that was I think a Romanian friend.
Huh.
That they somebody's. Oh yeah, they told me they got a shot and they got real sick, and it was
what was the company? What brand of shot was it?
Well, my friend got the Pfizer shot, but he wasn't the one who got sick.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if it was a relative or a. Oh, I know. It was the professor of his child. I'm trying to think if it was the son or daughter. I think it was the son that I went up to Choclavina with, and his professor. I think the professor or the professor's daughter got the shot and got real sick.
Oh God, that's awful.
So, well, these things are going to happen, and I mentioned Marvin Hagler. He definitely, I can tell you from reading between the lines, he definitely died as a result of the vaccine. Marvin Hagler, the famous boxer, Marvelous Marvin Hagler, and it was announced by his opponent, they probably loved each other years later, Thomas Hearns. Thomas Hearns said that he got the shot, he went in the ER, and he died from a breathing condition. And then they had his wife come out to get Agent Tommy Hearns, and she sounded uneducated or very unspoken in terms of the English language. And she made this comment, which, would convince nobody. That, no, I had nothing to do. Like, who the hell is she? She's not even a medical person. If somebody gets a vaccine and they have acute breathing problems, SARS stuff. This is what he said in Bucharest, SARS. They got SARS, which is acute, severe
respiratory syndrome.
Yeah. So that's what it is. It's breathing. So when you have it, you have it. Now, look at, I'm suspicious as anybody of the vaccinations. But when something is this obvious, and even under the best of circumstances, this stuff is going to happen. Look at, you're stimulating the guy's immune system. He reacts badly. He can't breathe. What the hell else is it? A coincidence? So, unfortunately, and he was a great athlete, Marvin Hagler, and so was Hank Aaron, who was a much older athlete, but nevertheless an athlete. And he's sitting there touting the vaccine, and he falls over dead.
Jesus. I mean, that's so classic. I mean, that's like this classic, example of ironic, tragedy where somebody does something like that to prove that something is safe, and they go for it and then just die like I mean, that's just awful.
Well, yeah, it's the whole thing is ridiculous, and my relatives in Romania are not going to be doing it. They're very much, in fact,
Jesus,
the
Jason,
one thing
you gotta survive the night. Holy shit.
All right, I'm sorry about that.
They see this thing as becoming much worse with people dropping dead, and it could take 10 years. I'm not that negative about it, and I'd say if it is true that you can make a good argument for it, that this is designed, not all of them, but at least one of them, is to make people drop dead in 10 years' time. I'm not so sure that the immune system couldn't overcome that, or the incredible aspects. But who the hell knows? It's like, and who the hell knows? Nobody even knows what's being put in their body, to tell you the truth. And if you trust the drug that's being manufactured, what about the person who's actually shooting into you? Is he putting, bazooka bubble gum in there or something? Who the hell? You don't know what he's putting in there. You're trusting. So
well, so much of what we do is based on trust. I mean, oh my God, it's incredible.
It's astounding. Every time we eat a piece of bread,
yeah,
it's like who put that in, because it gets found out very fast if somebody poisons the bread. And this happens in China routinely, when they'll start, sticking stuff in the wallboard, and then everybody complains about the wallboard, and then it'll get back to the company that's doing it in China, and then the government will hang them.
No, unless, of course, they bribe the government. That was the thing I was bringing up about my gang brother Beaver. He was pointing out that of all the people going back and forth from communist China, he would be the least who needs he needs to worry the least about that kind of exit ban and entry, the kind of games they play with other people, because he's truly criminal, and the government is criminal, and he exists in a world of bribery so that he's immune. Whereas these other people don't think like that. They're not processing like that, and they're victimized by a criminal government. And in this case...
So are you saying that if Beaver was messed with... Well, first off, he's not going to be messed with, but if he was, he'd pull out a $100 bill or something?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, basically, it's kind of like what L. Ron Hubbard was thinking when he was going around Morocco with a bunch of $100 bills sewn into his jacket, right? It's kind of like that. It's
worth like $3,000 worth of negotiable currency in his jacket, sewn into his jacket. But
in Beaver's case, it's actually... it's less theoretical than with L. Ron Hubbard. In Beaver's case, he's done it. I mean, he says he's been stopped multiple times where they said, "Hey, man," and basically all they're looking for is a bribe. So he says, "Yeah."
So what you're saying, if you have some stupid Westerner and they're starting to ask you all these questions, and if you're so stupid not to pull out even a 20 and say, "Oh," and then they let you through.
Yeah, it just, most of these Westerners, they're just so naive. And the problem is they don't operate at that level of corruption. So they don't have the paradigm for it. And also they may truly be doomed because of the politics of the situation. But like I said, say, for instance, take that Irish guy, that poor guy who was Irish, and not ethnically Irish, but an Irish national, who winds up being trapped in China for years. And this is because he has no money to bribe them with, as opposed to Beaver, who always has that money to bribe them with. He doesn't
You're saying significant money. You're not talking about $100.
No, it's significant, because what he doesn't have in bills, he also backs up in plastic. And all he has to do is, call the Tong back home, and then they transfer, assets. So he does
because he's doing business with the Tong.
Yeah, and he's doing business.
And he's doing business with China. Yeah.
Yeah, with the Communist Party, which is just thoroughly corrupt. I mean, if people understood,
so he knows the ropes.
Yes.
So if you're gonna go to China in these times, you're better, and you're doing something serious. You better take somebody like Beaver with you and pay him, to get me in and get me out, and that way, Beaver can say, he's part of the thing.
Right, pretty much. I mean, this is just what it's come down to, and this is people have to recognize now at this point that the Communist Chinese Party is basically a kind of Tong, is basically an overworld as opposed to an underworld, but it's basically an underworld that has assumed the power of the overworld. These are just basically criminals now, and they're not even good criminals. It's like Beaver says, these are just, bureaucrats and technocrats who are so thoroughly corrupt and that they have lost all sense of bearing or reality.
Well, that's like Putin in Russia is like that, but I think he has a lot more sophistication in veneer, even though he's apparently had somebody killed or poisoned. But in other words, he's got a little more
well, he understands the West. Putin has spent his life as a spy. So because Putin comes from an espionage background and has served in the field, he actually was a field agent in Germany and does speak fluent German. He also speaks some level of Japanese and took some martial arts training with Japanese people, if not in Japan itself. So he's been to Germany and Japan and has more of a cosmopolitan experience than Xi Jinping. I mean, Xi Jinping's just a bureaucrat who has probably never been outside of China in terms of a life experience like that. And so he's you're not talking about anyone with any sense of the world. It's almost as you yourself said, he's basically Kim Jong-un on a far larger scale, turning communist China into like the new North Korean hermit kingdom. And so it's definitely we're in pretty dire times all the way around.
Yeah, and the world could change in a heartbeat if he were to die.
Yes, and it's the same with Putin. I mean, with Putin and Xi Jinping, there's no one after them. They haven't arranged for any legacy. These are not people who have. It's literally after me the deluge. That is their attitude. Is that
from what little I know about either one of them, there seems to be no indication that either one of them are in poor health. And Kim Jong-un, he seems to be still alive in some capacity.
Yeah, it's bizarre. We don't know what's going on with him. He seems to be alive, or they've got
his sister does the threats. But Castro stayed alive for a long time, or they at least propped him up as being alive.
Oh, he was alive, all right. He was just so busy mainlining Viagra into his cock that he wasn't much of a threat anymore. He was spending.
Well, he was. I mean, his brother took over, and he was not doing anything. He became incapacitated as far as governing the country.
Yeah, pretty much.
And there's no indication that, but he turned it over to his brother, and I think his brother is still running Cuba, isn't he?
I think so. Yes. Yeah. And it's and you're just amazed. How do they even go on? It's incredible that they're still around. Venezuela. Oh my God! Look at the communists.
They have no choice. They have no choice because you've got to keep doing what you're doing if you're going to stay alive.
I guess. And in Venezuela,
it's all about staying alive, and you've got to maintain your structure and hold things together. And I think for all of Castro's negatives, I think he did a lot of positives in terms of educating the people. There were some positives involved with Cuban education. They had a very good medical system. So it's I can't say the same for Venezuela.
Yes, they've got refugees now that are fleeing en masse into neighboring countries. It's just so sad. It's just so sad. But anyhow, we love you dearly. Share our love with Paula.
And tell me when you want to talk. Send me a message when you secure thank or whatever. But
thank you.
Welcome back, and thank you for getting us up to date on all of that.
By the way, you were apparently aware. I didn't even really have a chance to go over your messages, and but a lot of them were
nothing. Those were all written before you did your transmission, which I heard.
Okay.
I heard the transmission. I came in, and then it was already over. But I listened to the whole thing.
Okay.
And I just will start. We'll talk about your story, and then everything's fine.
Yeah, thank you so much. And again, so grateful to have you in my life, and so grateful for your patience. And please do be patient with me now. Hopefully, you understand some of the context of what I was going through.
Okay. Yeah, indeed. Good night. Good night to Jameson and everybody else. Good night.
Yes. Good night.
Good night, Peter.
Yes, and I'd like to find out who's still with us. Who is with us?
Well, I'm present.
I know that. Yes, thank you. I'm grateful for it. But is there anyone else aside from the people in the chat room who we really must give some attention to? Give me a second, everybody, while I change into my sweatshirt, because the temperature drops precipitously at night. Even though tonight is comparatively warm in San Francisco, I'll continue talking just to burn bandwidth while I do that. And I might have Jameson take over for a few minutes while I guess you can do that. You can go into that story which you were tripping off of with whatever Air Force plane you were talking about, or
the Navy plane.
Yeah. Oh, there we are. You do that. I'll go mute. And thank you so much. And, there you are. Derek is with us. Derek, how long are you going to be with us tonight? How long have you got?
Oh, well, I was taking a little nap, but then I'm going to try to wake up at 8:30 tomorrow morning so that I can get on the live trading board, you know what I'm saying, and watch them trade live. So,
oh my God,
I'll for just a little bit.
That sounds super exciting.
Yeah, I was about to say, holy shit! Why don't you just sleep through that and say fuck it? I mean, oh my God, really? I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, like, if I did that for even several minutes, I'd be turning to porn. I'd say, fuck this shit. I'd just start jacking off.
I read 49 pages. I woke up this morning and read 49 pages of trading manuals and
Oh
terms.
my God! What are you, some kind of
Holy
masochist or something?
shit.
I mean, tell everybody about that. That alone that bears telling. Relate that. I'm gonna go mute for 15 minutes of 10 minutes, and these two gentlemen will share all kinds of exciting stuff about Navy planes and fucking trading manuals and shit, and oh my God, it's just like I can't even like. God, Derek. I mean, why don't you just get Malik to pay rent? I mean, how about that? I mean, I think that's better than this day trading shit. I mean, that's like put the lean on him. Lean on him.
Well,
and
I say, why not do both?
Yeah.
And double your profits.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he should be learning day trading or something. I mean, oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, I'm so glad I'm not, anyhow, a homeowner, which, Derek now is. It's like, happy homeowner. Okay, gonna go mute.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine being a homeowner, especially here in New York. Oh my God.
Yes, that's it, the whole thing. By the way, when I get back, we probably will talk King Kong versus Godzilla. Understand that, you'd better not mind spoilers.
well, no, not at all. And in fact, I actually like the Shin Godzilla. I was gonna say.
I knew you would.
The thing about it is, it actually shows the Japanese in a very respectful light, because the way they handled the situation was very professional.
Yes.
I mean, the whole thing could have been like a recruitment ad for the Japanese military.
Oh, well, it was, and the best of it all, and I'll get into this, during Arc of Narrative, they invite the Americans to drop a nuclear weapon, and it's basically fucking useless. So it's a comment on the uselessness of American nukes in wartime, really, as opposed to the American nukes creating Godzilla or something like that, which is kind of insinuated in the how would I say it, the franchise, the MonsterVerse of what's the company that's producing this shit again? I mean, fuck, I got it all in my brain. It'll come out when I start going into
Bandai, is it?
No, I'm talking about the American, the MonsterVerse of Godzilla, King Kong versus Godzilla is predominantly American, and so it's not really, the Japanese don't have much input into that creatively as they did with Shin Gojira. Shin Gojira was, of course, all Japanese, and so it was just, I
did note at the end, when they showed his tail, it looked like humans were coming out.
Yes, these were humans.
So it seems like he was evolving into the humanoids were evolving.
Well, this was supposed to be a trilogy. It was supposed to be a trilogy in which ultimately the entities, the spore that would spawn from Gojira would infect the world, and the world would gradually become landscaped in that kind of fleshy new planetary cancer. And
that'd be awesome.
And that was was going to be the trilogy of humanity dealing with that environment. But thankfully, the franchise died with the first film. Not because it wasn't popular. By the way, it was extraordinarily popular. But the franchise died with that because they decided to go back to more conventional. That particular vision might be resurrected at some point in the future, but it's dead for now. Even though it was greatly successful. So I don't know. The reasoning that goes behind Japanese projects is that's its own dynamic, which is incomprehensible.
Well, yeah, it's like the death of the Silent Hill franchise, which made no fucking sense.
Yeah,
Konami sucks. Just saying.
Oh my God. Oh.
I'm not an angry fan.
Anyhow, okay, both of you gentlemen, please. Where's Mandy? Hopefully Mandy will come back to us. Mandy? Hopefully she'll come back. Or Pac-One. Of course, Pac-One's got the kids and all that stuff. So, all right, I'll leave you two gentlemen to it. I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so, and I'll go mute for now. Thank you.
All right, Derek, take it away.
All right. Well, Yeah, I didn't really post. Well, actually, I did. I posted some stuff over the last couple of days, and then today I went and seen what. But I heard you guys talking about the guy who plowed into the White House, and how all of a sudden they're trying to blame Minister Louis Farrakhan for because the man supposedly had some of his material on his phone, but Louis Farrakhan never told anybody to storm a White House. You know what I'm saying? And,
Well, yeah, and the thing is that the first thing I heard was that the guy had posted a lot of things where he was saying that he was suspicious that he was under government mind control. So he was obviously an activated asset. And again, this is coming at a time when we were addressing the whole situation of the white attacks on Asian Americans, which there was an attack recently in New York that happened where a couple got attacked. I guess some white guy made some comment that was sexual and tried to grope the woman, and then he got into a fight, and he attacked the couple and got away. And
he tried to grope the woman while her man was right there.
Yeah, he attacked them both.
Okay, that was asking for. That's some ignorant ass shit. That's the shit that used to happen at the clubs, like in the 1990s, back when black clubs used to shoot each other up all the time.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, they're taking it on some extra shit, and then there's also beatings going on with like a black person shouting. There's always got to be some nigga who's just fucking gone off on some other shit, and he's shouting like racial slurs while ripping apart a Asian-owned store in New York. I mean, I don't know what
this guy who they said was mixed race and was part of Black Lives Matter, because I was hearing about a story where they said this guy is supposed to be some kind of racial equality activist himself, acting like this, but yeah, somebody who's mentally ill. I think you hit that one on the nose.
But you see these it's like these people are just being triggered out of nowhere, and this is coming at a time when there were almost seemed like there was going to be some kind of coming together between Black and Asian communities to combat white supremacy. So, I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is that this is a hopeless fucking lost cause now, because they'll anytime it seems like we're making some kind of progress or headway, they'll activate the assets, and that's just their game. Yeah. Apparently, even though Mikey is dead, his network is still alive and running. And those assholes are just fucking things up for everyone. Oh, another question. Have any of you gotten any threatening phone calls?
I haven't.
Like to your house?
Except for people trying to sell me shit. I've never gotten, for the last 2 years, I've gotten so many junk phone calls on my phone of people who know who I am, which is suspicious because it's a cell phone. You know what I'm saying? But it used to be like if you got a cell phone, you was only getting the junk calls on your home phone. Now they're calling, asking for me, and then trying to sell me shit. And yeah. So as far as I know, I haven't gotten any phone calls. Haven't gotten any.
Yeah, I'm talking about for the house phone, because what happened was a week ago, I was checking my house phone because I wanted to hear if the pharmacy had my medication ready. And while I was going through the old messages, there was a message where a woman's voice says, "You're going to die." And I was like, okay. What? And so I didn't take it seriously because I was like, well, gee, we're all going to die because everything that's living dies. But then I the more I thought about it, I was like, is that chick who is stalking me? I don't know what it was. It might be one of those assets of it might be one of their latest assets. One of these assholes who decided to friend me on Facebook and report my account and delete their account at the same time. I don't know.
Wow.
But that was pretty strange.
Again, I have been getting a lot of strange friend requests.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I've reached a point where if they're a person who's a female, unfortunately, or if they have these occult names, or if they're like not anyone who's friends with Douglas Dietrich and someone who I've known that he's known for years, I'm not going to accept them.
Right.
The only exceptions may be like those African kids or whatnot who are just, I'm like, all right, yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah, I get a couple of those too. But here, I got a story to check out, and it starts off with a quote. The quote is, "You gotta be a damn fool if you think he's not guilty." And that is a quote from Philando Castile's mom, who speaks out and says Derek Chauvin's trial is taking her back to her son's death when her son got killed by the police in Minneapolis. Testimony kicked off this week in the trial of Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer charged in the death of George Floyd. Eric Nelson, Chauvin's defense attorney, argued that Floyd's death was caused by a combination of drug use and pre-existing health problems. But the millions of America watched Chauvin brutally dig his knee into Floyd's neck. Valerie Castile was one of those people. Her son, Philando Castile, was killed by a St. Anthony, Minnesota police officer after being stopped for a supposedly broken taillight in the summer of 2016. Officer Geronimo Yanez was charged with second-degree manslaughter and 2 counts of dangerous discharge of a firearm, but ultimately was found not guilty. So, and you know, I remember that when he was found not guilty and he walked out of the courtroom, he was just smiling. And I mean, if I was to just play that scene of Geronimo Yanez walking out the courtroom, just smiling and shaking everybody's hand and being happy, if you didn't know anything about the case and you didn't know anything that happened, and I just only played that one scene of him walking out the courtroom, you'd be like, man, this dude just won a Grammys or something, or he must have cashed a big lottery check or something. This dude is, you know, happy. You know what I'm saying? He obviously had a major victory. Maybe he won the Olympics or something. You know what I'm saying? It was just sickening. It was, you know, anyway, not getting that accountability opened the door for them to continue that murderous trend. Seeing George Floyd took me back the day of my son taking his last breath, saying, I wasn't reaching, said Castile. He made a dying declaration, but did that matter? Castile now reflecting on Derek Chauvin's trial. Chauvin is charged with second-degree unintentional murder, manslaughter, and third-degree murder. And this computer screen keeps moving.
Whoa. Unintentional murder?
Yes.
What the fuck is unintentional murder?
That's what it says. It says unintentional murder, manslaughter, and third-degree murder after kneeling on George Floyd's neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. It says 9 minutes and 29 seconds here.
So they're arguing he didn't know the guy was going to die. You kneel on someone's neck for 9 minutes. You don't know the person's going to die.
Well,
the fuck?
These are special charges for a police officer. Me and you would never get that. Get a chance to get that fucking shit. Just like when they had that press conference for that boy in Atlanta, and said, "Oh, it's not his fault. He was just a sex addict," and so just let him go, and it won't happen again. Nothing to see here. You know, these people are showing you who they are.
Fuck this country. Well, then again, I say that every fucking broadcast, but seriously.
Yeah. Well, it goes on. Well, good for her for speaking out. So that's Philando Castillo's mother. She's watching this child, and she said this. It's in the same city. So watching a police officer from the same city that killed her son, killed George Floyd, and go this. But the funny thing is, there was another police officer that was charged in the killing. The Somalian immigrant who became a police officer that killed the white lady from Australia with the blonde hair, Diamond. Forget her name, but oh no, he didn't get that soft peddling that his white colleagues got. As far as them trying to soften the blow of his charges. Oh, they threw the book at him. We're never going to see him again.
Well, that said, this is a racial war, and so we can expect more of this as this continues. It's right. The question is, when is enough going to be enough? Are they going to keep fucking with people of color until people of color decide, all right, fuck being peaceful, we're going to get violent? Maybe that's the only thing that's going to change anything. Maybe that's the only way this can happen, because this peaceful bullshit, not working. And the peaceful bullshit, it's never going to work. This is just going to play out until the entire human species is extinct. And if we continue to be dominated by the white male supremacy complex, we will be extinct very soon.
Yeah, and you know what? Speaking of that, I try not to talk politics or anything when I'm at work, but I was, speaking to a couple of people about the different shootings, and like in Colorado. I used to live in Colorado, and I got a coworker that used to live in Colorado. So, I did bring up that shooting that was in Colorado, and and the officer's name, by the way, was Eric Talley. This almost like my name, Derek Talley, but the officer's name is Eric Talley that got killed in that, along with 10 other people. Officer Eric Talley had 7 kids, the youngest being 5 and the oldest being 18. So we had brought that up, and then talking about that, and the only thing that he could think of to say is, well, this pisses me off because it infringes on my rights. It infringes. Now they're trying to take our guns. Whenever something like this happens, they try to, no compassion for the cop. Just like when they stormed the White House, there's no compassion for Brian Sicknick, the white police officer who was killed. You know what I'm saying? Or the officer that killed himself. We don't even know his name. I mean, I could look it up. You know what I'm saying? But his name isn't resonating out there. Or there was like a total of 5 people killed. We don't bring up those people. There's no compassion for those people, and there's no compassion. White people don't even have compassion for the white people that died in the supermarket. All they can think about is, oh no, here come the fucking Democrats after our fucking guns. That's all they can think of to say. Don't even talk. If you got white coworkers, don't even fucking talk to them about the shit.
Well, I wouldn't talk to humans anyway, but the very fact that it turns into that sort of paranoia about their guns, it's like, all right, let's face reality here. Every time there's a shooting, gun sales go up. Statistically, every time there's a fear of someone taking our guns away, gun sales go up. So it seems like every time some sort of legislation comes towards gun control, gun sales go up. So no one's ever going to take Americans' fucking guns. It's just impossible at this point. It's all Americans are, guns. They're born out of the fucking womb with fucking assault rifles and shit. There you go. Every time a baby's born, they have an assault rifle. I mean, why not? Why the fuck not? Instead of giving you a social security number when you're born, give your child a assault rifle. That'll mark him as an honorary citizen
even
of
the
the
beach
United
design didn't work out
States.
for Tamir Rice. You know what I'm saying? So that is as far as that goes. You know, and I'm just at the point to where I just don't talk to white people about guns. You know what I'm saying? Not that I'm squeamish about this. Like, I don't mind talking about guns or their functions or some of the different features that they have, but I just won't have that conversation with the Asian person anymore. It's just a new code that I've just developed.
Yeah. Well, that might be for the best because, you know, first you might be talking about guns, and then they'll be talking about they stole the election from Donald Trump, and it'll be like we need to march on the Capitol again. Yeah. Next thing you know, you'll be in the middle of this whole sophisticated ploy to try to march on the Capitol again because, you know, these folks are, oh God. Well, let me not encourage this nonsense. I'm not trying to, I would never encourage this, honestly. But, I mean, they're absurd enough to try. They are that crazy, essentially.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you keep getting away with it, because it was like a total of 30,000 people there at the Capitol, and they say estimated 800 went inside the Capitol. But only 200 got arrested, and they're just getting charged with like trespassing. You know what I'm saying? They may make a example out of one or two of them so it doesn't happen again. But you know, other than that, shoot, you got 30,000 people that got away with the shit.
Yeah, but those people aren't going to be able to take flights anywhere. That's for sure. They're never going to be able to get on. They're never going to be able to board a plane to leave their states.
Well, it's a good thing they have private jets. You know what I'm saying? Because remember the one lady flew there in a private jet.
Oh yeah. Fucking private jet.
I'm thinking of day trading. I'm trying to get in the private jet status. Shoot. Hopefully it don't take me 10 years. Hopefully within a couple of years I can have me a private jet.
Man, well, hopefully you don't fall asleep while doing the job. I mean, that doesn't. It sounds like that kind of a level of excitement. Like,
well, you know, a lot of day traders only work like 3 hours a day. I mean, and see, I'm still truck driving, so I can't jeopardize my sleep anyway. So you know, I'm trying to see if I can do the live trading thing once, 2 or 3 times a week. But I'm not gonna jeopardize, because one place that I don't fall asleep is when I'm driving my truck. So you know, I have no. If you're driving a truck, I tell truck drivers this: there's nothing macho about bragging about how you drove for 14 hours straight. And see, that's like some of the bullshit stories you hear before the days of PeopleNet and the electronic logs. Guys you'd go to the truckers lounge or something in the truck stop, and they'll be like, yeah, I drove from Chicago to Omaha, Nebraska, back in Chicago one day without any sleep. You know what I'm saying? It is like, everybody just, oh, you're so macho. You know what I'm saying? It was, you know, but you know, when you fall asleep and you run a school bus off the road or you kill construction workers, you ain't bragging about that. You know what I'm saying? You can only get lucky. It only takes one wipe out 2,000 data boys. That's the story. That's the saying that we give for like the butt kissers and stuff in the industry. That saying is one will wipe out 1,000 data boys. You know what I'm saying? People who just do shit to get a pat on the back and shit. You know what I'm saying? Just stupid shit. And then, you know, constantly kissing butt and not constantly running up to the boss. Said, well, you know, I'm the only one who does such and such and such and such. All these other drivers, yeah, but I'm the only one who does, you know, they little butt kissing ones, you know, like we had a guy who used to be like this, but he kind of, after being around us, he kind of straightened himself out. Like we had stops that were like, if a stop is hard to get to, or if there's problems at the stop, we'll write it up, and then and the purpose of that is to get that whatever problem solved and fixed, so that we're not constantly putting ourselves in jeopardy by going to the stop. And so whenever somebody went and wrote up a stop and saying, okay, well, this one is a hazard because when you back up, the hose doesn't reach, or you're in the mud, or something. Then here comes the little butt kissing guy. Goes, I don't know why these other drivers can't do it, because I did that stop the other day and I didn't have any problems. Like, oh, okay. Well, that's you, motherfucker. You get that stop every day then. Shoot, the rest of us, we want the shit to be done right. You know what I'm saying? But he's been there for a little while, and that kind of attitude has kind of disappeared on him, because he sees that nobody else is down with that type of weird ass shit. You know what I'm saying? That butt kissing ass shit. Yeah. So he's kind of. I think that's just a thing of being new. Like when you're new and you're just so excited and you're glad to be. But then I think that shit wore off on him. So he's a better driver today than. And luckily he was able to straighten out without any major attitude adjustments. Nobody had to take him out back and adjust his attitude manually. It just kind of happened automatically. So,
what does that process involve? Do educate us.
Well, that's back in the day. I'm talking old school talk. Now, nowadays with nowadays of the terrorism and all that other stuff, you can't fight. You get in one fight, it's not worth it to get in a fight nowadays. See now, but back in the day, even back in 2004, when I first started at Praxair, there was always drivers who would threaten to take you. Let's go take it out back, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? We only got 15 drivers. We're a smaller branch, so we're kind of more tight knit than a place that has probably 100 drivers. You know what I'm saying? So back in the day, truck drivers used to beat each other up all the time, and they used to do dumb shit like if they get in an argument with somebody at a truck stop, they'll go, and if that person left his truck to go inside the truck stop, they would go and they would pull the pin on their fifth wheel so that when they pull from their trailer would fall on the ground. Just stupid shit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God!
Yeah.
By the way,
nowadays cameras everywhere.
Thank God. I mean, well, that's a good thing, right?
Yes.
Good. I just got back. I want you two gentlemen to please continue. I'm going to try and finish eating this slice of pizza, and I'll get that into my system for some calories, and so I'll just enjoy myself leisurely there when I'm fully back into the groove, so to speak. I'll check into the chat room and kind of address everybody who's been so wonderful as to check in there. And I do want Derek to hang out a bit as long as he feels he can, because certainly he's the only person who seems to be communicating with Lane Ishay in terms of some level where there's something open there, and I may ask him to relay something, and certainly they will. We might discuss that privately. We'll see what organically develops.
He's definitely the one to do it, because I'm not speaking to
it. Yeah. Apparently, she's back on Facebook, and apparently Brendan Zogit has been getting notifications of some stuff she's been posting on Facebook. Of course, I'm blocked. And because I originally blocked her, and but that's part of the dynamics of this horrible. Not that anything needs to be communicated other than what I would try to communicate through Derek, which is basically, hopefully she listens only in the sense that the biggest thing is, as I'll describe an arc of narrative tonight, once we get past the Kong versus Godzilla, if we go in that direction, is the fact that we are in the midst of a extraordinarily hostile environment for Asian Americans, and she has 2 children that are half Asian. She it makes all this bullshit about being a mother, but doesn't seem to give one rat's ass about that. She's not in an environment where they're going to learn anything about their Asian background, but they're going to wind up facing hostilities in life because of the kind of environment we're in now. And the hostilities that they'll face will not be something they can deal with unless they understand an Asian cultural background. Otherwise, you're suffering for nothing. So you may as well learn your culture, and they're sure as hell not going to learn it from, the man that she's with, because we're talking about a guy who graduated from Princeton and wound up working for fucking DoorDash. So obviously he's from a wealthy enough family where the fucker can afford to fuck off like that. But, that's, the kids will be victimized nonetheless. It's not a question. I mean, we're seeing Asian doctors being victimized, Asian, people of any income, status. And the other thing I also want to relate is that we have to contextualize this in the arena of class warfare as well. When you think about the fact that the stimulus benefits are going to go out, and they will reach people like myself and ultimately Jameson Rees.
Like next year, right?
Yeah. Well, literally, I'll go into that. I mean, this is class warfare. This is the fact that they have been engineered to go out to the most needy, the last, and the least needy among us, the first. That tells you everything you need to know. This is a democratic government that should have gone in a completely different direction. This is, and of course, Atlanta, where you see the Major League Baseball withdrawing from, we're talking about the same city where we had the spa shootings, that is now trying to repress all colored votes. I mean, this is a race and class war. We're in an ethno-class conflict that, her children are going to grow up to be the targets in. And really the only thing that will give meaning in their lives is to hear about things like the holiday that is today and tomorrow concerning the Tombsweeping Festival, which ironically and appropriately enough is coming at the time of Easter. And of course, in Christianity is known as Resurrection Day. All of this is fitting, and I'll try and accommodate really some aspects of Easter that need to be acknowledged. And I think that was, of course, the kind of, I don't know what Derek missed when he fell asleep, but if he had heard it, I was talking about how the Herodians, the Edomites, were trying to essentially set myself up as a kind of Antichrist figure, really. And it gets a bit more complicated than that, which is one of the reasons I'd like Derek to at least relay a communication to Lena Shea that she should be listening to my transmissions. And certainly tonight's, and certainly the ones preceding over the past 2 weeks at least. And but at any rate, thank you both of you. Go back to what you're doing. Please take the bandwidth again. I'm going to finish eating this pizza now. Ironically enough, here's something chilling for you. I mean, I purchased this pizza basically so I could eat it on Wednesday, which was the day of the transmission, and the pizza box is just too big to fit inside the goddamn fridge. So this thing was like unrefrigerated. And I just left it open, well, not open, but the pizza box was closed. I made certain to fold in all the little cardboard bits so that any random flies couldn't get in, because, of course, I've had a problem with flies ever since I tried to compost in the past, like an idiot, per all the recycling suggestions, and all I produced was enormous clouds of flies without, any successful composting. Just don't ever compost. Well, homeowners can compost, I guess, but, I'm a renter in San Francisco. It was a stupid suggestion on the part of the city. But at any rate, the pizza was there when I got back, and I've been eating it since I've returned, and it was unrefrigerated since Wednesday, and I haven't gotten any food poisoning. It hasn't seemed to have spoiled any. Well, it's not a cheese pizza, just so people know. It's pesto. There's feta cheese I have on top of it, but, the garlic.
What
both
the
roasted.
heck is pesto?
Pesto. Oh, you're not San Franciscan. You don't know these things. We have pesto pizza here on the...
Oh, it's Italian. Oh, yeah, I like pesto with pasta.
Yes, there we are. Anyhow, I'll let you...
Bread.
Yes, I'll let you gentlemen get back to what you're doing. I'm going to go mute, and I'll actually take my earbuds out for several minutes. It's honestly, the bandwidth is yours. I'll I'll be back in about 10 minutes, and I'll just indulge in this. What is it? Since Wednesday, I mean, 4 days. It was unrefrigerated for a work week essentially, and I'm finishing it off now. You know, I haven't gotten food poisoning yet after doing this over, you know, since I got home. So I honestly thought I was just going to go home and throw it away, but here I am eating it. It's fine to me. So how's that for Chris? Yes, apex predator, indeed. Yes, top of the food chain. Okay, I'll leave you to it.
All right. So what else you got, buddy?
Well, I got one public service announcement, because while we're on the subject of truck stops, I did have a friend or coworker that was robbed at a truck stop, and then I was told by other people who knew of the case of him getting robbed is he has a tendency to walk with his face down in his phone, and so like he'll get a text, or he's like finishing up and while all these trucks are driving around, because it's already dangerous because you got vehicles driving around in every direction, you know, on the truck stop, you know, but he likes to walk with his phone like real close to his face and start texting, and you know, somebody's texting him, he's texting back, he's doing posts while he's walking and multitasking and all that stuff on his phone. And it's easy for someone, if you're walking with your face in your phone, mainly if you're at a truck stop, keep your head on a swivel, look to the left, look to the right, and walk with some type of purpose. You know what I'm saying? If you're walking with your face in your phone, it makes it easy for somebody to just come up out of nowhere and jack your ass.
Well, I never understood why people, you know, hunch over their phones rather than, you know, lifting your phones up to your eye vision so you can still look around left and right, you know? Because if you hunch over like that, that's bad for your neck. You know, I never understood why people, and I've seen people like with their nose touching the screen out here in New York, and it's like, dude, are you fucking serious? It's
right.
And the thing is like, and the thing is like,
rob everybody in New York.
And the thing's like they're fearless about it because they're like so oblivious. They have like this sort of glaze over their eyes that's like sort of like a, I don't know. I'm going to come up with a name for it. I'm going to call it phone tardation.
Yeah, well, that's a good one. So yeah, use that. I'll know what you're talking about next time. Because you know, people, speaking of phone tardation, just the other day, I was getting off, you know, exit onto the road, and there was a vehicle that couldn't wait to get in front of me. I mean, he was just, so I let him go, get in front of me. Next thing I know, the speed limit is 45. This dude's doing 35, and I'm kind of backing up even off of that. Looking, and there's nobody in front of him. He's just doing 30. He couldn't wait to get in front of me, and now he's going 10 miles below the speed limit. So finally, I'm going around him, and he's driving with his face in the phone.
Wow, that's pretty fucking bad, man. And well, this
we got that policy. You know, we got that drive cam. We complain about it, make jokes about it all the time. But you know what? It's affected the way that I drive my personal car. It had me. And one thing that I really avoid is texting. You know, it lets you know that you can wait. It's not the end of the world if you can't take a phone call when you're driving, and because you know it will be the end of the road. You know, if you start texting or calling, or somebody says something to make you mad, so you got to respond right away, but you're doing 65 miles an hour, then all of a sudden you crash into the back of somebody, or you run somebody off the road, or you hit a motorcycle or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It can wait. It can wait. Don't text and drive.
Well, yeah, I don't see how people aren't afraid of turning into human pancakes, but I think that maybe this is why I think that sometimes sometimes people should be exposed to the harsh and gory reality of things like videos of people who were the result of car accidents and things like that. Because if people saw the gruesome reality of things, maybe then again, maybe they wouldn't.
We see that in our we have these safety videos. Now, this was at the previous company that I was at, and it showed a family. And this safety video was actually, it looks like it was made in Australia or something, but it was about driving sleepy and driving tired. And remember when I was telling you about people thinking they're macho because they can drive from Chicago to Omaha, Nebraska, back to Chicago in one day? In this video, this man is going on vacation with his family, and his wife said, "Honey, you tired?" And he goes, "No, baby, I can make it. We only got 5 more hours. But maybe you should pull over and go to sleep." "Oh, no, that's for sissies." You know what I'm saying? We got 5 hours. And then the next thing you know, it kind of shows him dozing off. And then just like that, you know, it shows him, you hear a splash and the car's in the water and he's able to escape. But his family went down with the car and he's yelling for his family. And he's yelling. That was the only safety video that made me cry. Come on. Then we had a safety video where they get in your head. That's the whole purpose of them. Like we did the one on the rollovers, you know. And after I seen the rollover video, I said I will always follow our policy when it comes to, because I drive a tanker, so I always have to go 5 miles lower. Like when you see a thing that says exit 35 miles an hour, I gotta go 30, and that's if it's dry. If it's wet, I gotta go 10 miles an hour under, which would be 25. And if it's icy, then I gotta go 15 miles an hour slower. And so, you know, if it's 25 miles an hour exit and it's icy outside, I have no problem just letting it roll to a real slow roll and I don't even get mad at other truckers when I do it, because I've been in the car with people and I've been behind trucks that are going on the exit and they're all, "Man, this motherfucker's going so slow." I'm all, you know what, he's doing his job. Let him do his job. He gets that sucker back home in one piece, good for him. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, rollovers and driving sleepy, those are kind of like unforgivable marks on your record. Rollovers and crashing.
Well, that might actually be unsurvivable.
Right. Well, in a lot of cases it is, because you know if you roll over on the driver's side, you know you could get paralyzed if not killed. You know.
Damn. Oh, well, you're probably better off getting killed than paralyzed. I would say that much.
Right. And then for those people who haul flatbeds, those guys are it's even worse for them, because you have what's called suicide. If you ever hear truckers use the term suicide, I got the exact visualization of what they're talking about, because they'll use the term, "Well, he's driving suicide," and you know, if you're not trucking, you'd be like, "What the fuck does that mean? He's driving suicide?" But what that means is he's hauling a bunch of steel rods, and so when you got a bunch of steel rods, and the steel rods, they're usually oiled so that they don't rust, and so when you get those steel rods, you can strap them in, you can tie them down, but if they're like steel rods that are going like from front to back, you know what I'm saying? They're long rods. Well, if you hit something or you slam on your brakes too hard, I don't care how tight you got them strapped down, they become projectiles. And many of those steel rods have gone through the back of the cab. Like in the case of a sleeper, if it's a single driver that's got a sleeper truck, a lot of times the sleeper will work as a cushion to, you know, if he's going like 60, you know, and then all of a sudden he slams on his brake, it'll bust through the back of the cab. And, you know, if there's somebody in the sleeper, they're dead. but you still, the driver's been lucky enough not to get the steel rod through his head. But if you're driving a day cab, or if you're going faster than 60, if you got one of them things where the governor's taken off and you can go 70 and 80 down the highway, then all of a sudden, something happens in front of you immediately, or you come up all of a sudden on an unsuspected, like you weren't paying attention, and all of a sudden you're coming up on a big traffic jam and you got to slam on the brakes. Them things are coming straight through and going straight through the back of your head, the back of your neck, and it's like a horror movie.
Damn. Yeah, that does not sound pleasant at all. That sounds like
all that. Yeah, I stick to tankers, but even tankers are dangerous because the safest time that I'm driving is when I'm completely full or I'm completely empty. But when I'm halfway, that's when a rollover could happen the most. I mean, the rollover could happen at 5 miles an hour if I'm half full because, for one, it's cryogenic, so there's no baffles in there, but it's liquid and it's sloshing back and forth. And I don't know if you've ever been in the ocean or gone to the beach. We're in the ocean, but how the water could just pick you up and carry you and turn. Yeah. Because the liquid weighs more than the truck. So when the truck's empty, it only weighs 30,000 pounds. So when it's full, it weighs 79,000 pounds. That means the truck only weighs 30,000 pounds, but you got 49,000 pounds of liquid under. So you take half of that off. Now you've got 20-something thousand pounds of liquid sloshing back and forth. So, it's called a surge. And I've driven with a surge on the ice. Like I've driven before to where it's been icy outside and I'm driving and all of a sudden the light turns red just like that. So then I stop real sudden, you know what I'm saying? And then as I stop, the water sloshes forward, then it sloshes back, and then it'll slosh back forward and actually push you through the red light if you're sliding on ice. I've actually been pushed through a red light with the liquid that on the back of my truck. It went forward, it went back, and it went back forward and just pushed me straight out into the intersection with my foot with my foot on the brake, pushing it all the way to the floor. Yeah,
it's that momentum.
Yes.
That builds up. Yeah, that's very dangerous. That does not. I thought driving a car would be stressful, and driving a car has been stressful for me, which is why I don't drive. But I couldn't imagine what driving a truck would be like. That would just be like out of now. It's strange because I would actually honestly feel more comfortable driving a motorcycle, even though I've seen horrific accidents with motorcycles, because the vehicle's smaller, because you have your whole body around it. It feels like there's more control than something that's that much larger than you, that you're inside of. I don't know. It's my mind is weird like that, but it just feels like when you're in something, and even though you're controlling it, it just seems like you don't have as much control as you think you have.
Right. Well, you have to do it for a while to feel comfortable with it. You know what I'm saying? And even if once you get used to driving one type of truck, you'll look at other truck drivers and say, I wouldn't want to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? There's I have people going all the time saying, I wouldn't want to haul that shit. And the funny thing is, there's certain places I go to, like some of these food places where you got these owner operators and different stuff, and they'll see me with my hard hat, my safety glasses, my earmuffs, my steel-toe boots, and they'll just stroll on over there with some flip-flops and say, damn, look at all that. Hell, I don't see how you do this fucking shit. You know what I'm saying? They're just standing there with their flip-flops, just looking all in the back of my truck and shit. You know what I'm saying? But then I look at the flatbed guys, especially the ones that have to do suicide, and the big old giant putting a round steel coil on a flat bed and it's only held down by the muscles of the trucker who can strap it down as hard as he can. I don't trust that. I don't see how you can do that. I don't have to, at my job, I don't have to strain my muscles like that. Or I don't have to worry about my load flipping off of my truck because I didn't strap down hard enough.
What about those guys who have those trucks where they have the cars on them?
Those guys get paid. Those are that just like how when like with me being a hazmat driver who when I talk about the top 4 paid drivers in the country, that they're the people who I bring up. The guys who go to pick up the Corvettes, they have to do a lot of climbing and a lot of strapping. Yes, that they work. They're spending a good 2 hours or so strapping. In some cases, in the case of the Corvettes, they have to tarp it. Put the car cover over it, and then they have to drive the first car on, and then strap it down, and drive the next car up, and strap it down. Then they got to climb up there, and they got to do a lot of climbing and strapping and tarping and everything. And you can't in the cars, you can't over tighten it because you don't want to mess up the suspension, and then also you don't want to scratch the paint. You know what I'm saying? In the cases where the car isn't tarped or have a car cover. So yeah, that's a discipline in and of itself. That's something.
Could you imagine what happens if one of them cars rolls off?
Well, what happens a lot is those tires on those car haulers are real small, and they're small so that they could fit the car. I have standard size tires on my trailer. You know what I'm saying? The 22.5-inch rims. Well, they have to get real small rims, which means real small brakes, which catch on fire real easy. And there's been more than one report. So I bet if you go into the Google, you can look up fire on car hauler truck, and you'll get more than one. You'll get quite a few search results of car hauler trucks that have caught on fire because of the brakes or something, with friction with the little small tires that they have to have on the trailers of those car hauler things. And I know that the guys who haul the fruits, the strawberries, if they run out of fuel in their their reefer, because they don't not only have to fuel their truck, they have to pull forward, and then they got to fuel their reefer. And if they forget to do that, like if they're a new reefer driver, they have to pay for that whole load. They have to pay for a whole load of strawberries out of their own pocket. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So So with the car hauler things, I imagine the car hauler would have to pay something.
Oh my God! That
car was
sucks.
insured. Even if every car was insured fully, he's out of a job until his trailer. Well, especially if he's the owner operator, he's out of a job until his trailer gets fixed, or if his whole trailer caught on fire, he can't work, or not at least not with that trailer. And then if it's something that happened more than once, nobody will hire him. Oh, these are the people who burnt up all the Corvettes. We're not going to use them. We're taking them off of our list.
Well, damn, he's better hope that he never has to haul a Lamborghini or something. I mean, can you imagine having to pay that shit back?
Yeah, well, you know what? I think Lamborghini haulers, they use like single. I don't, unless it's an aftermarket or a place that's just selling a bunch of Lamborghinis. You get a car from Lamborghini, it's coming in a single car hauler where there's no other cars in there except for that one. Yeah, and it's going to be enclosed so that nobody knows that there's a Lamborghini back there.
Yeah, because no one's going to try to rob it.
Like when the race car drivers and the NASCAR drivers are going down the street, sometimes they'll advertise that they're NASCAR, and even though you can't see what's in the back, you know that there's, some race cars back there. But a lot of times, depending on how the trailer's painted and the truck, you could have a truck with some cars back there, and you wouldn't even know it.
That's probably for the best. That's probably smart, because I can imagine people actually trying to rip off one of those trailers or something. That would be hilarious, but not really hilarious. But I could just see people dumb enough to try that, though.
Yeah, especially nobody cares about cameras nowadays. I mean, there's a carjacking epidemic in Chicago. And a friend of mine, and I gotta say, I pray for her. Her name is Candy. A friend of mine, Candy. She was in my car club. First of all, her and her son were driving down the Chicago street, and there was a shootout between some other people, and her son got hit, and he's been in a wheelchair, but he's starting to be able to walk again. Now, he can't walk on his own yet, but he wasn't permanently paralyzed. He's just, he was partially paralyzed, but he's able with therapy probably in a couple of years to come back from that, to where, because this was a couple of years ago, and now he's starting to be able to walk with some assistance. He can't walk on his own yet, but he's getting there. And just as he's getting better, she was carjacked in her garage. You know what I'm saying? And guess who carjacked her? A 12-year-old. A 12-year-old carjacked her and took off with her car. And then her insurance doesn't want to pay for it because they say there was no forced entry. And she said, well, he snuck up on us. You know what I'm saying? She opened the garage, she opened her garage door and pulled into her garage. And as soon as the garage door went up and she pulled in her garage, he ducked in through the garage out of nowhere. Said, give me the car.
I just got back on. Are we talking about wasn't there a young girl that carjacked a car, or was this a young man? What? There was a young girl.
Oh, this was a friend of mine got carjacked by a 12-year-old.
Didn't that make the news? I could have sworn I saw a news story on that recently. Didn't that make the news?
She didn't tell me if it had made the news, but I know that there's a carjacking epidemic in Chicago.
Right. So let me. Oh yes, there's one. Something made the news about 12-year-old carjacker killed some people or something. 12-year-old carjacker killed people. Let's see if that turns up anything. 12-year-old carjacker. Okay, 12-year-old arrested in armed carjacking spree. There we are. 12-year-old, 4 armed carjackings in 1 single hour. Wow, that's ambitious. This the one you're talking about? Friend of yours?
You know what? Well, my friend says she was carjacked by a 12-year-old. So I don't know if this happens to be one that is, part of that story. But her name is Candy Macbeth.
Holy shit! Sounds like a porn actress. This is March 5th through March 7th. Police said the incidents began around 6:30 p.m. when 2 people, one of them brandishing a handgun, approached a vehicle and told the driver. Then we've got this other one, March 26, 2021. Young teens arrested in latest DC armed carjacking. 13 and 14-year-old boys. Both teens have been charged with felony murder and carjacking. Following the incident, the driver told them that he was carjacked by 3 people. Here's one from March 26th. 2 girls, 13 and 15, charged in botched carjacking and murder. This is Anwar ended up outside the car with the 15-year-old in the driver's seat and the younger girl in the passenger seat. Anwar was not going to give. Well, I guess Anwar wound up fucking dead. Boy, 12 arrested for series of 4 armed carjackings in just under an hour. 12-year-old boy from Washington, D.C. Oh, shit. That was, our man Peter should have heard about that. Arrested and charged with a series of 4 carjackings in the city that all took place in under an hour. 15, anyhow, it just goes on. But the girls, 13 and 15, charged with felony murder in, here we are, the death of Mohammed Anwar, 66-year-old immigrant from Pakistan who should have known fucking better than to stand up to 2 colored girls in America. I mean, is he fucking stupid or what? Like, holy fucking shit. I mean, has anyone not noticed that you never see black girls as victims in slasher films? There's a reason for that, because the slashers know better. I mean, holy fucking shit. If 2 black girls show up with guns, you give them what they want. It's like, holy, what an idiot. It's like, I don't know how they do things back in Pakistan with the Taliban and shit, but it's like different here, you know? I guess back home, all the girls are in burqas and shit, right? So it's like,
he might have been accustomed to seeing women in this sort of, more
subservient light. Yes.
Yeah. And he paid for that with his life.
Well, yeah. So did him. Damn.
Carjacking victim shoots, kills 14-year-old suspect. Well, that was last year in Jennings. Okay, where St. Louis County Police. Okay, 14-year-old killed in the Jeff Vanderloo neighborhood. Fuck, just the very name, Jeff Vanderloo. That's that
sounds hood as fuck.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say it.
Oh, that's anyhow. Those 2 young ladies. Well, they were.
I mean, excuse my language. Hood as heck. Yeah, there we go. I got to get used to that. It's a work in progress.
Yes, understood. I appreciate your trying. Yes. So this is like, I like the way they say this is a botched carjacking. I mean, when does a carjacking go right? It's like, you know, what do you do with it once you've got it?
It goes right when you don't get caught.
Yeah, true enough. I mean, yeah. Anyhow, so what happened exactly? You this friend of yours, obviously it wasn't one of these people that was involved in what happened to your friend, but apparently there's kids going all over the place, jacking people up. What the fuck? So it's kids are, I guess they're like, we're not going to be taken lightly now. Oh man, here's an interesting one. They actually there's a new terminology on TikTok for young people who are into sorcery and magic and whatnot, and they call them like baby witches. And so supposedly they decided it would be a good idea to try to hex the moon. Okay,
I
brilliant.
shit you not.
Okay, and what did they want the moon to do? It was like not show up for work or what? I mean, it's like...
I can't grasp the idiocy of these people, but this more or less shows you this is the younger generation. We do not have any hope. It's done. The simulation has failed. That's all I could say.
Well, definitely, I can tell you that the patriarchy, of course, hates the moon. You know, always trying to nuke it and shit. And now we got kids trying to hex it. Like, it's, I guess, just because it's there every night and people look up at it, they just, want to do things to it, and they just can't imagine.
Maybe it's the fact that they hate life. Because the moon is the reason why we're alive.
Thank you.
The moon and the sun.
Thank you. Well,
I would think I would think it would be a better idea to worship them and give them offerings than to hex them.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, so people understand this, it's more the moon than the sun, really, because there's planets all over the universe that have suns, but almost no planets like ours have a moon that's almost as big as we are. What we have is essentially a double planet. This is a binary planetary system, an Earth-Moon system. So,
well, technically trinary, if you consider the article I gave you that time.
of course,
If in fact this core we have is the leftover of a planet that's smashed into ours, the thing that actually is in the core of our planet could actually be a smaller moon that might have orbited our planet as well.
Yes.
Rather than an asteroid.
By the way, so people understand that kind of factors into the Godzilla versus Kong. I may explain the dynamics of that in another transmission. I'll just try and go through the film tonight. The arc of narrative will probably start any moment now, but I do want to make certain both of you gentlemen feel that you've finished your communications before I go into the chat room and try to address whatever people are saying in chat, because there's so many wonderful people. Michaela, Anastasia, thank you so much for everything you're doing. Veronica Barrera, thank you, Senora. And so all of you, let me start acknowledging them. But first, I want to make certain that both of these gentlemen feel that they've had their say. So, Derek, in terms of you're getting up so early tomorrow, like, what time is it where you're at now? And, like, what time are you aiming for to go to sleep? Just curious.
Well, it's 11:33 p.m. now, and I'll stay up with you guys till midnight. Okay. And then the stock market opens at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, which is 8:30 my time.
But I mean, you enjoy driving a truck. Are you aiming for this because you don't see yourself getting fired or something, right? I mean, you've got
no. I'm trying to do like a side hustle type thing. You know what I'm saying? Especially since I'm left holding the financial bag, which when I signed up for this class, I didn't know that I was going to be left holding the bag like that. But you know what? It's a blessing in disguise. I'm glad she's gone. So I just have to. I'm just left, figuring things out financially. Okay. So, I'd rather deal with that than all the emotional bullshit.
And so since I missed it, without being too repetitive, you don't need to be redundant on my account. But in summary, someone was carjacked by a young person, but the insurance is not covering it because they somehow interpret this as what? As not a carjacking?
They said there was no forced entry. So of course there was no forced entry, because what happened was when she pulled in her garage, she has the garage door opener. She pulled in. When she pulled in the garage, this 12-year-old ducked around the corner and was just in her garage and said, "Get the fuck out the car."
But technically that is a forced entry, because he broke in entering into her garage. It's not like she opened the garage door and said, "Come on in."
Right. Exactly. So, and this is, and before that I was telling Jameson about how this same friend, her son was shot. Her son's around the same age as Malik. And and she was with him. She was, there was mother and son driving, and there was a shootout between gang members and whatnot in Chicago, probably, but a straight bullet.
It might be family members for you.
Yeah, well, he got hit by a straight bullet, and he was paralyzed, but he wasn't permanently paralyzed. So with therapy, he's learning how to walk again. It's been years, but he's at the point to where, she every once in a while she'll send me a video of him. His therapy, and now he can actually hold himself up and put one foot in front of the other, and he has to have like assistance, but eventually he'll be walking again. So just as he's making this progress, all of a sudden she gets carjacked. So You know, it's just one thing. I can sit up here and complain about my problems, but you know, there's people who got it worse, and this is somebody.
It's never a comparison of problem. It's just that everyone suffers in their own level.
Well, yes, and you know, when you hear about something like that, however, somebody who's just been, you know, paralyzed and working their way out of that paralysis, I mean, it's just horrible. It's unimaginable to me to suffer like that. And what kind of social support did he get? Is he on some kind of social security or what? He must have.
I don't know, but his mom is handling it. His mom is handling it, and so she's doing everything she can, and she's paying for his therapy. I don't know what kind of assistance she's getting or anything like that, but but she's a determined mother,
right? And
she's making sure her son's getting everything he needs, and all of a sudden she gets carjacked.
Yeah, that's just awful. Oh my God! And the person who carjacked her was a young girl, is it or boy?
No, it was a 12-year-old, but I think it was a 12-year-old boy.
Okay, a 12-year-old boy. Disgusting. Jesus Christ. I mean, oh my God. Well, there you have that. And any other horror stories from you gentlemen to share with us tonight?
Oh, no. The only thing I did was I brought up the fact that I had gotten a call to my house phone, of all phones, where a woman's voice was, where I had gotten a call from a young woman who said, "You're going to die."
And I take
that was one of the many messages that I went through, and I found this odd because at first I'm thinking like, well, why would anyone call my parents to say you're going to die? And I'm like, well, wait a minute. Maybe they're not calling. Maybe they figured I was going to check the answering. How the fuck would they figure I'm going to check the answering machine?
Oh my God! Well, that's awful. That's sinister. Do you think it has something to do with your being on my program?
I don't know. I don't really give a shit. Because
by the way, that's the best attitude to have. That's the best.
To be honest, the way I interpret it is who isn't going to die?
Thank you.
I mean, seriously.
Thank you.
It's just a question of how soon. My only question is this one of the women who was I guess was stalking me electronically, or is this someone I met in person and had a really bad fallout with? Mm-hmm. And it could be, I could think of at least two people, but then I could also, I don't think it's going to be some random asshole from Facebook who's one of Lilith Aquino's proteges or something. Like
it's actually possible. I mean,
if that's the case, then I would say try something more sophisticated.
Yes, or bring it on. I mean, really, I think that you'll be fine, and it's one of those things where you can take this as a compliment. Honestly, if it was someone you were once involved with, they must be incredibly infatuated with you to bother to do something like that. Certainly.
Well, yeah. Well, it's for this reason that I had come to. Originally, I didn't bring it up because I figured, I had assumed that, all right, someone's prank calling people and telling them that they're going to die. So maybe this is just a trend that's happening.
Yeah, and
the last time I got it over the phone was the phone rang, and then it was a computer voice saying, your social security number has been used as fraud. It has been canceled. Your social security, you have been identified by law enforcement to be under arrest or something like that. It was telling me it was like a white lady computer voice telling me that I was like doing some IRS fraud and that I'm going to prison. So it says press 1 to hold on. So I pressed 1 and I waited. And of course, when the guy came on, he goes, "Thank you for IRS, calling the IRS."
Yes, of course, yeah, heavy Urdu or Hindi accent, right? Go on.
Yeah. I said, I just want to let you punk ass motherfuckers know that you better stop calling my motherfucking phone. He goes, fuck you. And I said, fuck you little punk ass motherfucking bitch. Take my name off your fucking shit. He goes, I'll kill you. I said, I'll kill your motherfucking ass first, you little fucking bitch. And then he just...
Good for you. Good for you. I told everybody because you don't know whether they're Asian, Indian, or Pakistani, or whether it's Urdu or Hindi, whatever their accent is. So what you need to do is send them bacon burgers. That way you fuck them up either way. You know, if they're Hindu, then you've got the beef, and if they're Muslim, you've got the pork. So, you know, you've got to send these guys bacon burgers.
If I could get, if we could only just get their address, I'll send them a fucking bomb. You know what I'm saying? They're guilty of pride. You know what I'm saying? So that wherever they are, they've got it to where you can't find out where they are.
Yeah,
you know
it's disgusting.
At one time, somebody called and said, yes, is this their tally? I said, yes. We just need to confirm it's you. Could you give us the last 4 digits of your social security number? And I said, no, bitch, I ain't giving you my last 4 digits. And what are the fucking digits of your fucking social security number? He said, he said, we just need to know that we're speaking with the right Derek Tyler. We just need you to confirm the last 4 digits of your social security number. I said, what's the last 4 digits of your motherfucking social security?
Holy shit. I mean, the gall of these people that it's unbelievable, and I can't believe how people fall for this. It's honestly, it's disturbing to me that people just don't understand these phonies, these consummate frauds when they call up and say they're part of the IRS, and people are terrified. It's disturbing to me how people are frightened they're stressed to point of death by these kinds of threats from these completely these obviously, painfully obviously phony people that are not even speaking English in a manner that is how would I say it, indicative that they have any experience in the United States or with American culture even. So they're just they're preying off the most vulnerable, which are people who have some kind of respect for authority, which at this point less and less people you would think would have that, but people are terrified, and they respond to these people and send them money. It's crazed, and they're threatened with jail and all this crap. I mean, I really was someone who was facing jail time if I didn't pay off the IRS. And the one thing that I can tell you, the one thing the IRS would tell you is they never work by the phone. The IRS does not call people on the phone. They don't need to. they have no need to do that. They just ultimately will work on their own schedule, and the manner in which they move is glacial, but except, of course, when they ultimately want to put you in prison, that'll happen. Speaking
of that, I owe money this year because my disability, when I was getting my disability, they was giving me, they didn't take anything out. So I owe for that.
Oh, gosh, sorry to hear that. And
well, it's only $1,000. I only owe $1,000, but still, because from what I only worked January and then the first week of February, and then I went on disability. Then in October I went back to work for 2 weeks, and then I took that time off again, and then I was able to get back on disability. But when I got back on disability the second time, they asked me if I wanted to take out the taxes, and I said yes. And so I was getting less because they were taking out the taxes. But this is when I got off of it and went back on it for only 1 month.
Right.
Remember that? So then I went back to work in December, and and then I didn't make a lot of money from my job. I made most of my money for being on disability, but most of the disability, I don't remember them the first time asking me if they wanted me to withhold the taxes. You know what I'm saying? I don't remember that being an option. Maybe it was, and I just wasn't paying attention. But either way it goes, I owe now.
God, sorry to hear that. Well, of course you wouldn't be paying attention. Well, at that time, weren't you diagnosed with cancer?
Yes, and it was taking forever to get my money.
Right. Oh my God. Well, definitely, we're so glad you're better now, and honestly, and I thank you for your support while I was, going through what I was going through. So, did you fall asleep during my narrative about the hospital?
No, I was listening to it. Yeah, because you were saying what a good experience this particular hospital was as compared to all the horror stories from the other hospitals.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. It was, honestly, it was it was incredible. I can say, and it's definitely I've heard horror stories about Kaiser all the while that I was growing up in San Francisco's Greater Bay Area, so to speak, and but with all the other systems that I've dealt with, which was basically all the rest in San Francisco, Kaiser's like heaven. Holy fucking shit! It was incredible, and I'm glad that I came out of it with at least the colonoscopies performed, and of course, like I said, it was back in 2019 that I got sick on air with Crystal River and Peter Moon there to hold the bandwidth, and of course they were very, who can blame them? They were very awkward about it because I was basically dying on while they were on, and they could hear me retching and moving about, just flopping, literally flailing. Flopping, like
I remember that one.
Oh God, yeah, and oh my God. So at any rate, but I had to turn myself into the emergency room after that, and when I was so there was a concern because I was going through that because obviously I had a bloody stool test, or the stool test showed blood in the stool. Now, of course, I have hemorrhoids, which I got from all those multiple lung collapses, and I was clenching my butt cheeks in agony because they wouldn't give me any painkiller at the fucking UCSF system because they're a bunch of fuckheaded, bastards who thought of myself as some kind of drug addict. And so no painkiller for me. And of course I could crush ball bearings between my butt cheeks at that point in the agony I was feeling, and haven't been able to really ever get rid of the hemorrhoids ever since. So it really wasn't thinking that there was any problem, but of course you're always concerned, but no polyps. And so it's a reassuring feeling to have. So all I can say is, having gone through with the horror of that, it's comforting to know that there's no cancer there. And I guess, did you have a colonoscopy yet, Derek?
No.
Oh. That's so funny. And of course, Jameson's got a while before he gets to that point.
What I will ask about is, what was your experience when you were under, like anesthesia? What was it like?
Well, when we first did the endoscopy, the last thing I remember is helping them put the harness around my throat, the bondage harness, and this is like the cocksucking ring that you see in bondage flicks. Of course, most of you aren't perverts who are going to be watching that kind of porn. But basically, if you take a look at S&M or various bondage kind of paraphernalia, you'll see the kind of mouth ring that holds open the victim or the submissive person's mouth so that you can ram them with your cock and they won't be able to bite you. That's essentially what they put around so they can get the endoscopy down your throat. And so the two twin Chinese girls, the two Natalies, strapped that around me. This is like something just totally surrealistic. And so they were strapping that around me, and that's the last thing I remember. It was honestly, they were strapping that on me, and the next thing I woke up with, my wallet in my hands and I was being pushed on the stretcher back towards my room. And honestly,
That's it?
Yeah, that's it. I don't remember. That's the endoscopy with the
Oh
colonoscope.
man! So you didn't ride the wave of going into the anesthesia then?
No, it's just I just was out.
Because when I got my endoscopy, I tried to hold on for as long as I possibly could.
What were they giving you an endoscopy for? What was that about?
Because I have like really fucked up stomach ulcers and shit.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is because of H. pylori. I don't know when the hell I got it or how it happened, but
it just happens. It just happens.
Yeah, it just happens. Most people, it's not active and it doesn't cause problems. In my case, it did at some point, and so they gave me while they were giving me the endoscopy, I remember I'm trying to hold out and stay awake for as long as I possibly can, and then I start to see like this kind of like grainy, like staticky looking stuff, and it's like black, and there's like these white lines crisscrossing and zagging and stuff, and then I remember waking up feeling a hell of a lot better than I did when I got in.
Why? Because you were high?
I don't know, because anesthesia just has that effect on me for some reason.
Cool. Oh, okay. That's nice. I mean, certainly I began to feel better while I was in the hospital, but it was obvious why. I mean, obviously my body was healing. I was able to access one of the blood boys for their E-core and therefore refresh myself in that regard. And that helped with my rehabilitation immensely. And, altogether, I was just, it was a very pleasant experience. I had my own vacation while Peter Moon was having his, and, going around ramming cops and shit, I can't believe he didn't hear about that while he was there. I mean, that's like, what I'll do now is take a look inside the chat room. I want to thank both of you gentlemen for being here. Obviously, we're minutes before Derek Talley turns in for the night. We love you, Derek, and what I'll do is I'll talk to you privately about, relaying to Lena Shea the importance of listening to these. I'll tell you both something that I'll relay again when Peter's here on Wednesday. I mean, Wednesday's going to be, just days from now, and it'll be like nothing. It'll be in no time. We'll be back here again. Derek will be working. I'm assuming you are working this Wednesday, right, Derek?
Yeah, that's when my uncle's funeral is. So I'll either be working or I'm going to try to find a way to get down there to Griffith, Georgia. Okay.
If you do get down there to Griffith, Georgia, will you be able to appear on the show, like call from there, or what?
I don't know. I'll be spending time with family, but
understood.
I will hit you up and tell you to call me so that I can jump on when I can jump on.
Good. I'd appreciate that. And don't go out of your way. Do so if it's comfortable. But at any rate, you're always welcome here, and I hope you know that. One of the things, as I said, I'll bring this up again, but when the three men attacked me, what they said was, "This is from Lena Shea." By the way, Lena Shea, I am certain, and I will assure everybody, I'm certain is nothing to do with what happened. This is the kind of bullshit these fuckers pull all the time. But what I will say is that the situation is very similar to what happened with Christine Joanna Hart. And both of you, I'm tempted to say you're both too young to remember that. But basically, it was almost before your time. I don't know if either one of you remembers Christine Joanna Hart.
I do.
Okay.
Because I listened to all those episodes, retroactively.
So Peter Moon, of course, remembers her. So I'll bring that up hopefully on Wednesday again, kind of go over it. But Christine Joanna Hart was...
Yeah, she's the one whose son was being taken advantage of by Michael Aquino. and she believed that it was George Clooney.
Yes, it was awful. It was just awful. What she was convinced of was that George Clooney was coming into her home and raiding her drawers, so to speak. Going through her cabinets, going through her stuff. This is like what was put in her head by Michael Aquino, where she would just open the door and he'd snap his fingers and she'd go into a trance, and he would just put the suggestion in her mind, yeah, it's George Clooney. Oh, well, he went and basically fucked her son. This is the kind of thing I've gone into before. There's no need to go into it now, again, because she was threatening lawsuits and everything else. And of course, I have no fear of that because I've got nothing to sue for. But beyond that, I mean, she's in England, and these are extraordinarily expensive when you get into transatlantic lawsuits. I mean, it's just not something that's going to happen. But in her case, she was someone who was a product of Michael Aquino's mind control. I mean, a true case of mind control. She'd be the first to insist she was mind controlled, and she brought up that whole background, and she was sent to bring down she was dispatched, and this is all historically verifiable. She was historically dispatched to bring down the head of the IRA, the Irish Republican Army, whom she seduced, and he was entrapped by her, and wound up in a situation where they were able to capture him and place him in jail, a concrete hole, the rest of his life. And she's raising his son. That's his son she's raising. Now, we've got kind of a parallel to that situation going on with Lena Shea, in the sense that she is a product of a mind control program. She was assigned to myself. She was assigned to bring me down in the sense of wiping me off the internet, which she did. Got myself totally dependent on her. All of this is my fault in the sense that I fell for it, but it's one of those things where, it is what it is. And I remember when I was talking to Brendan Zogid about, every once in a while, Christine Joanna Hart, who wrote a book on what she did, she published a book on how she took down the head of the IRA. So this is all historically verifiable. She did what she did, and that's when I related that to Peter Moon. He was impressed. He never realized that she had been that high in the game, or that high a playing piece, that high value a playing piece. And in terms of Lena Shea, of course, her job was to wipe me off the internet, which she did. And then, just like the head of the IRA, when he wound up in prison the rest of his life, every once in a while, Christine Joanna Hart will go and visit him. And when I was relating that to Brendan Zogid, he said, I would never talk to this cunt or bitch who, if I was brought down and imprisoned. And I said, dude, we all say something like that, but if you're stuck the rest of your life in a concrete hole,
you speak to any woman that walks in there.
Thank you.
I mean, you're surrounded by freaking meatloafs all day.
Yes, you will. Yeah, you'll talk to anyone. You'll talk to anyone for his situation is probably worse than being surrounded by all the meatheads. He's probably in isolation, or some kind of isolate kind of situation, I would imagine.
Then he's stark raving mad then.
Yes. Yeah, of that I have.
That is not a pretty way to go either.
No, it's not. And but in terms of Christine Joanna Hart, the situation's kind of paralleled with what's going on with Lena Shea in that regard. And I'll explain more about that later, and she doesn't need to necessarily hear that, but this is how I will deal with her. I'm just basically going to let people know, in a very real sense, I'm writing her off, in the sense that I was trying to deal with her in I'll put it bluntly, basically a blackmail, basically via blackmail. But she called my bluff on that, and she's not going for it. There was something I was trying to accomplish with her using one asset against others. She's been public about sending these emails to everyone in my circle. And so, in that sense, she's invited opening this in a public, onto a public forum, as far as I'm concerned. I'll be silent about her, my leverage to extend. but it's definitely something that I'm not going to overdwell on. It's obviously something where she's the type of maniac who would basically try and turn this against me and say that I'm terrorizing her, which is the kind of cunt she is, because she is, of course, a mind-controlled asset. But that being what it is, what concerns me is, of course, the children. She's always, when she was dealing with our severance, talking about how stressful it was being a mother, how incredibly stressful it was. If it's that stressful, I have no doubt she'll try and kill them at some point. Sacrifices to the anti-gods. And the fact that she was complaining in her letter about whether or not I talk about women's issues and totally ignoring the racial issues that her children will be facing, especially her female daughter, it goes to show me that she knows she's white and that the race war is not one in which she is a target. She knows she's not part of a vulnerable group in that sense, not doubly vulnerable like her daughter. And so it's obvious to me she doesn't give a shit about her children. Basically, this is a situation where they're just a tool so she gets, a quality life, and she'll dispense with them when the race war breaks out and just go to the side of the whites because, she can do that.
Or her hubby, for that matter.
Yeah. Oh, that guy's not... That's a non-entity. I mean, Jesus Christ. That's... Dude's a... I mean, that fucker doesn't even have life insurance. It's obvious he doesn't give a shit either. So that's like...
that's sad.
Yeah, it's like... it's not like he's in good shape. So, that's like...
yeah, but she can't even use him for that, then.
Yeah, so he's not even worth killing, so he's safe from her in that regard. But both her and Judith Ager obviously knew an attack was pending when they asked to become beneficiaries to my life insurance. In Judith Ager's case, honestly, I swear to God, it was something more organic. She has nothing to do with the cult or the network. It's something more like she just knew it was going to happen. And but at the same time, she's really a villainess in just her giving me the ostracization, the silent treatment. It's just awful. It's just, I don't deserve that. And of course, she feels that I cheated on her with Elena, but it's like, that drama I'll go into later. It's one of those things that that bears going into, because it's an education for the public to understand just how damaging this is to Judith. When you ostracize someone and when you close down all communications, it hurts the person doing it as much as the person they're victimizing. As a matter of fact, I'm sure Derek can attest to this. Wasn't your wife essentially doing that to you?
With this ostracizing me and
yes,
turning me to a pariah and not to, yes, that's some kind of cruel. I just think it's fucking cruel. That's all.
Well, it's much worse than that. It's abuse. It is basically a form of abuse, and it is something that says much more about the perpetrator than it does about the victim.
And you know what? My wife, she can't be spoken to about it. You know why? Because whenever I try to bring up any kind of things to talk to her about that she's doing, now I'm accused of what's called gaslighting, which makes no damn sense. So I cannot. So that's just telling me she's not to be reasoned with. She's not to be spoken to. She's not to be bargained with. She's not to be just if she does. If I see her doing some stupid, hateful shit, guess what? I just got to let her do some stupid, hateful shit and not say shit about it, because she will turn it around on me, and I'm the bad guy who's gaslighting her. So yes. That's what her friends put into her head. So if I see her about to do some dumb shit, I'm just going to stand. I did my part. Even the Bible says you can warn a man if you warn a man about what they're doing wrong, then their blood is not on your hands. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So at this point, it's clear that there is no working things out. So
right. Yes. Well, when I spoke to my psychiatrist about this, I was putting Judith into what context I could, and I do hope that someday the message does get to her. I truly would have changed my life for her, and honestly, my behaviors, it's not something that's hard to change, and honestly, I was willing to give my life onto a relationship with her, and instead she wants to punish me with, as I said, the Portuguese word is saudades, eternal pining and loss for something. Social ostracism has been a common punishment for millennia, but freezing someone out, it really does harm the perpetrator as well as the victim. So your wife is really hurting herself. And so what my psychiatrist introduced me to was the work of Kipling Williams, who's a psychology professor at Purdue University, who's studied the effects of the silent treatment for more than 36 years and has met with hundreds of victims and perpetrators in the process. And pioneering experts told her that although they need more data to know for certain, the instances of the silent treatment have increased over the years as new forms of communication have been invented. This is the kind of crap that Lena Shea was pulling by just blocking me on every medium as she would toss out this Parthian shot, which is a term for a backwards kind of assault, a verbal assault, and then I'm blocking you now after basically giving you the fuck off. John Barg, a psychology professor at Yale, told Kipling Williams that exclusion and rejection literally hurt, whilst Margaret Clark, who's a fellow female psychology professor at Yale, told her that although a victim of ostracism should certainly apologize if they've done something hurtful, if the perpetrator still refuses to acknowledge the victim's existence for long periods of time, it's the right time to leave the relationship. And Joel Cooper, the psychology professor at Princeton, told her that because we humans require social contact for our mental health, the ramifications of isolation can be severe. In the short term, the silent treatment causes stress. In the long term, the stress can be considered abuse. And Ann Fishel, the directoress of the Family and Couples Therapy Program at Massachusetts General Hospital, told Williams that a person may be flooded with feelings they can't put into words, so they just shut down. If your spouse uses the silent treatment tactically, and often it's time to call a couples therapist, one of the worst feelings in an intimate relationship is to feel ignored. It often feels better to engage in a conflict than to feel shut out completely. So with each story that Williams recorded throughout her career, a teacher here, a sibling there, a grandparent here, a friend over there, each case was more heartbreaking than the one before. The question that lingered most was, how could these people do this to those closest to them? A wife whose husband severed communication with her early in their marriage, 40 years of eating meals by herself, watching television by herself, 40 years of being invisible, and to quote Est Williams herself about the case, she endured 4 decades of silence that started with a minor disagreement and only ended when her husband died. When I asked her why she stayed with him for all that time, she answered simply, because at least he kept a roof over my head. You had a case where a father stopped talking to his teenage son and couldn't start again, despite the harm he knew he was causing. And that father himself said to Williams, the isolation made my son change from a happy, vibrant boy to a spineless jellyfish, and I knew I was the cause. And then a grown woman whose father refused to speak with her for 6 months at a time as punishment throughout her life. And, well, her father died during one of those dreaded periods. When she visited him at the hospital shortly before his death, he turned away from her and wouldn't break his silence even to say goodbye. And so this silent treatment, it goes by many names: shunning, social isolation, stonewalling, ghosting. Although psychologists have nuanced definitions for each term, they are all essentially forms of ostracism. And the tactic is nothing new. Ancient Greeks expelled for 10 years citizens who were thought to be a threat to democracy, and early American settlers banished people accused of practicing witchcraft. Religions have frozen out individuals for centuries. Catholics call it excommunication. Harem is the highest form of punishment in Judaism. And the Amish, they practice medung. The Church of Scientology recommends total disconnection from anyone deemed antagonistic toward the religion. Ostracism, of course, can also manifest in lesser ways. Someone walking out of the room in the middle of a conversation, a friend at school looking the other way when you wave at them, or a person addressing comments from everyone in a message thread except yourself. Partial ostracism might mean monosyllabic replies, a terse period at the end of a one-word text message. But in serious cases, ostracism can take a heavy toll whereby victims become anxious, withdrawn, depressed, or even suicidal. And the silent treatment might be employed by passive personality types to avoid conflict and confrontation, while strong personality types use it to punish or control. Some people may not even consciously choose it at all, but regardless of the reason for the silent treatment, it can be received by victims as ostracism. The silent treatment is a particularly insidious form of abuse because it might force the victim to reconcile with the perpetrator in an effort to end the behavior, even if the victim doesn't know why they're apologizing. And one study found that social rejection provoked a response in its victims similar to that of victims of physical abuse. The anterior cingulate cortex area of the brain, the area thought to interpret pain and emotion, was active in both instances. But the silent treatment ultimately harms the person causing it as well. And worse, the silent treatment can become addictive. The father who couldn't force himself to speak to his son again suffered the way many addicts suffer, through repeating an activity despite knowing its harm. Humans are predisposed to reciprocate social cues. So ignoring someone goes against our nature. The perpetrator is therefore forced to justify the behavior in order to keep doing it. They keep in mind all the reasons they're choosing to ignore someone. Although a perpetrator might use the silent treatment in many different scenarios, what every scenario has in common was expressed by Dr. Williams herself when she said that, "My research suggests that 2 in 3 individuals have used the silent treatment against someone else. Even more have had it done to them. Every new method of connection can be used as a form of disconnection. People use the silent treatment because they can get away with it without looking abusive to others, and because it's highly effective in making the targeted individual feel bad. It's especially controlling because it deprives both sides from ever weighing in. One person does it to the other person, and that person cannot do anything about it. You end up living in a constant state of anger and negativity. Most people who start giving the silent treatment never intend for it to go on for as long as it does, but it can be very difficult to stop. It's psychological quicksand." Now, the silent treatment is different from simply cooling off in the midst of a heated debate. One way to prevent a conflict from curdling into ostracism is to say out loud the exact amount of time you'll be taking a break and to establish a timeline for when you'll pick the conversation back up. In some circumstances, it's okay for unhealthy relationships to end abruptly, without notice, and with no expectation to resume, such as when a spouse or partner is physically abusive. But when someone is using the silent treatment to exclude, punish, or control, the victim should tell the perpetrator that they wish to resolve the issue. To voice the pain of being ignored is a constructive way of expressing one's feelings and may elicit a change if the relationship is truly founded on care. In the end, whether it lasts 4 hours or 4 decades, the silent treatment says more about the person doing it than it does about the person receiving it. And I've been receiving it from 3 different ladies, one of who finally broke and returned into my life, but this was after a comparatively short time. I was actually surprised and really never expected any return at all. But with the other 2, it is truly out of control. Between Judith Ager and Lena Shea. Lena Shea is obviously not going to be brought back into my life, so Judith Ager has no reason to be doing what she's doing. So at this point, Judith Ager is truly the villainess here. And as for Lena Shea, believe me, it's tempting, of course, to throw her in that direction, but she's really a victim, but at the same time, far more dangerous than Judith Ager. And for all the reasons that I've said concerning her paralleling with Christine Joanna Hart, the same approaching me for help, saying that she had repressed memories, that she feels she's been potentially abused. When I told her exactly what had happened, then there's no appreciation for it. And with Christine Joanna Hart, they really don't want any help. So they're doing what they're doing, and they're obviously supported somehow. Obviously, Christine Joanna Hart is living in a very expensive area of London, Embassy Row. Lena Shea has got her life going good in this wonderful suburb in upstate New York, at the end of a road where they've got direct access to the playground and no threat of any traffic coming to wipe the kids out in some casual swipe. Really, this is something that these ladies are obviously set up by the cult. Of course, Jameson Reese says upstate New York is horrible, but well, not when you're in that kind of situation. Believe me, it's quite amenable. But hopefully, if he hasn't fallen asleep yet, Derek got some context there. Derek, you with us? Oh God! Oh, he fell asleep.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm listening.
Oh.
Yes, you're doing a great job. I'm learning some stuff here.
Okay. Well, I'm glad, and I thank you for being receptive. Well, we love you dearly. You get yourself some rest, and honestly, I'll start into solicitation soon, but first I'll go into the chat room, check things out. And thank you so much, Derek, for helping tonight. And Jameson and I will handle it the rest of the way. But so glad that you're on our team. All right.
All right. Well, good night, everyone.
Thank you. Love you dearly, Derek. And with that, let's check into the chat room. Going to look around at some of the messages here. After I do the chat room, I'll probably actually take a quick trip to the restroom. So hopefully Jameson doesn't take off as he does sometimes. And you are with us, right, Jameson? You're here right now, right? Holy shit. Oh, let's see what happened with him. He's given us he said be right back. There you go. He did the be right back shit. Okay, well, let's check into live streaming. Now, let's scroll up a bit. And we had Marcus Griggs talking about organic, like what everyone is going to spend their checks on. Yes, Bill Lyons, who is Sarah, who is using her husband's account. Sarah Lyons says, hi, everyone. Says, so good to hear your voice, Douglas. Thank you, Eddie. Captain Peligro says, great to hear you live, Mr. Dietrich. Thank you, Captain. He spells it Captain. I don't know if that's intentional. And I don't believe that's, is that Spanish or Portuguese? I don't think so. But Peligro, definitely an exotic name. Sounds like it's Latin European. So thank you, sir, for being with us. And of course, Veronica Berrera. Hola, Douglas. I'm happy you're back. Que Dios te cuide siempre. Buenas noches, everyone. Yes, thank you, honey. Mwah. Buenas noches a todos, senora. Hillbilly Holler, Michaela Nastasia says, what made you bleed internally to begin with? My last name, Nastasia, means resurrection. It does indeed, young lady. Yes. She said, I had an ulcer at 14. They sent me to a shrink, too. Yes. And don't worry, darling. You can replay the show later and you can hear exactly what caused the internal bleed. But it was external, let's put it this way, external trauma had a lot to do with it. And Rose Belizia, who we're glad to have back with us. By the way, Michaela Anastasia, mwah, love you dearly. And Rose Belizia, mwah, so glad to have you with us. She says, I missed the beginning. Is DD sick? Hospital? And so Michaela said he was recounting the events of a colonoscopy that came out good. No polyps or cancer. And Daniel Arola was relating, I'm like an apex predator when it comes to fishing out online trolls and bullies. Instead of blood, it's about energy. Basically, yes, Daniel, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Spartano Negative says, part of being a zombie, we have a foot in the grave. There we are. And Michaela Nastasia said, I love Valerian. Cara Delevingne, yes, she was mentioning the actress I was speaking of. Cara Delevingne proves that God is a lesbian. She's divine. And she's in Carnival Row also, yes. And so definitely bears checking out. Vicky Johnson, mwah, shout out to Vicky Johnson. She says, happy holidays. Love you dearly, honey. And Bill Lyons, who is Sarah, says, I love Valerian also. Watched it many times. Excellent, yes. And WTF, Mr. What the Fuck, says, good afternoon, Douglas and all. Much love. Thank you, sir. And hugs. Humongous says, what's he smoking? Oh, it's COVID. Why is prostitution illegal? Because it comes to screwing people and taking their money. The government doesn't want anyone outperforming them. Yeah, there we are. And then Bill Lyons gave a wave, who was Sarah. Thank you. Vicky Johnson is giving hugs and kisses. Thank you, honey. And in return, WTF says, all the kids these days have tech neck. Yeah, a loss of natural curve due to looking at the phone too much. It's a chiropractic term. And so Michaela says, I ended up with tech neck from 20 years on the computer doing digital art. Now I do the majority of my work on my iPhone while lying in bed. Holy shit. Chris Collins says, I definitely remember the transmission with Christine Joanna Hart. Well, there were several. There were several of them, yes. And then Michaela says, I remember CJT. Couldn't figure her out. I didn't realize all that stuff was happening with Judith and Lena. Thank you, honey. Yes, it's that dramatic. Yes. Oh my God. So yes, they've chosen this form of abuse, and this is what it is. And really, it does say more about them than it does about myself, because it shows where they're coming from, which is a power trip position, and it is one which is where they would claim I'm gaslighting when they basically say things that they do, that I'm somehow speaking about them in a manner that puts them in negative light. Well, none of this would happen if they would only fucking talk. if they would only talk to me. But they refused to do that after the level of intimacy that we've had. It's just just wretched. And after a while, the patience runs out, and what do they expect? Okay, I can't help but hate them. What do they expect? Do they expect me to like them? Love them for something like that? It's too much. They've gone too far. And so with that, of course, we'll go into solicitation. Let's get that out of the way. Then as soon as Jameson's back, he can hold the stage for me again for a matter of minutes while I just kind of refresh myself. Oh my God, what a world we live in, honestly. And so let me dredge up on screen my solicitation and get that out of the way for tonight. I mean, honestly, technically I'm supposed to be doing this twice a night. I can barely do it once. This is like the colonoscopy prep to a degree. Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook Incorporated timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And subscribe, of course, to his YouTube maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Drax, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. Now go to his channel and view my shows there, searching for Douglas Dietrich. Apparently there's a lot of problems with many people with even being able to access those videos at odyssey.com/maggot:*E, as in colonoscopy. It's at maggoty. Odyssey, like endoscopy, odyssey.com/@maggot:*E. It will boost his credits, which will allow him to upload more shows that you can't access. As he himself says, the user interface on Odyssey is completely retarded, but they have no censorship. The most important thing being that were it no for he, the Maggot Man, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He, of course, is the man who took it upon his own initiative to download the majority of what I've published online into his personal hard drives, thereby enabling us to recreate my legacy when I was scrubbed from the internet no less than thrice. That's 3 times, the last time being through Lena Shea's efforts to eliminate myself from online presence. And for that reason alone, if anyone is deserving of fiscal support beside myself, it would be he. And this is because, of course, he's taken it upon himself to serve as the bridge between the Akashic records and our data matrix in the material world on the Malkuvian plane, to use a Kabbalistic term. And in that sense, he is my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of myself from an online presence with which to virtually interact with you, or all life on the surface of the earth, because the elimination thereof be the ultimate objective of the anti-gods which the Herodian cult dost worship. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there, the homepage of showsdd.com, whereon you'll find a footnote on mine bio, sire, where you will encounter the analysis of my biological father's name, Adolphus Jacob Hitler, the meaning of the name, what made the man. And Jameson Reese, I see, is back with us. I'm going to finish my solicitation, which will take a good 10 to 15 minutes, and then I'll ask you to break me for a spell while I refresh myself. So just preparing you for that, Jameson. Thank you. And at any rate, when it comes to educating yourself about my father's name and my own biological history or genealogy, make certain to take that knowledge and spread the word to all and sundry, far and wide, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, is alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, convince others to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. And they need to indicate myself as friends and relations. That is the only category. You cannot disambiguate between the twain. Of course, we're all friends, or you wouldn't be supporting myself with any contribution. And we're all, we're extended electronic family. Therefore, you indicate myself as friends and relations to prevent that faggot Peter Thiel, who established PayPal, from walking in to take his cut from your contribution and destroying that nice round number and turning it into some kind of dollar and cents affair. For people are forever asking myself, or Renegatus Humanus Arma ab Maza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they could do to fight the paedopathophalacracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make us donation online. If you don't prefer the PayPal, where you need to indicate myself as friends and relations because you find that distasteful, you can, instead of the yellow donate button, use the red donate button, where you can apply any credit or debit card, either thy credit or debit card of anything other than PayPal. Simply go us to douglasdietrich.com and click that red donate button, and you can donate without fear of the middleman coming in to take their pound of flesh, and render your contributions in nice round numbers that will basically reach me intact. You'll have to click the yellow button thereafter anyway, the yellow donate button, to reward yourself, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack on the Fukushima Daiichi Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 islands of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, where on the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform for rationale personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel. Of course, you can find the rest, everything we've got on YouTube, I suspect, on Odyssey.com at maggot:*E. Oh, God, that sounds awful. Maggot colony, right? You know, fuck. I mean, whatever. It'll boost his credits, allowing him to upload more shows. User interface on Odyssey is retarded, but Odyssey has no censorship. And the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, which you can subscribe to at, it's just look up Taboo Bros 2. It's managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Now, foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drex, Dietrich's Our Dragons heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and the YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7 and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, he being mine own personal hero, who hast substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. You will also find trailered on the Bizarre HD channel. Again, that's youtube.com/user/bizarre HD. You'll find trailered there on the cinematic documentary currently in production entitled The Thousand-Year Reich in Exile and subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad an Hanabu Technologies. Indeed, the last Dietrich is the son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amoration agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency of it, bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself, and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language as well. Forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, You will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on every Sunday and Wednesday. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com. And over and above all else, donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating myself friends and relations. There is no other choice. You can't disambiguate between the twain. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, which you reward yourself by pressing the yellow button, which brings you to the homepage of showsdd.com, where you register therein and thereafter log in at your convenience. To expose yourself to, well, you're not exposing yourself to me, but you're exposing yourself to my materials that include all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. And of course, a shout out to Stephen Myers, my Blasian brother from another mother, in the heart of it all, the epicenter of the COVID Manhattan Island. Stephen Myers, the man who saved my ass with 60 United States dollars, and the message, feel better, praying for you. God bless you. Love you dearly. Hugs. And a shout out to, I'm told, you've got money. Douglas Dietrich Productions have received a 20 United States dollars from a Mr. Jameson Reese. Thank you, sir. Oh my God. Why? It's like, and $20 from Chris Collins. Chris Collins sayest, so relieved to hear you're doing all right. Wish I could spare more, but hopefully this still helps. I do have more to convey, but we'll keep this one short. Thanks and much love. My love to you too, Chris Collins. God bless you. And the goddess bless both of these gentlemen. And these are both gentlemen. And in terms of Chris Collins, of course, don't know him as well as Jameson. I do know he has long hair, and that makes him all right by me. Anyone who makes the long hair statement, honestly, they're the people I feel comfortable with. And Jameson Reese, of course, is obviously someone who's been on our side since day one. So Jameson, goddess bless you, as well as Chris Collins and Stephen Myers, three wonderful caballeros. Very welcome. Consider yourselves all part of Team Dietrich, and most welcome members thereon. My hugs to all of you, and we've got the group hug going right now, and got a huddle going here, a football huddle. And when I return, I'll be doing some cinematic reviews of what I saw in the presence of my son and all the harem. And we will we'll get into, well, pretty in-depth into it. I've got a lot to say, surprisingly. I'm surprised myself about this film. For right now, Jameson Reese will relay, I guess, what he can about Shin Gojira or whatever he wants. And the stage is his while I refresh myself. You can hold for about 10 minutes or so, Jameson?
Yes.
Thank you. God bless you. And, oh my God, why? Was this done while I was sick? Or while I was hospitalized? You did this, right? And it took about 3 days for it to manifest on the account?
I just decided to do it today.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. Oh my God, you didn't need to do that. Oh my God. I mean, you haven't even gotten stimulus yet. I mean, neither have I, but that's something I want to go into in Arc of Narrative later tonight, of course, because it's just so damning well, anyhow, we all know what we're going through. The people who need this money the most immediately are not getting it. And it's going to people, who, like Peter Moon himself said, he doesn't need it, and he got it as soon as they got it out the door. They're giving it to the higher income level people first. I mean, this is I'll get into it. But All right. Stage is yours. I'm going mute, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes at the longest. Thank you.
All right. Well, here's a good one. Corporations gave over $50 million to voting restriction backers. And this is from the Associated Press. When executives from Coca-Cola and Delta Airlines spoke out against Georgia's new voting law as unduly restrictive last week, it seemed to signal a new activism springing from corporate America. But if leaders of the nation's most prominent companies are going to reject lawmakers who support restrictive voting measures, they will have to abruptly reverse course. State legislature across the country who have pushed for new voting restrictions and also seized on former President Donald Trump's baseless claims of election fraud have reaped more than $50 million in corporate donations in recent years, according to a new report by Public Citizens, a Washington-based government watchdog group. Telecom giant AT&T was the most prolific, donating over $800,000 since 2015 to authors of the proposed restrictions. Composers of such measures, or those who have voted in favor of the bills, the report has found. Other top donors during the same period include Comcast, Philip Morris, United Health, Walmart, whoop-de-doo, big surprise there, Verizon, General Motors, and Pfizer. Yeah, none of those are really surprising. The money may not have given with voting laws in mind, but nonetheless, it helped cement Republican control in state houses where many of the prohibitive measures are now moving forward. Whether companies continue to give these lawmakers will test how far risk-adverse corporate leaders are willing to go in their increased forceful criticism of the restrictive efforts, which voting rights groups have excoriated as an attack on democracy, which it is, because it's more or less a selective democracy now, and an ethnically selective democracy. To make matters even worse, it really is corporate America as a whole that is funding these politicians, said Mac Tanglis, one of the authors of the report. It seems many are trying to hide under a rock and hope this issue passes. More than 120 companies detailed in a report previously said they would rethink their donations to members of Congress, who, acting on the same falsehoods as state lawmakers, objected to the certification of President Joe Biden's win following the deadly attack on the U.S. Capitol by Trump supporters. Okay, the tension is most evident now in Georgia, where far-reaching new voting law has drawn intense national scrutiny, prompting criticism from Delta and Coca-Cola. On Friday, MLB announced it would no longer host the 2021 All-Star Game in Atlanta. Yet it's unclear whether this aggressive new posture will extend to corporate campaign donation practice. And for all we know, the same companies saying, we don't support what they're doing, would probably be handing them money under the table. So who knows how deep it goes. Georgia's Republican-controlled House voted to strip Delta of a tax break worth tens of millions of dollars annually for their criticism of the new law, though the action was rendered moot after the GOP Senate failed to take it up before the legislative state session adjourned. What is certain, though, is that withholding corporate donations to state-level candidates, like many companies did at the federal level, will have far greater impact on state houses. A contribution of $5,000 to a U.S. senator who is raising $30 million is a drop in a bucket. God damn, they raise that much money? But in some of these states, a few $1,000s can buy a lot of ad time, said Tanglis. And it could also buy a good amount of time with an escort. If corporate America is going to say that Trump's lie is unacceptable on the federal level, what about on the state level? Public Citizen analyzed about 245 voting restriction bills proposed before March 1st. They culled a list of sponsors and co-sponsors while analyzing the vote roll calls. Then they cross-referenced the data with state-level donation records dating back to 2015, which included money from company-sponsored political action committees as well as direct contributions from corporate treasuries. Among their findings, companies donated at least $50 million to lawmakers who supported voting restrictions, including $22 million in the 2020 campaign cycle. At least 81 Fortune 100 companies have combined a total of $7.7 million to supporters of the restrictions. Nearly half of all Fortune 500 companies donated a combined total of $12.8 million to supporters of the restrictions. About 3/4 of the companies that changed their donation policies after the U.S. Capitol attack have also given to lawmakers who supported voting rights restrictions. So in other words, it's not just the government that wants us dead, it's the companies and corporations that want us dead too. At least if you're black. Fuck them. But, honestly, I can honestly say that I am not going to retract saying that, nor am I going to honestly try to make light of saying that. They deserve to hear every ounce of bile and disgust with me saying that. Now, to get back to the story, more than 60 companies have given at least $100,000 to lawmakers who supported the restrictions. Separately, industry groups and trade associations contributed an additional $36 million to the lawmakers, $16 million of which was given during the 2020 cycle. In response, AT&T said the right to vote is sacred, but declined to say whether the company would withhold donations to state lawmakers, as they did inform members of Congress who objected to Biden's win. As they did 4 members of Congress who objected to Biden's win. Damn, I am butchering these fucking sentences, folks. Please bear with me. We understand that election laws are complicated, not our company's expertise, and ultimately the responsibility of elected officials. But as a company, we have a responsibility to engage, AT&T CEO John Stankey said in a statement. Verizon CEO Hans Vestberg said in a statement, "We're strongly opposed to passage of any legislation or adoption of any measure that would make it harder to vote." But he stopped short of pledging any specific action. Now note, earlier, Verizon was one of the companies that actually supported the, if I go back up and read, yes, Verizon was actually one of those companies that did support the measures that they were trying to take to make voting more difficult. So, apparently they're saying something different and doing another. Comcast had said in a statement, efforts to limit or impede access to this vital constitutional right for any citizen are not consistent with our values. These are just cookie cutter statements that any company could come up with to cover their asses. They're not even worth reading. The company would not comment on whether it would evaluate its giving to lawmakers who support the measures, which it did. Altria, the parent company of Philip Morris, said in a statement, "Every eligible voter should be able to exercise their right to vote," and pledged to monitor lawmakers' alignment with our political contribution guiding principles when making future contribution decisions. Which is another way of saying nothing. Pretty much. All the companies listed in the report declined to comment or did not respond to inquiries from the Associated Press. Pressure has been particularly intense in Georgia, where Republican Governor Brian Kemp recently signed a sweeping new law that bans people from handing out food or water to voters waiting in line, and allows the Republican-controlled state election board to remove and replace county election officials, among many other provisions. Two of the top corporate contribution recipients detailed in the Public Citizen's report were among the sponsors of the measure. Since 2015, Republican Senator Jeff Mullis has collected more than $869,000 in donation from corporate PACs. Among his top corporate donors were AT&T, the United Health Group. Now, see, this is why I've been saying to people for the longest, if you want to have an influence on policies, don't take to the streets. Who the fuck gives a shit if you're in the streets? You're just giving the cops more people to arrest and more reason to call you people animals, which you're not. No, if you want to have an impact, stop buying from certain manufacturers. Stop buying goods from certain services, from certain fucking companies. Start boycotting goods and products of these assholes on the top who want you dead. That's what you do. You hit them in their freaking wallet. That's how you stop it. Of course, I could say that until my face turns blue and nobody listens because nobody freaking cares. But then everyone's hunched over like the hunchback of Notre Dame with their heads inside their freaking cell phones. Like, ooh, what's going on here? Like, how closer can you get your face to the freaking cell phone to see it?
Oh, thank you. So you held out real well, and you can do me a favor and stay online with myself as I begin to review the Godzilla versus King Kong film. We may as well go there now and talk about what happened when my son came in and was able to arrange for that to appear on the screen that he brought with him, and all of the wonderful boys of the harem. Bear in mind, to all my listeners, I would love to name each one of them individually, but to protect their identities, I do not. And honestly, there's no point in just making up names and saying Bill and Ted or whatever. It's just rather pointless. But as it is, people by now probably know my son's name, but if they don't, I'm not going to repeat it too often. So if it happens to let slip sometimes, so be it. But I try not to speak it out. So Amanda says, I'm here listening. Oh, Mandy, honey, come on for just a few minutes at least. Bring yourself back on. And so were you listening throughout the night when you could? I know that every once in a while you have to tend with everything else, but you're kind of like a will-o'-the-wisp. I mean, you're there, and then she says, I'm able to chat in just a moment. Okay, that'll be fine. And then both of you can just kind of hang on while I start talking about what happened with the film, and just how just there's just so many ways to go with this, and so much to go into.
Was it was it good, or was it like, oh, or was it just like, it's freaking horrible?
It's good. It's good. It's good. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Yeah, and I mean, there's always room for improvement, but it's great. It's great. It's great. It's interesting. I'll start from Godzilla first and then go towards the film, but the real star is Kong, which makes perfect sense because he's a fucking primate, and we can relate to a primate, whereas Godzilla is a reptile, and it is harder to relate for most primates.
I think it's easier to relate to the reptile.
I knew you would say that. But in terms of Godzilla, he obviously has quite a bit of expression and even an evil laugh, which is actually mimicked by the... Okay, people, there's got to be spoilers here, all right? If you don't want spoilers, leave the room now. If you don't want spoilers, turn this off now. Fast forward ahead towards when you hear me talking about the horrors of race and class warfare, COVID-19, etc. But other than that, you're not going to want to be around for this. I'm not one to pull back when it comes to relating a film. I'm not a professional reviewer who's going to give you teasers and no delivery. I'm going to give you the whole fucking film. You're going to hear the whole fucking film if you hang out here. If you're the kind of person who likes surprises and just wants to experience the film, it's a 2-hour heart attack in which you enjoy every minute of it. You're basically on a roller coaster ride. But there's a lot of things that you probably are not going to be intellectualizing while you're watching it like I would. You're just not built for that. Your average mind, you'll be along for the ride. And when it's done, of course, you're just going to go, whoa. And you will be just, left in a kind of awe. I think that, there's going to be, you'd have to be like a real just sourpuss to really just consider this to be something negative. But it's definitely, it's how should I say this? Let's put it this way. Since his big screen debut in 1954, before I was born, and not too long after the end of World War II in the Pacific, which was 1952, just 2 years before, Gojira, the monster, Godzilla, in the English, has been portrayed alternately with levity and seriousness as both a menace and a protector. That's the paradox at the heart of Godzilla. The thing to remember is that he was not the first kaiju. He was, in terms of cinematic production at the grand scale, King Kong was. And I'm not talking about the American King Kong. Now, people may have heard me go into this before, but I'll go into it again because this is important. And I'm going to count on both Amanda Ute and Jameson Reese to help me out here. Ray Harryhausen, and all the white guys back in the day who were doing those wonderful things with stop motion animation, which is, of course, anybody who's familiar with the pain and the effort it took to make that happen, that kind of stop motion animated claymation kind of puppetoon masterwork that they were doing with the original King Kong all the way up through the what was it, Clash of the Titans or something like that, back when that poor old senile guy, and I don't say that to be cruel, he had senile dementia he suffered from, Burgess Meredith was in that Clash of the Titans, the one that had him in it. They were still using that Ray Harryhausen effect for the Medusa and all the rest. I mean, these deserve respect. They deserve, but they're just awful. They deserve respect, but they're just awful. But the original King Kong did what it did. It revolutionized cinema. It also was the first time we ever had a non-human entity as a kind of anti-hero, a main character who we could emotionally bond with. You might say that about Frankenstein or Dracula or Universal Studios, but remember, King Kong, I believe, came first, really, before the Universal Studios started releasing these other entities, and they were essentially human, really. Frankenstein, and as the creature, which of course Frankenstein is the doctor's name, and the director for that, by the way, this cannot be ignored or dismissed. It's actually a very important factor that the director of the Universal Frankenstein's monster with Boris Karloff was gay, and he just openly gay, to the point where it was like a factor in his career. So I never knew that growing up, because of course it was just one of those things that was only an in Hollywood kind of fact that only people in Hollywood would know. But in terms of why that's important at some other point, we'll go into that, but not tonight. With King Kong, when he had such a big success in America, the Japanese made their own King Kong. Now, this was before World War II, and the movie was called King Kong in Yedo. Yedo, by the way, was the ancient capital of samurai Japan. This was the proto-Tokyo. There is no Yedo anymore. There's no Yedo, because Yedo is subsumed within Tokyo, and it never maintained a distinction in the sense that Londonium did with London. There are two Londons. There is London and Londonium, which was built by the Romans. And Londonium is totally separate from London. So for those of you who don't know, in Londonium, which is a thriving city within a city, the queen cannot enter Londonium. She needs permission from the interests of Londonium to enter that part of London. That is not her London. So that is an ancient city within a city that has its own mysteries. It's like a Vatican city-state within London. Yedo would be like that for Tokyo. Tokyo is a sprawling super megalopolis. Yedo was the samurai center of Tokyo. That became the capital. The ancient capital of the emperors was actually Kyoto. But of course, my mother was born in Tokyo and told me, of course, that as far as she's concerned, she infinitely preferred Tokyo to anywhere else. And so, yeah, I'm pro-Tokyo in that sense. But so King Kong in Yedo was an attack by King Kong on the ancient samurai capital, the proto-Tokyo. It's similar to a movie that might be made called Konga in Londonium, or something like that. It would be like, for those of you who don't know, Konga was the British King Kong. Yes, the British made their own King Kong called Konga, and their own Godzilla was Gorgo, in case you don't remember that. For those of you who think Gorgo is a nonsense word, like Gojira, which is a combination of whale and gorilla, Gorgo is the queen of the Spartans. So that British Godzilla was named after the queen of the Spartan Empire, whose name is Gorgo, in case you didn't know.
Isn't that also where they got the Gorgon from?
Maybe. I don't know about that. It doesn't sound improbable. It makes sense that might make sense, really. But anyhow, in terms of the King Kong versus Yedo, it's like the original Frankenstein, which you may not know was not Universal Studios, but Thomas Alva Edison. Thomas Alva Edison originally created the first Frankenstein film. And of course, like with King Kong and Yedo, for both of these films, we have only one surviving still with both of these films, which, thank the gods of our ancestors, is in each case of the creature. So we have a kind of impression of the creature that was portrayed in the film. And for those of you who look it up, Thomas Alva Edison's Frankenstein, you will see that creature as portrayed in that film. So that film was totally destroyed. in fires that the original films were never meant to last. They were like ammunition, and they would be destroyed after a certain amount of time because it was considered like stage play or theater. It was like something that would appear and then like it was transitional. It was transitional entertainment, like a stage play. And so people didn't think of film in those days as something to preserve. So, and then you had the fires because all of this was on highly flammable material. And so the Edison films all burned, and all we have is that one still. And that's the same with King Kong and Yedo, because that was destroyed in World War II when the Americans bombed Tokyo. And so it was destroyed in the firebombing of Tokyo. And all that we have surviving is that single still of King Kong and Yedo. And so he was the Japanese kaiju before Godzilla. So before there was Godzilla in Japan, there was King Kong. Understand that. And then what you had was, in Ray Harryhausen's world, after the success of King Kong and the horrible little money run they did called Son of Kong, which is just plain sad. And it starts off with great promise and doesn't go anywhere. And they just hurried it out to try and make extra money from the great success of Kong. That in itself was criminal. There's some good special effects for the day in Son of Kong, but they wanted to really make a real film, and it was going to be King Kong versus Frankenstein. So you can look this up. The sequel to King Kong was going to be King Kong versus Frankenstein, in which Dr. Frankenstein, the Dr. Frankenstein of Universal Studios, was going to come back and portray the same guy who played the Doctor in the film, was going to come and portray that same Doctor, creating a super giant entity the size of King Kong, meant to be an industrial labor unit to perform massive amounts of labor that would preempt the need for humans in kind of massive construction projects, etc. And so this Arbeiter, our German word for worker, this laborer created from the prodigious, the prodigious animal parts of rhinoceri and elephants and various other kinds of supergiant mammals out of Africa. This kind of entity was going to be put together by Dr. Frankenstein, and this was the entity that was going to be put on display in San Francisco's Candlestick Park, and the film was going to be taking place in San Francisco just as the original King Kong took place in New York. And then King Kong was to be brought in as a recaptured specimen, and the two creatures would then go at it. That wasn't going to be the intent in the film. It was going to be an accidental collision where these two creatures would then combat each other because they were never meant to be, they were meant to be separated, but they somehow wind up colliding. And they were to take their battle all the way to the Golden Gate Bridge, where they would both fall off into the sea, and it would end there. But that was the intended film, the sequel, that Ray Harryhausen never got enough money in terms of sponsorship to make. And because he needed money, he sold the rights to King Kong to the Japanese, who then made King Kong versus Godzilla. Now, by the time they got around to that, this was right before I was born, or maybe the year before I was born, 1965. And when the Japanese made that, they didn't use the Ray Harryhausen animation. They used men in suits because it was cheaper and it actually looked a lot better. I mean, it didn't look great, but it looked better than, claymation figures going at each other, which just, the Ray Harryhausen did best with things like The Black Scorpion. The Black Scorpion is a film that takes place in Mexico, and it's giant scorpions. Okay, it's like that. You can do stop motion animation, and it has some realism to it, but with primates and larger animals, it's just it's give up on it. So with King Kong versus Godzilla, believe it or not, the original Japanese idea was Godzilla versus Frankenstein. Now, the Japanese at that time made what was called Japanstein, which was a Japanese Frankenstein, which you can look this up. The Japanese Frankenstein film, produced by Toho Studios, was a giant Frankensteinian creature that was given to them by the Third Reich in the film. In the film, the creature is given to the Japanese Empire by the Third Reich. And so this was supposed to be the creature that would combat Godzilla. But then when they got the rights to King Kong, they just gave him all of Frankenstein's characteristics. He gets juiced up on electricity and stronger, and then thereby takes on Godzilla, and who is weakened by electricity in that film, King Kong versus Godzilla. And the rumor for many years was that there were two endings, one released in Japan where Godzilla won, and one released in America where King Kong won. And I delved into that. I took that at face value, and for many years thought that to be the case. I've confirmed that is not the case. Godzilla essentially was implied to lose, and that was the ending in Japan, and that's the same ending you see in America. King Kong is swimming away. Godzilla is heard to roar in the distance, but King Kong's visibility and Godzilla's invisibility implies that King Kong essentially got the upper hand and was heading back to Skull Island, or whichever island they use in the Japanese film. And so the reason for this was that you have to remember that Godzilla had only appeared in 2 films at that point, and they were actually going to kill him. Not that they couldn't resurrect him, because monsters die all the time and they come back like comic book characters. But really, there was only 2 films that Godzilla had been in to that point. King Kong versus Godzilla was what made Godzilla famous. The other films were not what made him famous. His first release was not that big a deal in America and in the rest of the world. His second release was even less so, with Anguirus, who he was fighting, though I infinitely prefer that film and I love it. And that was called The War of the Volcano Monsters, or something like that. They had multiple titles for all of these films. But the third release was going to be Bride of Godzilla. And Bride of Godzilla is a whole complicated affair in and of itself, obviously inspired by Bride of Frankenstein, but it was going to be the creation of a female mecha that was impervious to Godzilla's breath, and therefore what he could not destroy, he wanted to breed with. And so Godzilla would follow this female mecha into the inner Earth, where they would both be sealed within, because she had a self-destruct mechanism that would blow and take them both, seal them into the inner Earth, which is then reflected in this King Kong versus Godzilla film, in the sense of an inner Earth being actually explored. When it came to all of these factors, factoring in the different Frankensteinian elements, the inner Earth elements, King Kong and Godzilla, that's what made Godzilla accessible to the West, because they recognized King Kong. And then Godzilla became a thing. So that's what made him the longest running franchise on Earth. So basically what we get is a journey to the center of the Earth in Godzilla vs. Kong. The film is all action, no meaning, and that's a good thing. I mean, the only thing you can say is, what a relief. It's the awesome emptiness of Godzilla vs. Kong. Adam Wingard's film reaffirms the franchise's ability to waste talented actors, in this case including Alexander Skarsgård, Millie Bobby Brown, and Rebecca Hall, because, of course, it's impossible to create any meaningful interaction between human beings and supergiant cryptids. So what are you going to do? You're stuck making 2 films, basically a film within a film, about the humans and their issues, and then a film of the creatures and their issues. And since you're really there to watch the creatures, nobody cares about the people. You can try, like they did with the original Godzilla film of 2014, I believe. I'm talking about the original MonsterVerse franchise Godzilla. And it was all right, but really it was horrible. You spend all the movie waiting for Godzilla, and it's shit. It's shit because they're all fighting in the dark and in the rain. Okay, bullshit. Bullshit on that noise. This film, it was in the daylight. They fight in the fucking daylight. You see them. You can fucking see them. So we're already orders of magnitude up with that on the pegboard. Now, on Sunday mornings in the 1970s, I was the first in my house to wake up. As soon as I got out of bed, I'd retrieve the thick Sunday edition of the newspaper, pull out the comic section, and then dig in for the weekly TV guide. I'd flip to the listing for the following Saturday to see which monster movies would be part of that morning's creature features. Any film would have thrilled me, but I was always hoping for one starring the heavy-footed radioactive behemoth known as Godzilla. And having first debuted in Ishiro Honda's 1954 film Gojira, the Godzilla I knew was an unpredictable force of destruction. But he could also sometimes be a friend to humanity, a savior in moments of crisis, a mythological titan that danced when he won a battle. And of course he's the anti-hero in this film. And that was the right thing to do. That was the right thing to do. Because otherwise it would have been stupid. But Godzilla movies, they've typically tried to highlight both of these qualities, often in the same film, with varying degrees of emphasis. Many of the movies in the 1970s were almost comical, featuring the kaiju, or daikaiju, meaning greater cryptid battles that resembled professional wrestling. The films of the mid-80s through the 90s took on a much darker tone, with Godzilla re-emerging as a menace even as he delighted in his fights with other monsters. His power was fearsome, and he could not be controlled or negotiated with. Nevertheless, when a bigger threat to humanity's survival emerged, Godzilla would rise as our champion. No matter how playful or haunting his movies have been over the decades, this duality, Godzilla is both a terrifying metaphor for mankind's hubris and a protector capable of almost cosmic benevolence, has always been at the heart of the character. And Hollywood's latest Godzilla movie, that the original of this MonsterVerse franchise, subtitled The King of the Monsters, was maintaining that tension. And as a sequel to 2014's Godzilla, the film saw the desperate people of Earth calling upon the creature they were most afraid of in order to fight an even greater peril. And early trailers, they presented the destruction wrought as a giddy extravaganza. For those of you who aren't familiar, the 2014 Godzilla was the long-winded one with all of the stupid people and Godzilla in the background, and they're trying to build him up as ominous, and he's fighting two giant fucking insects. I mean, come on, really? Insects, for God's sake. It's not even an even fight. It didn't even make any sense. And it was all in the dark. And it was the same with Godzilla King of the Monsters that came after that, and we saw all these other titans, but we didn't really see them because it's all in the fucking dark and it's raining. Not only was in the dark, it was always raining. So it's raining in the dark so they could hide their shitty CGI, and you just said, fuck. I mean, this is shit. It's, the thought was great, the concept is great, but, they think that they're trying to make this deep and looking moody, and it's just shit. You want to see these creatures. You're there to see the creatures. You want, destroy all monsters. You want, bring out the rubber suits. Fuck the CGI. Bring out the goddamn rubber suits. But You had the actors, of course, in the trailers spitting out these punchy one-liners while the world was collapsing around them. The early Godzilla movies I grew up with embraced that same sort of approach, taking the giant lizard seriously, but not too seriously. And my first Saturday morning encounter with Godzilla was a childhood awakening, Godzilla's Revenge, which was 1969, now that I think of it. Originally titled All Monsters Attack. Fantasia, seen through the eyes of a boy named Ichiro, living in an urban industrial complex, with factory stacks bellowing plumes of smog when he walks to school. His favorite place to roam near the train yard where his father works is also where his bullies await. And Ichiro daydreams of visiting Monster Island, which I always did, and that's where he met Minya, Godzilla's squat-nosed pollywog offspring that blows smoke rings instead of atomic breath, and who himself is bullied by one of the island's many creatures. And Godzilla later teaches them both how to be brave, only minutes after annihilating a gargantuan praying mantis. And as an anxious kid myself, I reveled in Ichiro's and Minya's transformation from tormented to fearless, guided by a friendly demigod. At the time, I, of course, was aware of Godzilla's roots in something that was far graver than childhood bullying, the ruins of Hiroshima and Nagasaki by American atomic bombs. But it's incredible how the Japanese psyche obviously had not taken those experiences as any kind of defeat or any kind of inhibition to enjoying life. And not long after airing Godzilla's Revenge, the same TV station showed the US version of 1954's Gojira, co-directed by Honda and renamed in the United States as Godzilla, King of the Monsters, where the actor Raymond Burr from the series Ironside was edited into, quite awkwardly, into the Japanese original as an American reporter named Steve Martin, of all things, informing the West of the destruction of Tokyo by the atomic bomb-awakened creature. While King of the Monsters is all but stripped away Gojira's references, metaphorical or literal, to the nuclear attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the American film is still presented as a true horror film, like Shin Gojira. And at the age of 7, mind you, I could barely understand the plot and was mostly interested in the drama of the rampaging monster. And yet it is so tonally different from Godzilla's Revenge that I found it difficult to see the movies as being about the same creature. King of the Monsters is a deeply melancholic experience that's made even sadder by the character of the eye patch-wearing scientist, Daisuke Serizawa, who has the power to kill Godzilla. Well, he has the power to kill Godzilla with an oxygen-destroying device. And Serizawa insists to the government that his weapon is an even greater threat to the world than the conquering beast, but he agrees to its use, knowing that he must sacrifice his own life in the process because it must be detonated by hand. And Serizawa's death, as Godzilla is suffocated and then reduced to a skeleton, is macabre and frightening. The movie ends without a hint of celebration. That Godzilla has been defeated and the terror is over is treated as confusing and bittersweet. In other words, King of the Monsters was no child's spectacle of monster battles. Even then I could sense the shadow of a nuclear holocaust in the images of Tokyo as an emptied-out core. But like many viewers, I was able to look past the darkness of this origin story as I devoured the countless other Godzilla movies that were released during the 60s and 70s. The Japanese-made films of the 1970s had the creature fight an assortment of foes, including the kindly Mothra, the pteranodon-like Rodan, the giant spider Kumonga, the gargantuan lobster Ebirah, the robotic doppelganger Mechagodzilla, and the living sludge of contamination and decay named Hidora. The most fearsome and by far the coolest was King Ghidorah, the three-headed, electricity-spitting alien leviathan that had a starring role in Godzilla, King of the Monsters, of the MonsterVerse franchise. And each new iteration of Godzilla became more charmingly ridiculous. In the 1973 Godzilla vs. Megalon, Godzilla rides along on the ground on his tail, hitting his foe square in the chest with his feet. The truth is, I've never been quite able to resolve these two versions of Godzilla. One, a destroyer of worlds, as he's sold, and a reminder of the horrible truth of nuclear war, and chemical warfare, really, because he's killed by a chemical weapon. The other, a gentle, stern, and sometimes silly father figure. In almost all of the Godzilla movies after the 1954 original, the nuclear war symbolism is barely an echo. The most recent work to tackle that issue head-on is the remarkable and deeply serious 2016 Toho Studios film Shin Gojira, in which a devastated Japan must give the United States permission to drop an atomic bomb on Tokyo to destroy Godzilla. And they fail, in that their bomb, like in World War II, is meaningless. So Shin Godzilla makes the bold assertion that maybe Gojira movies should not be fun at all over again, just like the original. Now, Gareth Edwards' 2014 Godzilla, the first film of the current American franchise, made an honest attempt to return Godzilla to his roots as purely inscrutable, an almost godlike entity. And like the original movie, Godzilla doesn't have a titular monster make a full-bodied appearance until deep into the story. And as in the 1954 version, the creature is first spotted in the distance from the main character's point of view. It's one of a half dozen striking moments in an otherwise serviceable movie. The film occasionally references American nuclear testing, and the overarching plot involves the radiation-eating monsters that Godzilla has to battle. But once Godzilla begins fighting, there's little to separate this version from earlier iterations, except that the dinosaur is this fat-ass CGI rendering and not a man in a lizard suit. And what the film does do is clarify how paradoxical the character of Godzilla is. The audience is meant to cheer him on, no matter how dangerous he might be. The monster has evolved too far from his original metaphor to be obliged to return there. Godzilla endures as a pop cultural force today, in part because he has come to represent the idea that what can destroy humanity can, in turn, also liberate it. What made the early Godzilla films so strange was how this pure annihilating force could also express a temperament. Even in Gojira, in which Godzilla is a stand-in for human scientific hubris, there is still an anthropomorphic quality to him, which adds to the elegiac impression of his death. Godzilla projects the essential fear of not knowing whether humans will be the ultimate liberators or executioners of this planet. Like Godzilla, humanity is suspended in this dichotomy. So if audiences are going to cheer when they see King of the Monsters, let it not be for the thrill of the spectacle, but because, at the last minute, Godzilla teaches viewers, like Minya, how to be both fierce and benevolent, to do whatever is needed to save one another. In Godzilla vs. Kong, the plot is just an excuse to get to the titular brawl. The film follows a team traveling to the Hollow Earth. This is not Unterland. It is an attempt to render Unterland ridiculous and unbelievable, essentially a Tarzan fantasy land. A Pellucidar would be the term of Edgar Rice Burroughs. And this is the secret underground home of titans such as Godzilla and Kong that's being explored on behalf of a shady corporation, everyone's favorite punching bag. seeking to harness its energy source. And they transport Kong away from Skull Island so that he can guide them on their quest. But Kong and Godzilla are ancient rivals, and oh no, two apex predators can't exist at the same time. What could possibly happen when they cross paths? Now, you might remember, in the original King Kong vs. Godzilla, the Japanese transported him there on balloons. Very similar to what we were talking about and are exposing through our work in the, of course, Roswell book. The Japanese, of course, have a memory of balloons winning the war. And when they do cross paths, Godzilla and Kong, in this latest reiteration of their conflict, pure chaos, of course, but chaos that's strangely soothing to take in. The story isn't thematically interesting, nor does it offer much to analyze in the conventional sense of human relations or human issues. Neither Godzilla nor Kong is a metaphor in this film for any greater crisis. They're just two creatures in a mesmerizingly choreographed boxing match, pummeling each other to pieces. And you honestly, nobody's winning in terms of the set battles. In terms of the set battles, they're just, you can easily side with one or the other and say that everybody won in one sense. But I'm going to give the spoilers. Now, at this stage of late pandemic exhaustion, the main takeaway is that when you're watching a film that actively rejects relevance and refuses to dwell on human emotion, that's not an annoyance, it's a relief. The humans are just, well, there's some that are likable. The females are likable. There's hardly a male that's redeemable. The majority of the men are just, they're just repulsive. There's this one dork that among the conspiracy theorists, this is how they deal with the humans. They introduce a conspiracy theory. I mean, it has to be a conspiracy theory. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but they had to make it such because we're in a shithole, conspiracy-obsessed phase in history where America is in a anti-cultural death spiral. So it had to be conspiracy. And there's this thing that I honestly thought was a bitch. I thought it was what we would call a bear dyke, a kind of teddy bear dyke that is in this film that I honestly, I deal with transsexuals, I deal with people of all kinds of genders and just orientations. And I thought this was a bitch until they basically exposed this person as a guy. And I'm like, you know, when I was watching this, I'm surrounded by a bunch of, it's like Queer Eye on the Straight Guy in the situation I was in watching this. And none of us could get why they put this loathsome character in the film. Like, is this a sap to what they think is transsexuality or asexuality? It was just stupid. You just wish these people would die. Out the very day I was admitted into hospitalization on the closing day of Yestermenses, the last day of last month. And it was via HBO Max. The Godzilla vs. Kong is a sort of loud, mindless blockbuster that Hollywood rolls out in the summer, but it's been almost 2 years since the last normal summer movie season. And if the film's impressive overseas ticket sales are any indication, viewers returning to theaters crave sensory overload, not any careful plotting. And this movie, of course, gives them that. There is no plot to work with for the Alexander Skarsgård, Millie Bobby Brown, Brian Tyree Henry, or even any of the skull crawlers from Kong Skull Island. I mean, the whole let them fight. I mean, Godzilla vs. Kong, it's streaming on HBO Max, and right away it's clear this was definitely the Titan-sized slugfest Godzilla and Kong fans have been clamoring for, well, since... How many years has it been since I was a child? And this came out when I was born? Well, half a fucking 100 years! Plus! 55 years. And as some fans suspected, there is a secret villain reveal in this movie that truly changes everything. Now, as I said, Adam Wingard directed this movie to be big, and it's epic, and it definitely settles the argument of who is the deadlier Titan. But where does Legendary's Monsterverse go after this? Okay, so the spoiler alert again. And now that we're past establishing the mood, I shall sayest his name. Mechagodzilla is definitely the secret villain of this movie. So that means you've got a lot more than you bargained for if you showed up just to watch Godzilla vs. Kong. Mechagodzilla is so much of a threat that Godzilla and Kong, who's off chilling on Skull Island, realize that both their moms are named Martha and they should team up to fight the deadly Titan-sized mech. And fans, of course, spotted Mechagodzilla in the Godzilla vs. Kong trailer when they tuned in to watch Kong vs. Godzilla and were treated to lightning quick glimpses of Mechagodzilla. Now, the one thing that I will say here is that the Pacific Rim effects infect this film, where everything is neon, all the monsters are glowing. So, all that's cool, but that can, well, it's really fucking gay, but it's definitely attractive. It's got its own charm, and it is what it is. But I'll get back to that. Consider that the main theme of the film. It's pretty fucking lights. It's all bright lights, big city. It's like, by that I mean bright lights, big city. This is the point that actually pisses me off, however. When we had 9/11 take place and all these people died in those collapsing skyscrapers, then I remember J.D. Leese, who was the publisher of G-Fan magazine, the Godzilla fanzine that was around for years as a pulp magazine. J.D. Leese was saying that the overwhelming correspondence he got after that was how everybody felt guilty watching giant monster movies because of all of the buildings collapsing that must have people in them, and all they could think of was people dying. And this would usually be rationalized away by having cities evacuated. So you would see people running, and the cities are evacuated, but all the lights are left on. Nobody had any time to turn off the lights, so all the cities are left bright and glitzy, and the monsters can go at it and collapse buildings, and you don't feel guilty about people dying inside. Okay, fuck that shit. I mean, you've got these monsters battling on a goddamn aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier winds up sinking. This is like, I want to see the damage. You want to see... These are all sailors, of course, like my father was a carrier sailor, but they're all going to the bottom of Davy Jones's locker, like my father would say. You're not disrespecting them by showing them all die or drown or swimming and being attacked by sharks. This is the horror and reality of what a serviceman has signed up to face as a potential fate. This is something that, whether it's by giant monsters or whether it's by nuclear conflict, at least show that. At least show all of the people in the buildings dying. At least show us body parts and gore in that sense. Not that I'm a gore hound. I'm just saying this is like the depopulated city shit. It's just, Come on. It's just, it turns it into a toy train track. You're looking at a fucking slot car track when you're looking at this. This is not, these are creatures doing enormous damage. Show them doing it. If you want to show a horror film, this is the point. People are not there to see a horror film. The kids are there to watch a wrestling match. Okay, so this is for kids. That is what makes it a kid's film. I would like an adult film where, not adult in the pornographic sense, I mean, I'd like to see the damage to people. Like you would see in a disaster film about an earthquake, about a flood. Except they don't show damage to people either. It's like you get, oh wow, look, the cities are dissipating. Okay, damage to people needs to be seen because that's what we see in the wake of a mass catastrophe. These are walking mass catastrophes. Want to see people suffer. It's only to show the reality of mass catastrophe. You get a flood, you get an earthquake. There's horrible things happen to people. This is like what needs to be shown. But you see, this is the paradox. They want these to be creatures that kids buy toys of. They want this to be creatures that kids can relate to and like. Godzilla and King Kong showed more expression in this film than anybody did in the Simba sequels. So, there you go. Powered by the skull of the fallen King Ghidorah, Mechagodzilla lays waste to Hong Kong after a Godzilla vs. Kong battle, and the situation quickly escalates into a pretty major emergency. Awesome battle monsters like Mechagodzilla treat fans to something new. Rock stars like Godzilla and Kong are the ones who have to do a Godzilla vs. Kong full fight in order to set things right. So, simple answer, yeah, Godzilla beats Kong in this film. The first Godzilla vs. Kong fight goes to Godzilla, who almost drowns Kong. The second Godzilla vs. Kong full fight first goes to Kong, then swings back to Godzilla. So if you're on YouTube searching Godzilla vs. Kong, who wins, the clear answer to that query is Godzilla. You know what happens when Kong brings a mythical battle axe to an atomic breath fight. He gets shot. But of course, all of the Godzilla vs. Kong stuff is just to set up for Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla or Godzilla vs. Kong Mechagodzilla. Even Mechagodzilla can't step to the combined power of Godzilla vs. Kong, and once it's Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, it's pretty much game over. Now, apart from Jia, J-I-A, that's played by Kaylee Hoddle, a little girl from Skull Island who can communicate with Kong and become as distraught when he does, none of the characters' anxiety and paranoia leave much of an impression. Every bit of dialogue serves only to help explain why a dinosaur with radiation breath must fight an overgrown ape. I realized, as Kong swung his radioactive axe, yeah, he gets a radioactive axe at Godzilla's tiny lizard head, that I'd missed the sweet simplicity of a popcorn movie. This film is not meant to be watched, but to be gawked at. The camera swoops underwater as Godzilla drags Kong beneath the ocean. It crouches under their bodies as they spar on land. Then it zips close to their faces to capture their snarls. Godzilla hurtles into a skyscraper, glass raining down his back. Kong leaps off a battleship to avoid a burst of his enemy's atomic breath. Their fights take place against spectacular video game backdrops, too. The ocean showdown happens at sunset, golden hour illuminating the waves. The nighttime clash in Hong Kong is lit all in neon. It's glowing, giving the pair themselves an otherworldly glow. The film is hectic, it's noisy, and what I would call maximalist when it comes to its inhuman stars. During a scene in the Hollow Earth, Kong decapitates a winged monster. What was the name of they call them war snakes, which is so fucking stupid. Originally it had Izumi or some Japanese name that was so much better, and they got rid of it because it was copyright infringement on some kind of Pokemon or something. Anyhow, Kong, lifts its head above its mouth, above his mouth, so that he can, like a drunken medieval lord, guzzle the gooey green blood that pours out of its neck before belching in victory. The entire sequence is gross, yet so glorious. I wanted to rewatch it immediately. But yes, I'm afraid there's a but. The movie is, in some ways, a disappointment. Now, taken on its own, Godzilla vs. Kong is a serviceable action spectacle, taken as part of a collection of movies about mythical creatures, or characters, who symbolize existential crises. However, the film is a sign that the MonsterVerse, the franchise shared by Warner Brothers and Legendary Studios, has given up on its original artistic ambition of reimagining the classic films of decades past. The first film, 2014's Godzilla, established a secret government agency called Monarch, which studies titans but also risks threatening their safety and habitats. Monarch has appeared in every film, but observations about the perils of human curiosity and discovery have waned with each successive entry, even as the visual effects of today have made characters such as Mothra and King Ghidorah look more astonishing than ever. As with many other modern franchises, each installment has recruited a different director behind the camera, but the MonsterVerse has allowed its filmmakers to put their stylistic stamp on their projects and pursue unusual, unexpected scenarios for their gargantuan leads. Gareth Edwards' aforementioned Godzilla reboot featured more shots of its actors gaping up at the sky than of Godzilla himself, to the dismay of myself and, I would suspect, every fucking viewer. Yet it also wove in poignant observations about inherited trauma and depicted the terror of being confronted with the smallness of the human species. Kong Skull Island, directed by Jordan Voight Roberts, if I remember, and released in 2017, riffed on Apocalypse Now. The film was set at the end of the Vietnam War and featured a particularly hammy performance from Samuel L. Jackson as a Colonel Kurtz-like figure driven mad. And even the franchise's weakest entry, in a sense, 2019's Godzilla, King of the Monsters from Michael Dougherty, said something about man's hubris and obsession. Obviously, I liked it the best out of, most of them, because it was loaded with other monsters, even though we didn't see much of them. The concept was good, but like I said, everything's in the rain, everything's in dark, at night. It's bullshit. The film treated the Titans, however, as divine creatures, and the trailer set the action to a twinkly version of Claire de Lune, which Vera Farmiga and Ken Watanabe's characters would worship to the point of sacrificing themselves. These films weren't solely interested in having Godzilla fight a rogue's gallery of foes, as he did in the later Japanese films of the 1960s and 70s, the decades in which I was born and came into awareness of the world around me, but also putting a postmodern horror spin on the proceedings. They showed how humans must coexist with insurmountable catastrophes, adapt to the knowledge of possible annihilation, and accept the limitations of their abilities. Very Lovecraftian. Now, in the case of Godzilla vs. Kong, the director Adam Wingard, whose resume includes the clever thriller The Guest, displays barely any of the morbid wit that he brought to his earlier work. Unlike Edwards and Voight Roberts, he doesn't get the chance to build a compelling narrative around the Titans' relationship with humans. The film is too focused on the duo's confrontation and their anger and resentment toward each other. If the MonsterVerse moves forward, and given the solid international box office returns it just might, it seems likely to trade storytelling for mayhem, now that Godzilla and Kong have finally recrossed their paths. And Hollow Earth has been discovered. At this rate, the next film might as well be a true creature feature. No humans allowed. I myself had wished for more Godzilla after the 2014 film. The wish has been granted, using a Kong-sized monkey's paw. Still, it's kind of admirable how aggressively Godzilla vs. Kong eschews any grander meaning. During the pandemic, escapism has often come in the form of a comfort watch or a low-stakes fantasy. This, however, is a work that aims to grab hold of a viewer's attention and never let it go. It's an uncanny distraction of enormous proportions. The boat stuck in the Suez Canal of pop culture diversions. Late in the movie, a pair of characters build. Spoiler alert again, though this has already been revealed in trailers aside from what I'm saying. Mechagodzilla, Godzilla's robot doppelganger. In just 2 scenes, the film introduces the creator's master plan and then immediately kills them off so that Mechagodzilla can run amok, sans any human control, into the path of Godzilla and Kong to start another melee. When Godzilla saw Mechagodzilla and accepted the challenge, I simply sat back and let the Titans do their thing. There is a touching scene toward the end of Godzilla vs. Kong, when the creatures of the title draw near to each other, and with a mighty thump, Godzilla lays Kong flat, then leans tenderly over him, almost exactly like Fred Astaire holding Ginger Rogers in a prolonged backbend in the movie Top Hat, which was released in 1935. As for dancers, so for rampaging beasts, they seem to find the happiness they seek when they're out together, fighting cheek to cheek. Or in this case, snout to snout. Obviously, I was surrounded by too many gay guys to see this in any other filter. What's interesting is that Godzilla, armed as he is with a bright blue radioactive roar, could take this opportunity to barf his opponent into extinction, but he doesn't. Gazing down, he snarls and steams, as if to say, "I've missed you so much," then stalks away in a huff, with Kong looking longingly at him with what seemed to be tears of sadness as the moment passes. Again, I was just surrounded by too many young gay guys to see this through any other filter. All of them crying out that it was a pity that the two of these creatures could not have taken a room somewhere. Maybe taken mine as I was moved up to the solarium. I just don't know if again, this is what made the film for kids. It's kind of like, your monsters can be friends. Your toys don't need to kill each other. I can see rationale for this in a Darwinian world, and it's okay. I was okay with it, but it's at the same time, it's just, again, there's something about it that was just too gay. So you've got this film directed by Adam Wingard that begins on Skull Island with Kong, a bachelor, waking up alone, stretching, and greeting the fine day to the sound of Elvis Presley singing Loving Arms. I'm not shitting you. I seriously question the director's sexuality. Now, the more that I dwell on this, it wasn't the twinks from the harem. No, it's Adam Wingard. It's not the fact that I was surrounded by a bunch of gay kids whose blood I drink. No, it's Adam Wingard. It's not me. It's not in my head. It's in his. Alas, Kong's residence is soon revealed to be a stately pleasure dome, resembling the one in The Truman Show, You know, the one released in 1998, not the one in 1945. And designed not so much to fence him in as to keep out unsolicited visitors, such as Godzilla and the IRS. Now, a stickler for the niceties, Kong receives few callers except for Jyeah, Kaylee Hoddle, who, in strict accordance with the laws of melodrama, is a little deaf-mute orphan. And does she play with a simian doll? You bet. Again, I'm not shitting you here. She's got a little King Kong pincushion doll that she can stick voodoo pins into to make him behave. Okay, they don't do that, but it almost gets that far. Also on hand is Dr. Eileen Andrews, who's portrayed by Rebecca Hall, described as the Kong Whisperer. That's a really niche aptitude, though we never actually see her being winched up to have a word in Kong's ear, and I was pissed at that. I wanted to see that. Now, our main concern is that he and Godzilla should, whatever happens, remain socially distanced. Shiso saying, there can't be two Alpha Titans. And tell that to the makers of the movie, of course. Now, one mark of the Godzilla franchise is the ingenuity with which each director manages to waste the talents of an excellent cast. And among those squandered by the latest film are Brian Tyree Henry as Bernie Hayes, the conspiracy-minded podcaster, who no government agency can find, but the conspiracy theorists find him, just like that somehow. Millie Bobby Brown as Madison Russell, one of his more gullible listeners, and Kyle Chandler as her flustered father, Mark. The focus of Bernie's suspicions is Apex Cybernetics, a seemingly benign but secretly wicked corporation. The opposite, that is, of the major movie studios, which appear to be bellicose and mean, but in fact donate the bulk of their profits to the rescue of stray kittens. I'm being facetious. At any rate, when it comes to Apex Cybernetics, somehow these conspiracy theorists, well, they managed to break in. Okay, I'm from a security background. That part of the film was just unacceptable. Okay, there's no armed patrols. There's no robotic drones. There's no movie cameras. There is no heat sensing mechanisms. There's no facial recognition technology. There's nothing. These people just waddle in, teddy bear dyke and all, and just... Anyhow, Apex is headed by Walter Simmons, portrayed by Damien Bichir, who we know is evil because of the caressing way in which he cradles a tumbler of whiskey. That's straight out of Blazing Saddles. And he, too, has a daughter, the smoldering Maya, portrayed by Aja Gonzalez. To her falls the honor of declaiming my favorite line, "Dump the monkey!" And she has her wish. The monkey does indeed get dumped next to a large hole in the Antarctic, a play on Godzilla vs. Kong original 1970s, 60s version, in which he's carried by the balloons, this time by helicopters. And, well, the Antarctic, well, guess fucking what? No, there's no Nazis! It turns out to be a portal via which Kong and other characters are whooshed to the kernel of our planet. You know, the planet that Jameson Reese was talking about, buried within our planet. The science behind this narrative, I hasten to add, is totally sound. You can read all about it in Hollow Earth by Dr. Nathan Lind. That's played by Alexander Skarsgård. It's not a real book or a real doctor. And he is, of course, of Denham University. You know, they used to make jeans. Now, listen for the echoes. The professor in Jules Verne's Journey to the Center of the Earth was named Lidenbrock, and Denham was the headstrong adventurer in King Kong, Carl Denham, released in 1933. The new film is a pale and blundering shadow of those rousing tales, spoiling their brio with sentimental qualms. We are asked to believe not just that other titans dwell beyond the intra-terrestrial tunnel, but that among them our giant hero may find his family and his natural home. Where will it all end? Keeping up with the Kardashians. And yet this ridiculous trip to the Earth's core does engender the one great beauty of the film. And well, it better. It takes up 45 fucking minutes. In wide shot, we see a green and pleasant land. Above it, in mirror image, another country upside down. And in between them, something amazing. An ape falling out of the sky. Even the dumbest flicks can spring these graceful surprises. Equally unexpected, if rather less charming, is the location of the finale. With a whole fucking world to choose from. Why pick Hong Kong? That, for some reason, is where the story pitches up. And where our two contenders are joined by a third party for a city-wrecking threesome. There's a nice image of Kong grasping the peak of a tall tower, much as his predecessor clung to the Empire State Building in 1933, but there's also an unpleasant sense of order having to be restored to the streets of Hong Kong, irrespective of the human cost. If I were a young protester there, I would be more perturbed than entertained by this remorseless work. 5 days before the movie's American release, by the way, it opened in Communist China and earned more than $70 million in its first weekend. Fancy that. You see, what the Americans are aiming for is the largest movie market on earth, the Communist Chinese cinema. And so they put the battle in Hong Kong to sell the film to the Red Chinese. And they sold it. Hong Kong is, of course, portrayed as part of mainland China, a communist territory with no independence, and indeed destroyed by otherworldly entities. And the communists have to move in to sweep up the rubble and restore order in their wake. It is a communist propaganda film at heart, and one that rationalizes the tyranny of the most corrupt party on the surface of the world. No wonder you want to escape into the hollows. That is the ultimate horror of Godzilla versus Kong. And hopefully that puts some context into the film. Gonna let Jameson take over for a second while I try to hydrate myself here. God, is Jason still with us? Or did...
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, hopefully that contextualizes it for you and adds some sense of the real point of the flick, the selling to the Chinese market. This is, of course, what I think was the most disturbing aspect of it to me, and it's actually the point of the film. And aside from all of that...
That is actually supremely, I hate to say it, lame.
Thank you. Yes, it is. And aside from that, the Amanda's smiling. Oh, honey, come on for a few minutes. Give us both a break here, honey, and tell us what's on your mind. Tell us what you thought about what I said, if anything, and, provide us both some relief.
Sure. I was just laughing, just saying it's lame.
Yes. Thank you, honey. Yes. But I will. Yeah, go on.
Please, no, what?
I'm sorry?
Oh, I was just going to say, I was so hesitant to watch this movie because I love the old Godzillas.
Yes, I do too.
Mothra, and I forget the name, you had just said it, the three-headed.
Ghidorah.
Ghidorah. Oh, I love Ghidorah, the favorite.
Yes.
So safe.
Yes.
But that's so interesting. I was not seeing that coming about how that it was just made and sold for China, for Hong Kong.
Yes.
Oh, that's so sad, but it's so true. And our NBA is already doing that. Our basketball association has already been, kissing their hiney and doing what they say. And
by the way, detail to our listeners exactly how they're doing that, because I know the communist Chinese were heartbroken when Kobe Bryant died, because he was so much a part of their culture in the sense that they were really fascinated by him, and it's obvious that they love basketball, and the NBA wants their money, and it's this enormous market. So, what are they doing aside from what we already know? I mean, you probably know some things I don't, I'm sure. So you can tell our listeners that, what's going on with them. How are they sucking up to the Chinese this time? What are they doing now?
Well, I kind of basically, as you said, basketball has taken China by storm. Yeah. People, I'm sure, remember the one that went over to go see Kim Jong.
Yes. What's his name?
Rodman, Dennis Rodman.
Thank you, butt ugly Dennis Rodman. Yeah, go on. Yes.
Yeah, and so there's been some kind of, in the last, 15, 10, and very high end of the last even just 5 years of this thing with basketball and China, and the financing, supporting, a lot of money is coming into the teams through China.
Yes.
There's heavy investment, and just the recent protests of last year, and I don't remember exactly what it was. I could look it up really quick, but the NBA had spoken out, several different teams and as the association, about a particular subject, and China was just appalled, and they cowed down and backed down like I've never seen the NBA do. Those guys don't apologize for freaking nothing, unless it's as a PR, have to.
Yes.
Kind of like when Oprah, the only company and peoples that she has ever been held accountable to and apologized to and backed down from and all that other was the meat industry.
Thank
the cattle
you. Yes.
industry.
Yes.
Nobody else can tell Oprah what to do except for them. And I've been talking about the cattle industry for a long time. Like, people don't know China's been buying up all Central and South American cattle and are running the meat market that way. So that tie is very scary. So the only, aside from one of their players just blatantly outright, busted and arrested, or, convicted, or an owner, scandalous, major headline news, the NBA doesn't back down from nothing. Right. So that China definitely has them by the balls. Yes. That there is just too much money right now supporting this industry, that they're their little bitches.
Yes, it's
I don't know what else to say.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. I really do. And it's the one thing I'll have to say is, of course, the scenery was beautiful. Certainly Hong Kong itself is beautiful in the graphics, and it's but the politics behind it spoils it, renders it obscene, really. And that's and I'll try and put up some more aspects of the film. I mean, surprisingly, I could go on about this, as I said, for hours when you take elements of the film and what it implies. But honestly, it's one of those things where, hopefully what I said, people who listened aren't going to kill me for giving, basically describing pretty much every element of the film. But it's one of those things that, as I said, I think that Mandy puts it perfectly with what she said. It's basically Hollywood, like the NBA, these people they're bought and paid for. They're no longer our industries. They're China's, and that's pathetic. And it's something has to be done. But of course, we're doing that. We are involved in a Cold War, and we'll see how far this can go. But we'll definitely see major changes in the future. So, honey, please go on. I mean, like you said, you love the old films, and based on what I've said, maybe the two of you can bring up some other points. I mean, I take it, Mandy, you probably didn't see that. You know, when I say horrible film Shin Gojira, it's not that it was bad. It's simply it was a true horror story, albeit not a tremendous horror story. Because let's have Jameson say it, because Jameson probably saw the whole thing and was it didn't really show a lot of gore in terms of people's heads and body parts or something like that. Did it?
No. It actually it didn't show much as far as people getting killed. In fact, most of the horror has to do with the poor creature itself mutating and morphing, and you know, taking on all types of different menacing forms. But I think the what the film did is it showed a sort of intellectual response that the Japanese would have to the threat and the sacrifices they were willing to make to finally defeat the monster, and a sort of intelligent thought that they, you know, I couldn't understand the language. I didn't need to understand the language to understand how they had killed it and what they had used to, you know, what kind of agents they had used to infect the creature's blood and whatnot.
It was something to do with basically, you realized that much, so that's already admirable. I mean, you were able to realize it had to do with the blood. It was something to do with the blood where they essentially kind of desiccated it and rendered him thereby fossilized him, and thereby stopped the release of those spawn that these humanoids that were evolving from him. But it's definitely something where that would make an interesting opponent of the classical Godzilla. Along with Kong.
And the thing is, like, something like that couldn't work in American theaters because Americans is just too fucking stupid to get it. You know, they'd be like, "Why are they talking the whole movie? Why is everyone sitting down in the conference room and talking?" You know, I mean, they had something clever happen where they had someone was folding origami and they decided to use that as a means of trying to trap him. So I was like, yeah, I mean, I didn't need to understand the language to see how they were problem solving,
right,
and how they were thinking, and that's what I appreciated about watching, you know, the Japanese versions of things, because when it gets down to American, it's just let them fight it out and shoot and blow stuff up, and then you know we'll understand that, because that's all Americans understand. If you don't have guns and explosions, Americans don't have something they understand. And this is why there was a period of time where I had stopped watching American movies and stuff altogether, and I was only watching things that were Japanese, and I was watching some of the South Korean horror movies and whatnot, because they were more interesting as well.
Right. And by the way,
because with South Korean horror, they don't necessarily, they don't jump scare you. They don't have the horrifying music all the time. You have so many different things going on that you'd be like, you know, one moment it's a comedy, one moment it's something else. You never know what to expect. And I find that's quite brilliant, because that's how real life works.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. No, deeply appreciated. And, you know, when you were talking about the Americans, that was the thing about the 2014 Godzilla. They were showing the Americans, and it was all through a military filter.
Oh, my gosh.
So you saw that. You saw that then?
I saw my parents watching it, and my father. I remember my mother and father were complaining, "You can't see anything because it's just all the rain.
Thank
What's
you.
all this rain and darkness?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah, that's just what America is: rain and darkness.
Thank you. Thank
Come
you.
over here, and that's what the country is: rain and darkness."
Thank you. Yes. It's yeah. That at least held true. But it was so stupid. It's so stupid. And it was so offensive. I mean, it really shows that they know their CGI is shit, and so they give us that. And Godzilla was fat. I mean, he was tolerable in Godzilla versus Kong, but he was fucking fat. By the way, all the Japanese said that. The Japanese were saying, "What is that?" And of course, my running joke was, "Oh, they made him like that so an American could fit inside the suit." Of course, it's not a suit; it's CGI. But that was my running joke, was that in order to get.
I think they made him fat because they wanted Americans to be able to identify with him.
Thank you. Yes, they made Godzilla fat so Americans could identify with him. Oh my God, that's it's true. It's true. It's anyhow. So Mandy, what did you watch any of these flicks or what? Did you?
I did not. I have not watched any of the recently made, and I mean in like the non-black and white
Okay.
movies, because I just couldn't handle it. I can't do crap. I knew it just with the way movies have been going and how they treated old classics and the modern spin and the American angle and blah blah blah, that I just couldn't bring myself to watch any of the new Godzillas or Skull Island or whatnot. Just kind of like, the Hulk movies or the early Spider-Mans or whatnot. It was just too cheesy for me. And the CGI, whether, it was amazing or just kind of crap modern CGI, to me, there's nothing like kind of the Aliens era where you mixed graphics with puppetry and animatronics and just the things that were made then. Those really, I think, are just amazing.
Yes.
And it's this whole CGI thing. If you're going to make a CGI film, then do it fully animated, do it fully CGI. But this I don't know, mediocrity has definitely taken over America for quite a while, and I've distanced myself from a lot of the summer flicks and whatnot.
Yeah.
But I say you did bring up the South Korean movies. The animation and graphics in even just their drama series are quite good sometimes, almost better than some of our feature films. My kids and I absolutely got into a series. It was called Korean Odyssey, and it's kind of the play on the Monkey King in a modern twist. And it was witty. It was fabulous. It was completely, we did subtitles, but my kids were they're totally into it and love it. And you do have to look outside our movies to get some good shit, I think.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, definitely the case. And of course, South Korea, what's so ironic is because it's cut off from the north by the communist regime, it's essentially an island. I don't think many people appreciate that. It's an island culture at this point. And so they're similar to the Japanese in that regard. And they have a very distinct culture, and so what they produce is unique. And I'm glad they're getting the attention they deserve, because they've been producing. They're the Hollywood of Asia, really, and all of Asia has been reliant on them for quite some time to produce some of these wonderful works. But in
fact, they're starting to take over where the Japanese are starting to fall, because the Japanese have started to take over, adapt the, model of, the CGI, CGI to the point where it's just difficult to sit through. And so, I think the South Koreans at least when it comes to horror, when it comes to the horror genre, they've started to take the American take on things, and so I think that's why this is where South Korea is still able to shine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great, thank you for that. And so, Mandy, just always whenever you're with us, I want to take advantage of your company. And your voice is so sweet, of course. Everybody loves it. So in terms of other films that you might watch, what else comes to mind? You can share that with us.
Gosh, I've kind of just been doing a lot of the old stuff too, and you brought up Blazing Saddles. I was doing a Mel Brooks run not too long ago. But I honestly, I've kind of been doing a lot of just documentaries lately.
Wow. Yes, that's great. You've been docu-binging. Yes, go on.
Yes. Yep. I do that a lot, and I enjoy filling my time that way, as opposed to the flicks. But my kids are kind of at that age where they're old enough, or even getting old enough for showing them like Terminator 2, that kind of angle. But we always go back to we just binged the whole old classic Hollywood horrors. Right. The Mummy and the original Dracula and whatnot, all of those, yes. The Monster or Frankenstein. Yes. So that's kind of been our build up right now.
Yes.
And it does seem like, America has been fed mediocrity and it's been shoved down our throat for so long that I am noticing there is a little bit of a kickback that always does happen when art and creativity is stifled. It will find its way out, and it's taken a while, but it feels like some real true creativity and people wanting to make stories, whether it is an action path, good old fashioned scare or horror flick, or just other good shows. It seems like it's starting to find its way out. And I think some of that is through the K-pop and the K-dramas and horrors through South Korea. The indie films, it seems like their popularity's gone down, but they've also had some really good ones like Bahubali. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you've seen that. I recommend it if you guys are interested in some of the other films that we spoke about. But it's gruesome in all the right ways, and of course it has your classic indie pop in there, dancing and singing, but it's done very beautifully, and the story is very just engaging and fun, and you've got massive battle scenes and graphic horror, but also just a really well told story. And they do have English subtitles. You can easily find it. There's a part 1 and part 2, and they're both 2.5 or 3 hours long.
Wow.
Each.
Oh my God.
But it's epic. I definitely recommend it. It's kind of like in a fantasy, old India. And it's just really fun. I definitely recommend it.
Thank you. I deeply appreciate that. That's wonderful. By the way, just so people know, just going into the chat room right now, and Veronica Barrera says, Happy Easter. So happy Easter, honey. And Bazaar HD, who is, of course, George Knight, gives his heart and his hello. So to Senora Barrera. And Chris Collins, of course, who donated the $20, says, I definitely remember those transmissions with Christine Joanna Hart. Of course, I read that earlier. But, I'll go into that again in a... probably on Wednesday. It'll be kind of like a little running kind of background theme. In terms of Easter itself, when I say sic, which is the SIC, that's the Latin, of course, for so, as in, yes, this is so. It's an emphatic, and it's meant to emphasize when something is unbelievable or when something is going to be questioned. You say so that you can assert your stance. And in the title for tonight's transmission, I say Easter, Sikh, Sunday, Qingming, which is the tomb sweeping festival, EVEDAY. We are now, of course, 12:30 a.m. here on the Pacific Coast, so we are into Tomb Sweeping Festival. Yesterday was Easter Sunday, and I use the term Easter because, of course, my religious background, for those who don't know, is Byzantine Orthodox. Not my father's or mother's background, but my own, based upon the work I did in Serbia, where I was, of course, converted to the Byzantine Orthodox Church, almost what you'd call a battlefield kind of conversion, because the royal family of the Karađorđević dynasty in exile, they live in London, they basically could not abide by a non-Christian working in contract for them. And so as a mercenary in their force, I was essentially converted for the sake of their ability to abide or tolerate my presence. And at that moment, I officially became Serbian Orthodox Christian, or Byzantine Orthodox, the Serbian Orthodox Church, the Romanian Orthodox Church, these various national churches of the Byzantium. They're part of a greater kind of orthodoxy of Christendom that was the early Eastern church of liturgical Slavonic background. And so they, of course, have a completely different Easter. The Easter is going to be May 2nd, something like that. So this is really, well, their resurrection day is not Easter, of course, it's Passover. So what they have is, of course, in the Greek, the Pasche, the passage, or the Passover. So Passover is not till May for me. And so this to me is Easter, or rather, this is when I give my respects to the pagan roots of this holiday, and the Christian can be honored next month. So that's what needs to be emphasized in regards to that at the most technical level. So what I'll start doing in a few minutes is probably going into, after I rehydrate my voice and regain it a bit, start going into some of the things that I want to address tonight about the various issues in the world around us. And Amanda gave this nice big smile on the text, and that's so cute, so wonderful. Love you dearly, Amanda. And oh my God, you've suffered so much in life, and I'm just glad to see that you've survived it all. And you know, we were so worried there for a while, and I was, you know, so pleased to hear from you when I was in the hospital. I apologize for not getting a chance to respond until after I returned. When you said you could relate, of course, you've pretty much, I guess you heard what I was saying at the opening hour, right? In the opening hour and a half, I was explaining what was going on, how I wound up in the hospital and everything. You caught all that, right? Or if you didn't, that's okay. But
yes.
Okay. So yes. In terms of all of that, was there anything that reminded you of with your own hospital experiences you want to share? Or
just I guess it kind of gives flashbacks. You know, you're talking about the drink you have to have for the colonoscopy and how it made you absolutely sick. That was me too. I was puking up the stuff that was supposed to be cleaning me out. You know, your stomach and the endoscopies and internal bleeding. And I don't know if, you know, people that have never had stomach issues, they don't understand the pain. And also my specialist told me, you know, we know how the stomach works. We know parts and pieces, but the stomach is also a big mystery as well. He just said, you know, there's a lot we don't know. So when things go wrong in there and you're just under tests after tests after tests, the stuff they give you just does make you violently ill. It's very hardcore, and I could definitely relate to you about with the medication that they gave you. Every other type of sedative or pain reliever or whatnot that they give me, they have to give me chemo grade anti-nausea medication, because I will just hurl it all right back up.
Oh my God.
And I had to take a second medication that actually made me allergic to light, not just sunlight, but any light. Just to be able to handle the anti-nausea, just to be able to handle the pain relievers. But for the endoscopy and the colonoscopy, those were the only two that I also blacked right out. I have no memory of, even basically like kind of getting ready to have that, to being put out. I kind of black out. And those two, whatever the hell it is, it's definitely hardcore, because I've woken up from every other surgery and procedure puking from the whatever it was that they put me under those times. Wow. So what they give you when they go down your throat and in your other crevices, they almost bring you to flatline as far as I'm concerned, just because of my personal reactions with medication and what it takes to sedate me for surgery. They definitely don't want you moving whatsoever while they're doing those horrible things to you. It feels violating because you have no idea what's going on, but you know what's going on.
That brings back to my mind. This was, of course, why they said nobody leaves without escort. Or how did you get home after that? Someone drove you, or who?
That's when my kid's dad was around, so he brought me home and left me with the kids.
What a son of a bitch! What a piece of shit! Oh my fucking god!
He had to sign papers that said, I'd be supervised for 48 hours. And I had to sign paperwork before going in, basically signing away my adulting rights for 3 days, saying that I was not able to sign any contracts, make any business decisions, that I was basically a ward of the hospital and who came to claim me.
Yeah. Oh my God. Well, definitely. I think that it's a miracle you're still alive. Oh my God. I'm just glad that you are, and certainly this is why they say what they say, and in terms of they're just cutting me loose after that and letting me go home. I mean,
I couldn't believe that.
Yeah. I mean, it is unbelievable, but it's Douglas Dietrich, right? So the impossible happens every day.
So we could assume that they definitely knew about your nano blood ahead of time.
I don't know if we can assume that, but it's I can see why that could be assumed.
I mean, I could deduce that much because of how cavalier they were about letting you go and not really holding on to the protocols that they would normally hold on to. I mean, they treated you like a VIP in some sense, and in some sense, I can't help but think that, that was also set up for you, just as those three who were set up to sell you.
Yes, and well, I think that the VIP status is we have to remember that this is what's astonishing about Kaiser. The room that I originally went into is the kind of room that they give to their normal patients, in all fairness. In other words, the quality of their facilities is just infinitely higher than that of UCSF or other major hospitals in the city. So they just have a far higher standard. So I'm profoundly impressed by that. That was the norm, and but then of course once my son's husband got involved, then I was moved to the solarium that you see in the photographs. But in terms of the
But then there's a situation with the name of the staff members, and how parallel they are to people you've met in your life.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. That just very much was very weird for me. So you were saying you constantly had people's names that were like your mother's and other family members and other people that you knew?
Yeah.
Like, that is just crazy, because that's what kept happening to me when I was doing my stomach stuff. I met somebody with my same last name, and it's a very rare, specific last name. And we are there. I know that there's other of my dad's side of the family of this last name around here, but but it was just very weird to hear somebody say my last name, my German name, correctly, specifically.
Wow.
You know, not butcher it and whatnot. And the rest of this day, I kept having people that, like, my children's names or my children's middle names, my father's name, they were constantly my nurses and check-in doctors and you know, or x-ray specialist. It was like, you know, hi, my name's Clyde Michael, and I'm like, wow, that's my dad. Like, just over and over again. That was very weird.
Wow. I mean, and what do you feel this was just organic, some kind of divine synchronicity, or what? I mean, what do you make of that, or you just don't dwell on it?
Well, I don't want to say those things happen a lot, but it's happened often, that it wasn't just a weird coincidence. It was definitely like other things. It was some divine, you know, thing there. Several other things happened, like just me getting in for the surgery when there was a snowstorm and everything was going to be shut down, and just all sorts of other coincidences. So that was definitely that was a little not just everyday happenings, for sure, because oh my God, I'd spent the last several years in and out of the hospital, in and out of procedures, in and out of this doctor and that doctor and blah, blah, blah. And I had never had that type of specific name caretakers as that. And I haven't since. I've had other checkups and other doctors, and there's still some ongoing issues, and I've never run into the same thing.
So the latest issue, if we could call it that, more of just kind of like, I think it's just part of the regular nature of your life. What was it Jameson called it? Apportation, did you say? Kind of the, you know.
Yes. That's when, that's when an object is whisked up into another dimension and pops back down somewhere else.
Wow. And so now conceivably you're doing something in your sleep, but as you said, Amanda, it would actually be physically impossible. But hasn't this sort of thing happened before, where you've had this kind of things happen where you might have been sleepwalking but are not, and or at least
no.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never slept walk as far as I know. I know I've gone out of body.
Right. By the way, I didn't mean that to be disrespectful in the sense like, oh, you know, there's this.
Oh, sure.
You know, what I mean to say is that there's been things that have happened. I know while you're sleeping in the past. We don't need to go into them because, of course, such things can be intimate and they can be, you know, invasive. We don't need to go into that now. But I'm just kind of thinking aloud. I'm just thinking aloud from what I remember.
No. Well, I even tried to think of, like, did I send the kids out to the car to get something? Like, I tried to, like, process, but I've never had per se sleepwalking issues.
Right.
I'm not somebody that will, like, wander out in the kitchen and, you know, pour a glass of water and talk to somebody and be totally out of it in just normal sleep state. You know, neither of my children either have done any sort of sleepwalking. We've had other sleep issues and sleep movement and whatnot, but it was definitely not from.
Well, there was something you said the other day that reminded me so much of the Amityville Horror, where you said, forgive me if I'm wrong on this or if I miscommunicated, you found your son sleeping on his stomach on the floor or something multiple times in a row.
Yeah, there was kind of a chunk of time where either I would hear something or I would just go in and check on him, and he would be on the floor, lying on his back or on his side, but his head would be where his feet were. So it's like he rolled off the bed, but also flipped himself. And I've shared it with you for a long time, but I'm sure it doesn't matter if you remember or not. But my son was one of those children when born that he did not sleep. Okay. I spent the first, 2 years of his life of, a crazy sleep deprived woman. The boy did not nap. I could also not leave him alone in a room. He needed to see me. And I know the first inclination is, people call that, attached baby, stuck on the hip. But he was this little baby, he would not sleep. He would cry himself for hours and hours, just obviously being tired. He's the one that had night terrors. He would talk about past lives. There was obviously some thing that went on with him, but yeah, I never quite figured it out about what it was. So I guess basically what I meant about that story is, when my son, like me, when we wake up, we wake up. You don't fall on the floor still asleep and wake up in the morning and go, oh shit, I rolled out of bed. Like, to be able to fall asleep. He has my insomnia, for sure. He has my late night owl issues. And that kid, if you so much as, shut the bathroom door too loud, he'd wake up as a baby. And as a toddler, he'd stay up and read in bed all night, looking at his books and stuff, and then finally pass out. But even if he was just rolling off of a couple hours of sleep, if you made some noise or wake up, tried to move him, that kid was up. So finding him asleep on the floor, moved opposite, is completely opposite of everything he is still to this day, as far as how he's sleeping. If he rolls out of his bed, he's going to be awake. That, and so that was only a chunk of time that happened, and it thankfully ended.
Thank God. I never want to have children. I never, ever.
I can second that.
Yeah, that's, oh my God.
And I could relate to the night terrors. I used to get those all the time as a baby.
Really?
Yeah. My mom was like, I couldn't even bring you around other kids because you were always so terrified.
Really? Good God.
Yeah.
Well, sorry to hear that. That's
although I guess not much has changed.
I'm sorry. It's horribly funny. I'm going to take a break for about 5 minutes. Why don't you two hold the stage? I think that both of you can do that, and you don't mind, do you, Mandy?
Oh no, go ahead.
Yeah, great. So I'll go mute, and I'll be back in about 5 to 7 minutes, and I'll leave the two of you to talk to each other, hold a conversation, and keep the show going. I'll be back soon enough, and thank you both so much for being here. And then when I get back, I'll start monologuing again. But thank God both of you are here. Okay, take it away. Thank you.
I'm curious, were there any other things that your mom told you about of happenings of growing up in childhood? Did you experience things, or is there kind of a family line of incidences for you?
I experienced a lot of things. A lot of my earliest experiences, some of them were of spirits, things, just really weird things. I remember I was haunted by something that I said always reminded me of the Hamburger Helper commercial, because I guess it was like a white disembodied hand. And I remember that when I was a little kid, when I was still in a crib. And I remember sometimes, actually screaming for them and, nothing coming out and just not being able to get helped until I got to sleep. There was an incident when I was 8 where I had some encounter with an interdimensional being of some sort. It seemed to give off a blue glow to it, and it seemed to illuminate the entire room, which I was like, okay, well, if this clearly isn't an illusion if it's illuminating the rest of the fucking room.
Right.
And then the thing started to speak to me through my own thoughts and was trying to explain something about strings in space to me, which is something enigmatic back then, but now I'm thinking might it have something to do with string theory? I mean, but then again, I'm not a physicist, so what the hell would that, why the hell would I be shown that? So, I mean, but I've had a lot of experiences like that. I remember seeing in the hallway of the old apartment, there's a guy who was really unstable and committed suicide. And I remember seeing his sneakers walking around the hallway. I'm like, what the fuck am I seeing?
Oh my goodness. That's a very intense thing to see when you see something physical, and it's not just a feeling, it's not just what you perceive through your own vision or your own hearing or mind speak, but to actually, know that you're seeing something physical moving without some, other apparent force. That's definitely that's an intense experience.
Yeah, that's actually how I'm used to seeing them. And even in my work in the occult, I'm used to, I'm used to getting responses where I either visibly see them, or I see flashes of light, or or sometimes things will happen like electronic equipment, like the speakers all of a sudden start making noise out of nowhere, and I'll be like, yep, that's what I was working with. So it's relatively new trying to get used to the idea of, seeing things in the mind's eye or things like that, at least based on what people are talking about in, mainstream occult. And sometimes it makes me wonder if they're actually really doing what they're claiming that they're doing.
Right.
Because maybe that's because I'm just so used to everything being really physical and right in your face like that, So, I mean, I also had like a period of missing time when I was 15, where I woke up like 3 months later. And
wow,
before,
did you say 3 months?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I was pretty much asking everyone in the house what month it was, why it was snowing outside, what the fuck is going on, why am I sleeping on the bottom bunk bed, and why is my brother sleeping on top? Because I went to bed and I was on the top bunk. And it's like I couldn't figure that out. I do recall that before that happened, when I was in the top bunk, I was listening to a radio show, and I think out of the corner of my eye, I had seen something, and I realized that there were other people standing in the room, and I saw these figures. They were like in shadows, or they might have been shadow figures. I'm not quite sure, but one of them was sitting on one of the chairs at my desk. Another one was standing up, staring at me. And then there was a third figure. And I think it was after I saw the third figure that I freaked out. Because, granted, seeing two strangers in your room would freak most people out. But it's like, okay, I've seen most of this stuff all the time as a kid. But the third thing was like a humanoid being. But the size of it, the scale and the size of it was just too big for it to actually stand up in the room. And when I saw that, I was like, what the fuck? And next thing I know, I'm like, everything's just black. And I'm waking up, and it's 3 months later.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, and I'm asking my parents, how I was behaving. Was anything out of the ordinary? I didn't remember a day of school from that period. They were like, no, you went to school like normal. Nothing seemed off about you whatsoever. So I'm like, well, how could that be? Because I don't remember any of it.
And they didn't talk about any sort of fever or, bad flu or any other sort of like situation that might have just had some sort of, reaction for you?
No, they didn't bring anything up. I never knew what was going on, and at some point I started to think, okay, maybe I was the product of some form of mind control or something. And I was, and then I would think to myself, well, why the fuck would dropping F-bomb too often. I got to stop that. but I would ask myself, why the heck would, of all people, I be in some kind of mind control program or something? You know, well, my parents aren't like important people. Although there was an incident in my father's life that was kind of odd, because for some reason, when my grandmother was going to have him, and she was in Queens, instead of having her go to a hospital that was really close, they had her go all the way up to the Bronx to have him, which was kind of odd, because for his brother and sisters, they were all delivered in Queens, Hearst Hospital, not him.
Oh.
So that, and he had a few interesting experiences himself, such as a possession that took place when he was a child.
Oh, wow.
And now he suffers from epilepsy, but I suspect that, you know, a lot of the times when he was in the hospital, I don't put it past them to have experimented on him, because we also have to remember that there were a lot of experiments going on citizens at that time.
Especially just came back now, especially on Black Americans with the Tuskegee radiation experiments, etc.
Now he was born in the 1950s, so he would still be a candidate for certain experimentation if he was the product of it, which I can't say he wasn't or was. But I would say that if he was in some kind of registry like that, then that would explain why I was being messed with, how I was messed with, and why I am still a product of people trying to, you know, play, what do they call it, doxing? Would they do those weird hand gestures?
No, that's not doxing. The doxing is when they just put up documents about you. But
gaslighting.
Gaslighting is a term that used to be used for that. Now they're using it in so many different ways that it's become almost like a catch-all phrase. But it used to be gaslighting was when you notice multiple people in a row are performing the same movements. And that's basically what they would do to terrorize, say, for instance, a teacher in a classroom would be to all mimic the teacher's movements. All the students do that until they freak the teacher out. That sort of thing. This is like would be organized by gang stalkers if they're like doing that while you're walking down the street. If somebody's doing the elbow jerk off motion or something, and then you see the next person do that on the block, it's a terror. It just
Well, I've started to reinterpret it because I was like, well, why give these fuckers any power? So whenever people do that gesture where they're like putting their hand to their chin or I don't know, they look like they're going, Whenever they do that, I'm like, yeah, that person's just acknowledging that they're my bitch.
Well, there we are. I mean, that's, I think that's probably the best way to handle it, rather than dwell on it morbidly.
And by doing that, I take dominance over the situation, and I also disempower them in the process.
Yes. Yeah. And so, Mandy, were you encountering anything similar to this? You were, right? In your own... Is Mandy... Okay, go on.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no.
I would not experience the same people doing the same movement or gesture, but I would...
Well, you were definitely watched.
I was right. I don't know how to describe it without just certain people in certain situations in certain ways, they would just stick out to me. Some of it was just kind of a gut feeling. Other times it was just like, wow, you don't really belong here, and why are you the third, runner that I'm seeing over? You're right. So it was definitely in that sense, but not so. I have not had the weird, crazy gesture thing. That would definitely be freaky.
Right.
Do you get that? Do you ever get the types who when you're walking past them on the street, and they're walking past you, all of a sudden they'll just stop and they'll whip out their cell phone and start doing something, and you're like, okay.
Of course, we live in such a culture where that's almost fucking expected. It's
well, yeah, but the thing is, like, all right, every once in a while that's fine, but if you see the same person and they're exhibiting that same behavior every time you go past them, why is it every time I pass you you have to whip out your cell phone? Why can't you whip it out some other time?
I get what I'm saying. It's one of those things where probably the healthiest thing, not to be dismissive of this, but in a sense to be dismissive in the healthy sense, it's one of those things that probably the best thing you can do in that case is just not even acknowledge it or pay attention to it, even in your own mind. It's some of these things it's just better to ignore completely, and that's how you maintain sanity. If I were to dwell on basically the one thing that people should gather by now is that I'm a targeted individual, obviously. And the way you maintain sanity in that case is just basically by ignoring all of it. There's no point in dwelling on it. There's nothing good will come of it. So you just go on with your life. There's no privacy in my life, which is one reason I'm so open about everything, because it will all leak out anyway, and it would simply be perverted or distorted by the network which stalks me, which is of course the cult that Aquino was affiliated with, and a network of cults really. So we have a situation which a lot of people acknowledge in films like, of course, King Kong versus Godzilla. You've got this monarch entity, this nebulous, nefarious organization that is attempting to manipulate the Titans. This is no different from the cults and their worship of the anti-gods and their thought that they will reach an apotheosis in service to these entities. It's to see it reflected palely in the in that franchise is something that could disturb myself if I let it. There's no point in even dwelling on it. You really have to start taking these elements and just I think you've gotten to that point already to a great deal anyway. So
yeah, it's not much of a disturbance. It's just one of those curiosities.
Yeah,
it doesn't strike me as something important enough to lose sleep over.
Right, but
I have my own personal failures and struggles to
contend with
already. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And with Amanda, of course, what she had was truly something horrific. She's dealing with the 2 children and her health issues, and everybody else was just piling all of the disaster that they could upon that from her husband's side of the family. And it was horrific. I mean, compared to that, her life now is infinitely better, or at least, I would say such. Thank God. That is the case, isn't it, Mandy?
Yes, peachy compared.
Yes. Oh my God, what a horrible time that was. And but you survived, and I'm glad to see you more active. I don't know, just out of curiosity, let me take a look at your Facebook timeline and see if you're doing anything on it anymore. Just out of curiosity, are you? Probably not.
No.
Okay.
I've checked in, like, I had people respond on my birthdays, and so I tried to check in then. That's about it, I want to say. Not too much, really.
Okay. That's fine. What is who's the child with the glasses on the sleigh? Is that your son?
Kid with glasses on the sleigh. That sounds like a friend.
A friend. Okay.
Photograph. Kids don't have glasses.
Okay. It's a photograph on your. Let me see. Just another day in the park with this cute. Who wrote this? Let me take a look at that. Delilah Bernaldo. Okay. Okay. So she shared that with you.
That is my friend who is actually technically a Filipino princess. Her dad had to leave the Philippines after the horrific wars over there. They recently went over there and buried her grandfather, which was the chief, but they call him mayor now or something. I forget what title, but it's still they still claim their royalty. So that was a pretty big deal.
Wow.
So her son is actually, because she's the firstborn child, even though he's mixed, half white and half Filipino, he is technically the next chief in line.
Okay. Wow.
I forget which island name it is. I can't remember.
Thank you for sharing that. That's interesting. Yes, well, for God's sake, change the icon on your Facebook to something that doesn't have that red color where it all looks all supernaturally distorted, because it is.
After you mentioned that a couple weeks ago, I looked at the original file of that photo, and it does not have that red on it.
Thank God. I wouldn't suspect it would. Oh my God, it's just something.
It'll just keep everybody away.
Is that what you want to do? I mean, that was something actually Judith Agert made an observation about when you had Kronk as the icon as on your Skype was so that was like you know, is that apparently that's what you want to do, right? But why? I mean, obviously you've had a pretty hard time of it, but that isn't because of massive amounts of strangers coming into your life necessarily. Most of them were brought in by your crazy ex-husband and his family, right?
Strangers I still have strange people.
Okay.
Strange things still happen.
Right. I mean, we both had to contend.
The red was definitely, the red was not intentional. And I hadn't even uploaded a photo of myself on Facebook, like, for forever before that one anyway. And I didn't realize that the red I don't even know how the red transferred over there, but I just uploaded it and kind of forgot it. Right. Kronk was just kind of, again, I didn't really want my face out there.
Right.
I don't know. I feel self-conscious, and also it was partial, like, protection as well.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. So there was definitely that. I mean, it's hard for a single woman. And it's best, of course, to do things like that at times. I mean, most women, of course, do not show their face on social media for obvious reasons, and it just attracts too many weirdos. I mean, there's just too many weirdos out there. So what I'll start doing now is probably going into a kind of monologue, address at least aspects of Easter, and try to get to the Tombsweeping Day. If I don't get to that today, then I'll talk about what it was about on Wednesday, because of course I'll probably be dealing with some responsibilities towards that. Virtually, obviously, I can't go to New York to deal with my parents' burial site, and I have to pay what respects I can over here. If we lived in a more civilized world like in Asia, then you could talk to the staff of the cemetery to pay their respects for you, which is what many Asians are doing now during the pandemic. So, but obviously that's not an option in the United States. At any rate, so blessed that both of you are here to help provide myself a break, as Derek did earlier as well, and Pac One, of course, did his thing, and Peter does his. Just how would I say it? Just I'll get into the zone and start trying to give people some perspective on some further things, but do hang around, and if you need to go to sleep, just do me a favor, or if you need to take care of something, do what Jameson does, Mandy, and just put a little note into the text box saying, okay, going to take off at least for a bit or something, and then if you come back in area, just put the back, you can say back like he does, and that will help me kind of develop a kind of rhythm with yourself when you're online with myself. Does that make sense? Do you understand?
Yes, absolutely.
Wonderful. Okay, so and what are you doing before obviously I'm not going to ask Jameson this, because Jameson is going to spend his Easter, basically drawing pentagrams and shit in blood or whatever he does. So what are you going to do, honey, with the kids? You're going to be dyeing eggs, or are you doing that, or do you do that?
Did.
Okay, good.
Yep, we dyed our eggs, and we spent the day outside and gardening and all that good stuff, and did, major food, and just kind of hung out and did some good family hangout time.
Wonderful.
And yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. That's delightful. So, okay, I'll get into the zone now. Sorry to, in a sense, this is, this isn't going to be a sermon, but in a sense it'll have that tone for obvious reasons, it being Easter. Obviously, I'll start because I can't really end with it. I'll start with best wishes for a happy Easter and happier days ahead. But this time last year, the world was gripped with fear and uncertainty as the coronavirus pandemic swept the globe. It has been catastrophic, sickening more than 130 million people as officially acknowledged, and claiming the lives of at least 3 million to date, again as officially acknowledged. Few areas on Earth were unaffected. For Christians, today, Easter Sunday, or yesterday at this point in time, marks the event epitomizing new life, commemorating the resurrection of Jesus Christ and his promise of eternal life. Jewish people are at the end of the Passover observance, celebrating the biblical events leading to the liberation of Hebrew slaves of Egypt. The pandemic created a makeshift Easter observance. In the American churches they held virtual services using internet tools like Zoom and Facebook Live, or drive-in gatherings with worshipers staying safely in their vehicles. There were few, if any, family gatherings around an Easter feast. This year, the celebration of new life has a new layer of meaning. While the resurrection signifies the promise of everlasting life, a quiver of vaccines and subsiding virus suggest that at least one threat to our lives on Earth might soon be vanquished. It's difficult not to notice the emergence of spring around us in that context. Dogwoods, Bradford pear trees, the cherry trees, the camellias, the azaleas, they're all in full bloom, adding a jarring splash of color to our landscape. Even the pollen haze and the sniffles it causes are welcome to some degree, as yellow dusting ushers in new life. While the doctrines and traditions of Shinto, Nordic paganism, Wiccan heathenism, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity all diverge greatly, the concepts at the root of each religion's springtime holy days, the promise of rebirth into life anew, are expressed all around us. And that, at least, is cause for comfort. So enjoy this day, whatever your beliefs. If people are seeking a kind of explanation of Easter, aside from the doctrinal, it is in celebrating the season of renewal. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention urges people to still take precautions. It's only smart, after a year of this pandemic, to be cautious as we approach the end of this horrific plague, or what we can hope to be such. Elbow bumps, of course, can replace handshakes, as I did quite a few of those in the hospital. And that's actually the first time I've ever engaged in those, really. Hugs can wait for a few more weeks. Smiles are, they're still to be seen and felt from 6 feet away. We have lost far too many people, and we need to prevent the sad figure from growing any higher. We've got this if we are just careful and caring. It is Easter. We believe in the message of renewal, of life everlasting and eternal. We are comforted by the knowledge that after this difficult, demanding year, we can look forward to happier, healthier times. We also realize that those who did not survive this past 12 months because of COVID-19 or for another reason are still present, just awaiting us in their new homes. That is the message of Easter, and it's as meaningful now as ever before. Easter always has had a dichotomy at its heart, like Godzilla. One of the holiday's most powerful symbols is an empty tomb. One of its most powerful messages is that we are truly never empty. It is a particularly important message to remember during these times. In fact, regardless of whether you're a Christian, it seems that Easter could be a particularly helpful holiday to everyone who is battling through a second year of this pandemic. A central theme of Easter, of course, is sacrifice. The pandemic has required much sacrifice. Wearing a mask, however, has not been one of them. An inconvenience, yes. An annoyance, yes. But Easter is good at putting sacrifices into perspective. And covering your mouth and nose, not so much to protect yourself, but to protect others, is no sacrifice. Masks hang from your nose, not from a cross. Let's power through these final months of this pandemic and continue following the advice of health professionals to the end. But certainly, there have been sacrifices, some small and some final. There are damaged psyches over everything from canceled graduation ceremonies to lost visits with grandchildren. There are broken hearts over deaths that should not have been, deaths that occurred next to an empty bedside, and disease that has damaged bodies in ways that will never fully recover. Those sacrifices are very real and very painful. That is why it probably is wise for us to focus less on the sacrificial message of Easter this year, and more on the promise that it makes. That empty tomb promised us that we will not be alone. That message should provide us comfort during these terrible, terrifying, and trying times. The message has been comforting Christians for more than 2 millennia now. Ponder that length of time for but a moment. For more than 2,000 years, a story of a man hanging from a cross has given hope, because for so many, it is so much more than a story. If you're not Christian, Easter will not have the same meaning. But there is certainly no reason it should be meaningless. Everyone can embrace the idea of never being alone. We all can look for ways to be together. Make that extra phone call this holiday weekend. Do something outrageously nice that gets noticed in the opening of the work week. Not to take credit for it, but rather to remind those around you that they are not alone. Simply share a smile more. None of this requires a belief in anything other than the conviction that we are not destined to be alone. It would be naive, of course, to say that it is always easy. There are people who are alone in their homes and have so little contact with others. There are those who have had all their close family members die and feel They don't have any place to turn. There are those who have lived a life that has convinced them that being alone is the better alternative. As humans, we should seek them and try to reach them. But even if we fail, an undeniable part of being human, know that even they are not alone. We all have something inside of us. Anyone with a mind has felt it at some point, whether it be called intuition, conscience, or a voice of a savior. It's there. Even during these grim and terrifyingly depressing times, it is still there. The challenge is not possessing it. The challenge is embracing it. A perfectly appropriate wish for Easter is that we all embrace it. In many ways, Easter is the most important holiday on the Christian calendar. After all, without Easter, Christmas loses its very meaning. The birth of Christ was a promise to his followers, a message of hope that we were not on this earth to merely live and die. There was a greater purpose. Easter and the resurrection of Jesus Christ after he was nailed to a cross and condemned to the painful death of a thief has a special power for Christians. It tells us that this life is not all we will experience. There is a world beyond here. Death holds no ultimate power over us. We see it every year as the snows of winter fade and the warmth of spring returns. In mine own golden state of California, we're toasted brown because we're climate changed. California may go dark this summer, and most are not ready. Our power monopoly, Pacific Gas and Electric, plans to cut power on windy days to avoid sparking fires. Our governor himself is fearing week-long blackouts and confessing, well, the two words he uttered were, "I'm worried." So, there's a plan by California's largest utility, essentially a monopoly in the north, to cut power on high wind days during the onrushing wildfire season that could plunge millions of residents into darkness. And most people are not ready. The plan by Pacific Gas and Electric Corporation, PG&E Corp., comes after the bankrupt utility confirmed, or rather was forced to confess, and this is something that actually did not happen, but what they said to simply get the public off their backs, that a transmission line that snapped in windy weather probably started last year's Camp Fire, the deadliest in Californian history. While the plan may end one problem, it creates another as Californians seek ways to deal with what some fear could be days and days of blackouts. Some residents are turning to other power sources, a boon for home battery systems marketed by Sunrun Incorporated in particular, Tesla Incorporated, and Vivint Solar Incorporated. But the numbers of those systems in use are relatively small when compared with PG&E's 5.4 million customers. Meanwhile, Governor Gavin Newsom said he's budgeting 75 million United States dollars to help communities deal with the threat. So, Thursday of Yester Septimania, last week or the week before, it's hard for me to remember after my hospitalization, but it was during a budget briefing in Sacramento, our state capital, wherein Brendan Zogit dwellest, that Newsom said, I'm worried. We're all worried about it for the elderly. We're worried about it because we could see people's power shut off not for a day or two, but potentially a week. Now, 6 of the 10 most destructive wildfires in California history have come in the last 18 months, killing 123 people that we know of, or are at least officially recognized, and oftentimes shutting down large sections of our state's electrical grid. California Burning is the theme song. And, of course, I sourced the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection and found that when we include fires on state-managed and federal land, fires scorched a record 1.7 million acres in my Golden State, but yesteryear. The wildfire season usually starts around June and runs through December, exacerbated by strong winds that race through the state and dry conditions that turn brush and plants into tinder. Only now we've got the streetlights dark. Our only light will be the fires. Chris Canning, the mayor of the Napa Valley town scarred by wildfires 2 years agone, has confirmed that PG&E has warned his city of Calistoga that it could cut service as many as 15 times this fire season. The Calistoga mayor started seriously exploring the option after PG&E, fearing wildfire risk, cut power for nearly 2 days last fall, plunging his town into darkness. The outage meant assisted living facilities were crippled, streetlights were dark, and gas pumps wouldn't work. Now, at the time, hardly anyone in the town had a backup generator. And so Mayor Chris Canning has gone on record to say, if this is the new normal, we have to accommodate for it. Ergo, Mayor Canning has since affirmed that his community is working on its own solution. He's looking at developing a small network of microgrids consisting of solar panels and batteries, which would allow his community to function when PG&E pulls the plug. That's what brings us to this challenging program. Because in an interview conducted by myself via telephone, PG&E's Aaron Johnson, the company's vice president of electric operations, said the number will depend on how extreme the weather is. And of course, it can get pretty extreme. The utility also plans to set up dozens of so-called resiliency centers, where backup generators can be brought in to run essential services. An initial pilot center is being built near Calistoga. The campfire in November of yesteryear, along with fires from the prior year before that, the year before yesteryear, exposed PG&E to an estimated 30 billion United States dollars or more in claims from blazes, hastening its January bankruptcy. Since then, the utility giant has been under pressure to better ensure that its equipment will not spark fires. Earlier this year, PG&E said it would widen the scope of its power shutoffs to include high transmission power lines, potentially impacting nearly 10 times the number of customers compared to an earlier plan. The state's other investor-owned utilities also have shutoff programs, but on a smaller scale than PG&E. According to Johnson, it's also part of a larger utility program designed to reduce the likelihood of wildfires, including stepped-up tree trimming, inspections, grid repairs, and hardening. Infrastructure hardening, that is. PG&E has been holding meetings and planning exercises with local and state officials as part of its preparations. The utility, what's effectively a monopoly, aims to give at least 2 days warning about a shutoff and has embarked on a public awareness campaign, including mailing letters to customers, and is working to identify vulnerable residents. It also will be working to get power restored in a day after a shutoff, though its customers could be out for as many as 5 days, a full work week. To quotist the aforecited Vice President of PG&E's Electrical Operations, Aaron Johnson, it's a very challenging program and not a decision that we take as lightly given the safety risks that exist on either side. The state regulators, meanwhile, have said they're developing shutoff notification guidelines for PG&E and all of the state's utilities, requiring them to coordinate with state and local agencies. They want PG&E to use shutoffs as a last resort. Referring to the rolling blackout triggered by a soaring power prices in 2000 and 2001, Michael Wara, director of the Climate and Energy Policy Program at Stanford University in my neighborhood, has gone so far as to say is that we don't have a lot of practical experience with power shutoffs impacting a large number of people in California except during the last electricity crisis. This is uncharted territory. That's what brings us down to solar battery combinations. In an interview this week, Sunrun Chief Executrix Officier Lynn Urick emphasized that at the same time, the prospect of power outages is driving up interest in solar battery combinations, herself affirming that wildfire outages are going to continue to happen. It's not just a this year thing. Now, Melvin Hoagland was already sold. He lost power for 7 days at his home on the edge of Sonoma, California, from the 2017 wildfires. All the food in the house rotted, causing a terrible smell that lasted for months. So he had Sunrun install a 9-kilowatt system comprised of 27 solar panels and 1 battery for his 2,100 square foot home. The system will power 4 rooms for about 8 to 12 hours during a power outage, according to Sunrun. In 2016, less than 400 homeowners had a home battery system, according to Bloomberg NEF, when I consulted with them. Almost 10,000 units were in place, but yesteryear. The average cost, about $16,400 with incentives. Hoagland said he opted for a zero-down, 20-year home solar and battery service agreement. He's glad he did, given PG&E's blackout warnings, since attesting that we were interested in becoming more independent. It's a very insecure feeling when they're going to cut power off. Yet, as California's bountiful fields begin their annual miracle, we are comforted by the steady passage of time and the reminder that, for all the upheaval of yesteryear, the world continues at its regular rhythm. Our farmers are preparing to plant. Neighbors are puttering away in their yards. Sidewalks are busier and familiar faces are seen out and about. The schools are nearing the completion of their regular schedule, in the sense that they're preparing, for it to finally start. Kids are outside playing, their voices rising to the clouds. Grass rises, creating an emerald carpet for us to walk and gaze upon. Flowers decorate our lives with beauty. the trees fill, and birds sing their timeless rhythms, their hymns, really. To the Creator, warmth beckons us outside, where we can resume the work and play that fills our days. We are once again reminded of the simple joys of life and the need to appreciate those routine events that we miss so much. Churches across the country, in California and here in my center of the state, have still been houses of worship and renewal on Easter Sunday. Some have eased COVID-19 restrictions, while others will allow their members to choose for themselves if they wish to practice social distancing, wear a mask, or watch from home via remote broadcasting, the new Zoom generation and all. However you choose to have observed this Easter, do so in whatever fashion makest yourself most comfortable, because Easter truly has yet to arrive from the Orthodox perspective. For our friends and neighbors who follow another faith, we wish them a happy spring as well, and honor their holidays as well. That diversity is one of the reasons for our country's strength and vitality. We all share a special joy as the sun brightens our days. More families and friends will gather for holiday meals thanks to the steady distribution of the Pfizer, BioNTech, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson vaccines. In just one day, this weekend, while I was in hospitalization, a record 4 million COVID-19 injections went into American arms, presaging the return of some kind of normal life. Far-flung families are slowly beginning to reunite. People can make plans to go on vacation again. Easter might turn out to be the final holiday that grandparents and their grandchildren cannot celebrate together. On, well, the day before yesterday by now, on Saturday, Fauci told CNN, "It's going to happen. It will." He's so arguing that at some point soon, people will be able to gather in large numbers yet again, even raising the possibility that mask wearing will be optional for those vaccinated if studies suggest it is safe. The staggering acceleration of vaccines proves the United States has finally brought its wealth and resources to bear on vaccines, unlike in its initial pandemic response, which has led to more than 500,000 deaths. The 4 million milestone was not an outlier. The daily average of shots in arms is now 3 million. Some 106 million people will have had one dose, while 60 million are fully vaccinated. Whether by luck or by leadership, President Joseph Biden has lived up to his promise to roll out vaccines fast. Still, the nightmare is not over. New extra contagious variants are spreading like a California wildfire, turning the crisis into a race between vaccinations and infections. The United States recorded more than 60,000 new cases the day before yesterday while I was still in hospitalization. But several Republican governors are ignoring the rising cases, throwing their states open for the sake of politics, not science. A backlash against COVID passports could again enshrine America's corrosive partisan divisions in a public health debate. Many Republicans remain skeptical of the vaccine. And since the United States is on pace to vaccinate any willing American within months, it's time to think about how to help other nations that lack our wealth and pharmaceutical industry. No one will be truly safe until COVID-19 is eradicated all over the world. Paralleling this catastrophe, major American cities saw a 33% rise in homicides but yesteryear as the pandemic swept across the country. America's great crime decline is over. Even before the recent mass shootings, violent crime was surging to its highest rate in 30 years. Americans are experiencing a crime wave unlike anything we've seen this century. After decades of decline, shootings have surged in the past few years. In 2020, gun deaths reached their highest point in American history in the midst of a pandemic. In 2021, although researchers can't yet say anything definite about overall crime, shooting incidents appear to be on the rise in many places. We have also already witnessed several mass shootings, including the murder of spa and massage workers in the Atlanta area and a grocery store massacre in Boulder, Colorado. Americans can no longer say, as we could 10 years agone, that we are living in the safest time in our nation's history. Why crime rises and falls is a devilishly complicated question. Few people have thought more deeply about it than Patrick Sharkey, a sociologist at Princeton University. While others reach for easy solutions and simplistic slogans, Sharkey embraces complexity and uncertainty. In his 2018 book entitled Uneasy Peace, Sharkey actually argued that intensive and often aggressive policing and incarceration policies probably helped reduce crime in the past few decades to the great benefit of low-income neighborhoods. But rather than glorify these policies, he argued that often they have involved brutal policing strategies that could provoke a backlash among the public, hence the uneasy nature of the piece within his title. This thesis has proved doubly prescient in the past year. Sharkey anticipated both the summer of anti-police protests and the possibility that souring police-civilian relations would contribute to an increase in violent crime. I can take it from there. I can take it away from Sharkey and go beyond that to tell you that this is all integral the coronavirus crisis. Massive one-year rise in homicide rates collided with the pandemic in 2020. But yesteryear, an alarming increase in homicide left entire communities, often in lockdown, reeling as officials searched for answers. That was evident at lots of news conferences as police officials and mayors in Chicago, Los Angeles, and New York City rolled out dire news. At the end of 2020, Chicago police reported more than 750 murders, a jump of more than 100% compared with 2019. By mid-December, Los Angeles saw a 30% increase over the previous year with 322 homicides. There were 437 homicides in New York City by December 20th, nearly 40% more than the previous year. Mayor Bill de Blasio says the uptick should worry all New Yorkers and it has to stop. Well, to quote St. more specifically, he said it's clearly related in part to the coronavirus and to the fact that people are cooped up. And it's certainly related to the fact that the criminal justice system is on pause, and that's causing a lot of problems. New Orleans-based data consultant Jeff Asher studied crime rates in more than 100 cities and says the crime spikes aren't just happening in big cities. With the numbers of homicides spiking in so many places, Asher expects the final statistics for 2020 to tell a startlingly grim story. So saying that it has been more than a half-century since the country saw a year-to-year murder rate that's jumped nearly 13%. On Twitter, Jeff Asher at Crime Analytics chalked up the final national murder update of 2020 with the fact that murder was up 36.7% in 57 agencies with data through at least September, though most have data through November. Murder up in 51 of 57, 37 of 58 agencies reporting murder up more than 30%. To quote his T, we're going to see, historically, the largest one-year rise in murder that we've ever seen. We have good data that the rise in murder was happening in the early stages of the pandemic. We have good data that the rise in murder picked up in the early stages of the summer. And we also have good data that the rise of murder picked up again in September and October as some of the financial assistance started to wear off. Chicago minister, the Reverend Marshall Hatch Sr., says the spike in violence is sadly not surprising. His church is located in a West Side Chicago neighborhood hard hit by both poverty and the pandemic, where he observes that COVID has had a disproportionate impact and people are increasingly desperate, and people, because of the concentration of poverty, tend to turn on each other. Richard Rosenfeld, a criminologist at the University of Missouri-St. Louis, confirms there may be factors beyond pandemic-related economic and mental health issues at play. He is lead author of a new report from the Council on Criminal Justice, which focuses on the pandemic, social unrest, and crime following George Floyd's killing by police in May, in which he proves that there has been some respite since property crimes took a nosedive as the pandemic began, himself explaining that even with gradual reopenings, the number of property crimes in 2020 was still much lower than the previous year, but homicides climbed significantly in 28 cities he studied, places such as St. Louis, Kansas City, and Milwaukee. He also says the risk of homicide in neighborhoods oftentimes plagued by gun violence was much higher in 2020 than in 2019, having himself testified that burglaries were down, larcenies were down. Quarantines kept people at home and burglaries tend to avoid occupied households. When the shops are closed, there's no shoplifting, so larceny is reduced. So the conclusion is that crime has declined overall during the pandemic, but shootings and killings are way up. Kim Davies, interim dean of Pamplin College of the Arts, Humanities, and Social Sciences, Department of Social Sciences at Augusta University, says that's where confrontational homicide is often the cause, himself so noting that that's especially true during a time when so many are in flux as the country wrestles both with the pandemic and social unrest. To quote his T, it's homicide where two people, mostly men, get into some kind of confrontation over, who's more manly, and nobody backs down. And before you know it, somebody pulls a weapon and it always ends in violence. Who's the man? I am so glad I do not buy into this fucking gender role bullshit. You can call me sissy and it doesn't fucking matter. The questions now are whether the big jump in murders is a one-year blip and what might push that back down. Yale University law professor Tracy Mears says, COVID-19 vaccines will help. Since the pandemic has prevented many anti-violence programs from operating, herself confirming that it requires a great deal of face-to-face contact, typically among service providers and the folks who are most likely to both commit these offenses and be the victims of them. And it's a lot harder to do when people cannot meet in person. Which in and of itself means that some of the very things that have successfully prevented homicides in the past just are not available until the COVID-19 vaccines becomest more widespread and the added daily stress posed by the virus diminishes. You see, this is where the vaccines are not just fighting a plague of infestation within our immune systems, they're fighting the plague of violence that we commit upon each other. My latest prized possession is my Vax card. We've got a growing number of businesses, hospitality industries, and even sports teams are considering requiring proof of vaccination for customers once the world begins to open up. It's America's next COVID-19 culture war. For both patrons and staff, such a system might offer peace of mind and could stop a cruise voyage around the Caribbean, for example, from turning into a floating super spreader. Countries where COVID-19 rates are low might soon start demanding inoculation information before they let tourists in. It's not that different from parents showing proof of vaccination typically required to enroll kids in American schools, or those little yellow vaccine cards already required to travel in countries threatened by yellow fever, tuberculosis, or other scourges. Yet the idea of vaccine passports has become the latest object of right-wing politicians' outrage. So let me try and tell you what you need to know about your vaccine card. For now, the best way to show that you've been inoculated against the coronavirus is a simple white card. As vaccinations become more widely available for people in the United States and travel starts picking up, many people have started sharing their simple white vaccination cards on social media as prized new possessions. With some destinations, cruise lines, and venues already requiring travelers to provide proof of vaccination against COVID-19, keeping that record is key. In New York, for example, proof of vaccination or a recent negative test will be required for entry into large venues or catered events when they are allowed to reopen at reduced capacity on, well, they should have reopened already by now. It was supposed to be April 2nd. Proof will be required at events with more than 100 people. So anyone having a wedding or Sweet 16 with more attendees will have to ask guests for evidence that they be complying with the rules. There are already a number of vaccination passport initiatives underway that would make vaccination status easy to share digitally. Clear, a biometric screening program used in airports across the country, and the technology company IBM have created their own passes, for instance. And Yester Septimania, last week, New York became the first state to introduce digital tool to allow us people to easily show that they have either tested negative or been inoculated against the virus in order to gain entry into some events and venues. But until such measures are taken more widely across the country, you'll want to hang on to that little white card. Now, in terms of everything you need to know about what's on a vaccine card, the vaccine card, given after your first shot and then updated if your vaccine requires a second one, includes the vaccine manufacturer, the dose numbers, and the date and location each was administered. And according to Alex Brown, a spokeswoman for Walgreens, who I spoke to personally as I picked up my Sudafed prescription, Walgreens itself is administering vaccinations at more than 5,000 stores nationwide. And Walgreens, like other providers, is looking to make its records digital. So the Ms. Alex Brown said, for now, Walgreens is still handing out cards. Walmart and Sam's Club are already offering their patrons digital access to their vaccine records through both the Health Pass by Clear and the Common Health and Common Pass apps from the Geneva-based nonprofit, the Commons Project Foundation. John Furner, the chief executive officer and president of Walmart U.S., issued statement saying, "Our goal is to give customers vaccinated at Walmart free and secure digital access to their vaccine record and enable them to share that information with third parties seeking to confirm their vaccination status." Of course, the questions I'm getting are inevitable and they're commonsensical. What happens if I lose my card? Getting a new card is easy enough if you got vaccinated at a pharmacy like Walgreens. Miss Brown told myself that anyone who loses their card should return to where they were vaccinated, and a pharmacy employee can print out a new card from the patient's electronic records. A member of the Walgreens vaccination team was preparing vaccination cards for the staff and residents of the Clove Lakes Nursing Home in Staten Island, as a matter of fact. I could see them on the Zoom camera at the Walgreens where I was at. Hopefully, Jameson will catch that later on when he replays this episode. Vaccinations are also tracked by state health departments. Oh, you're back already. I was telling people how I went to Walgreens the other day to talk with Ms. Brown about their vaccinations. When I was shown on Zoom a member of the Walgreens vaccination team preparing vaccination cards for the staff and residents of Clove Lakes Nursing Home in Staten Island. By the way, I take it you did get a card, did you not? Or is this something you may get when you get your booster shot?
Yeah, I got a card.
Oh, cool. Thank you for sharing that. And now, Krispy Kreme donuts will see you every day.
Well, now I know what to ask women for if I ever start to talk to them.
Are you chewing something? Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh my god! What are you chewing?
Yeah. Peanut butter and jelly.
Oh, that's cute. Okay, thank you. Well, let's there we are. Vaccinations are also tracked by state health departments, so you can reach out to your state's agency to get a replacement card should you lose it, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, at least. The agency, the CDC, lists contact information for the Immunization Information System in each state, which tracks vaccinations on its website. In terms of safeguarding your card, start by taking a picture of it with your cell phone, so you'll have the information in your photo library, and emailing it to yourself as backup. I basically did some telephone exchanges with Dr. Uchenna Ikediobie, an assistant professor of general internal medicine and infectious diseases at Yale University, who reminded myself that laminating your card will make it more durable if you're planning to carry it around in your wallet, though there has been some concern about lamination because it would prevent information from future booster shots from being added. But Dr. Ikediobie said that this may be a moot point if new cards are issued after a booster shot, as would seem likely. A number of companies have jumped in to offer free lamination. Staples is offering free lamination of vaccine cards for those who have gotten their doses. And I confirmed this with Jocelyn Morugi, spokeswoman for that particular office goods retailer franchise. The offer is valid at all of the company's United States locations with the offer code 81450, 81450, and does not yet have any end date. So Craig Grayson, Vice President of Print and Marketing Services for Staples, sent myself an email on Wednesday, the very day I was destined to shit black blood and turn myself in for evaluation. He told myself that customers began seeking out ways to protect their COVID-19 vaccine record cards, knowing they will likely be important to have on hand in the future. So he said leveraging our existing capabilities in store felt like a natural way to provide a free solution. People can also get their completed vaccine cards laminated for free at Office Depot and Office Max stores nationwide using the code 52516714. That's 525-167-14 through July 25th. Dr. Ikediobé also recommends keeping the card in a safe place as you would your passport, rather than carrying it around. Shiso saying it does not necessarily need to be on your person at all times. Now, I'm getting other questions about whether or not people need their cards to travel. Well, in some cases, yes. Border entry requirements are set by governments, not by airlines or by the International Air Transport Association, which is the trade association for the world's airlines I brought up earlier in tonight's transmission. Some destinations and cruise lines have started requiring that travelers be fully vaccinated before they even travel. As of March 26th, fully vaccinated Americans who can present proof of vaccination can visit Iceland, for example, and avoid border measures such as testing and quarantining, or that's according to Iceland's government. Now I'm losing my voice. Give me a second to try and find it. Let me grab some liquid here. And the cruise line, Royal Caribbean, is requiring passengers and crew members 18 years of age or older to be vaccinated in order to board its ships, as are Virgin Voyages, Crystal Cruises, and others. I knew about this by checking into Judith Agert threatening to take a world cruise at one point before she severed all communications with myself. Now, these companies will restart cruise operations this spring and summer. None of the companies are yet operating cruises out of United States ports because the CDC has yet to give them guidelines they'll need to follow. For the moment, airlines are not requiring vaccinations for travel. But the idea has been much discussed about in the industry. In an interview with NBC Nightly News recently, Ed Bastian, the chief executive officer of Delta Airlines, said that proof of vaccination will likely eventually be required on international flights, but whether that is paper proof or a digital vaccine passport is unclear. Perry Flint, a spokesman for the IATA, said that the agency does not support a mandatory vaccine requirement for air travel because it risks discriminating against those markets where vaccines may take longer to become widely available, or against those who are not able to get vaccinated for medical reasons, or who are unwilling to do so owing to ethical or other concerns. Still, the agency is developing its own vaccine pass called Travel Pass, which travelers can use to share COVID-related health information with governments or airlines that require it. Well, you might ask if the Biden administration will ever require a vaccine passport. Among the Biden administration's executive orders aimed at curbing the pandemic is one that asked government agencies to assess the feasibility of producing digital versions of vaccination documents. But while the government is involved in these efforts, the administration has said that it would not be passing a federal mandate or distributing its own vaccine passport. In a White House COVID-19 news conference on Monday of ̔ Monday of last work week, Andej Slavitt, the acting director for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, said that, unlike other parts of the world, the government here is not viewing its role as the place to create a passport, nor a place to hold the data of citizens. What he said was, "We view this as something that the private sector is doing and will do. What's important to us, and we're leading an interagency process right now to go through these details, are that some important criteria will be met with these credentials, including equitable access and privacy and security concerns." And of course, now we get to the other benefits. The one that brought in the mark of the beast and Antichrist, because yes, aside from the purported health benefits of getting the vaccines, there are also other perks that come with your vaccine card, because businesses across the country, from bars, as I said, to those marijuana dispensaries, more CBD gummies for our man Derek, have been offering perks to those with a COVID-19 vaccination card. As I said, the death of Jameson Reese is Krispy Kreme donuts, announcing ̔ that for the rest of the year, they will give one free glazed donut per day to anyone who presents proof of a COVID-19 vaccination. They may as well invite Jameson Reese to move in and set up a tent on site or something. Now, Jameson wants them gummies. And Michael Tattersfield, Krispy Kreme's chief executive, told Fox News, of all places, that as vaccinations have accelerated across the country, well, what he said verbatim was, "We made the decision that, hey, we can support the next act of joy, which is, if you come by, show us a vaccine card, get a donut anytime, any day, every day, if you choose to." Holy fucking shit. What will a person look like? Well, Jameson, we're going to find out. How he'll look after a donut a day for 2021. I think Krispy Kreme is going to be in for some regrets. Now, everyone's favorite conspiracy theorist, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the memberess of Congress from Georgia, branded vaccine passports as Biden's mark of the beast, and I'm inclined to agree with her vis-a-vis the Krispy Kreme. And she said it's fascism or communism or whatever you want to call it. Now, I'll call it conspiracism on her part. The Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, a potential Republican potential 2024 presidential candidate, has also seized on the idea as an issue that will play to the Republican cult base. He's so insisting that it's completely unacceptable for either the government or the private sector to impose upon you the requirement that you show proof of vaccine to just simply be able to participate in normal society. Shit. Maybe you ought to take a shower sometime, motherfucker, or use underarm deodorant. Because I can smell you all the way here in California. Man, it must be hot down there in Florida. Just a step above hell. Now, for the record, President Joe Biden is not actually planning to mandate vaccine passports or to set up central vaccines database that raises the specter of Big Brother surveillance, trampling American individualism. The White House says it is trying to work with companies to set standards for vaccine passports and to ensure people's privacy is protected. I don't understand what the fuck all you people are worried about. What the hell have you got to hide? Who the fuck cares about you? I mean, man, you people are deluded if you think you're fucking important. Nevertheless, it is an ethical minefield. Should businesses bar people who are not vaccinated? Can employers make vaccines a condition for accepting a new job? Certainly, vaccines should be available to anyone who wants one before such filtering systems are introduced. But equally, is it fair for an American who endangers others by refusing vaccination to get the same benefits as others? No. Rent-a-quote politicians stirring fear and anger about the issue are not doing much to help. A subset of Americans haven't even yet made up their mind about getting a COVID-19 shot. Whether they turn out in the coming weeks will determine the future of the pandemic. America is now in the hands of the vaccine hesitant. I mean, it's official. America's vaccine supply crunch is over. The United States has ordered, optioned, or procured enough doses to immunize every single member of the population more than 5 times over. And all adults will be eligible for these shots by May 1st. In other words, after months of careful rationing and distribution snafus, situation normal, all fucked up, we've finally hit a new space, well, a new phase of the pandemic endgame. Vaccines galore! Next, we must confront a more pernicious problem than one of mere logistics. There's plenty of supply, but what about demand? The concern that significant numbers of Americans might end up refusing a safe, effective, and available COVID-19 vaccine has been salient from the start. Just a few months into the pandemic, pollsters warned that less than half of American adults were sure to take one. But as long as these vaccines were either in development or scarce, this was a hypothetical scenario. Now at least, or now at last, our hesitancy will be tested. The outlook, at the moment, is mixed. Americans' overall acceptance of the vaccine seems to have increased in recent months, as some of those who said in 2020 that they'd wait and see have now waited, seen, and drifted into yes. When you consider all the polls together, about 60% of Americans are apparently planning to be immunized, if they haven't been already. But the remainder, a roughly even split of refuseniks and the undecided, isn't shrinking at the rate we might have hoped. More alarming are reports of a gaping and growing partisan divide. A poll this month from NPR, PBS NewsHour, and Marist found that 87% of registered Democrats had either received a vaccine or planned to get one, compared with just 56% of registered Republicans. Similar spreads of 25 to 30 points have shown up in several other surveys too, and the size of the partisan gap appears to have increased by half since the fall. Donald Trump, who has said little on this topic since leaving office, finally appealed to his supporters on Fox News yesterday, but last month, "It's a great and safe vaccine. I would recommend it, and I would recommend it to a lot of people that don't want to get it. And a lot of those people voted for me, frankly. Yes, let's be frank, Trump. If vaccine acceptance tops out where it is right now, at least then, well, at less than 2/3 of American adults, then the pathway out of this pandemic could stretch and twist into the future. The virus will remain among us, if defanged for many, and harmful outbreaks could emerge as antibody levels fade. If patterns of refusal continue to develop along partisan lines, our outlook will be even worse. Because Republicans and Democrats tend to cluster in different places, even down to the level of neighborhood, a large partisan gap in vaccine uptake would likely lead to hotspots of infection in the red states. When people who refuse a vaccine live near one another, the risk goes up. But a better outcome also seems well within our reach. Although no one knows how much immunity would be enough to make the disease go away, Anthony Fauci has lately said, if you want our society to get back to normal, you have to get about 70 to 85% of the population vaccinated. So the coming months will be dispositive. An undecided segment of Americans, vaccine swing voters, who now make up roughly 20% of all adults, have enormous power to determine how this goes. Which way will they break? A funny fact about vaccines in America is that public attitudes about them rarely change much. For all the Sturm und Drang in recent years about the spread of anti-vaxxer sentiment, and for all the worry about measles coming back, well, routine childhood vaccination rates have barely shifted. For more than 20 years now, the proportion of kids younger than 3 years of age who have received a double MR, measles, mumps, rubella vaccine has wavered back and forth in a slender band of 91 to 92%. That's to some extent a product of our pediatric care and public school rules. Vaccinating children on the normal schedule remains parents' path of least resistance, any other motivations notwithstanding. But even when the system isn't pushing quite so hard, vaccination rates are pretty stable. The number of people who get the flu shot, for example, doesn't change much from year to year, even as flu strains vary in their virulence. Among elderly Americans, the people most at risk of death from influenza, vaccine coverage landed somewhere between 60 and 70% in every single year from 1995 to 2020. I say that this is a funny fact about vaccines because one can find it equally consoling and alarming. It's nice to know that the rise of Andrew Wakefield, who's since retracted research linking the MMR vaccine to autism, spawned a generation of anti-vaccine activists, caused only a tiny divot in measles vaccination rates in these United States. It's less reassuring that all the righteous work that followed, from anti-vaccination groups on social media, from state legislators, from many others, hasn't done that much to move the baseline either. It's altogether possible, maybe even likely, that Americans' attitudes toward COVID-19 vaccines are stuck in the same molasses. It's true that certain periodic polls in recent months have shown a shift toward more acceptance. But polls with longer trails of data, the ones that started before the fall, suggest a different story. They show a dip in vaccine confidence as the election neared, which has since leveled out. Case in point, Gallup had yes at 66% in July, which slipped down to 50% at the end of September, and then bounced back up to 71% in January. That autumn fade, make sense, given what occurred in the lead up to Election Day. Trump had promised to deliver a vaccine just in time for voting and said that he was rushing it along. As that deadline neared, his administration all but went to war against the deep state actors at the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, installing hacks and hall monitors along the way. On October 7th, in a televised vice presidential debate, Kamala Harris told the nation, "If the doctors tell us that we should take the vaccine, I'll be the first in line. But Donald Trump tells us that we should take it. I'm not taking it." Oh, God. I'm not quite sure if you understand what Kamala Harris said, but just relating to you her quote blows my fucking mind as to how bad we've sunk in this situation of spiral. Naturally, Americans' faith in any future COVID-19 vaccine went into a slide after that. Public health experts warned, against the evidence, as they often do, that this loss of confidence would be long-lasting and profound. But the polling shows that it wasn't. The dangerous fever of distrust, as Ezekiel Emanuel put it, or so described it, didn't last much longer than the fall foliage. By midwinter, the polling numbers had returned to roughly what they'd been. The same pattern applies to the partisan split about vaccines. The gap between Trump and Biden voters has widened in the past few months, but it may not be any bigger today than it was last summer, when the Trump administration signaled a willingness to mess with the FDA's decision-making. Democrats panicked most. As the election approached, their vaccine enthusiasm collapsed to the levels seen among Republicans. Gallup had the spread between the two groups at 37 points in July, 4 in September, and then 40 in January. All of which is to say that COVID-19 vaccine attitudes right now are not that far off from where they started back in 2020, and any hopeful signs of movement in the past few months could be nothing more than bounce back from the fall. Vaccine acceptance rates are typically stagnant, but that doesn't mean they're stuck in place. It's often said that more people would get their flu shots if they only grasped the toll of the disease. The deaths caused by influenza, tens of thousands in these United States every year, are usually invisible, so much so that the risk is misperceived. For COVID-19, however, the cost is counted every day. When it nears a big round number, 10,000 or 100,000, 200,000 or 400,000 or 500,000, front page headlines follow. This transparency alone might sway the vaccine hesitant. So too could the thought of returning to a semblance of one's former life. Yet, well, get a COVID-19 vaccine, and you can hug your parents. No other vaccination has this perk. As distribution centers open up to all adults, and more people get their shots, even just the idea of getting immunized could spread through social networks as its own happy contagion, bringing up acceptance rates. What might that mean in practice? At the moment, 1/4 of all adults have already gotten at least one dose of their vaccine. Another 35 to 40% say they plan to get vaccinated as soon as they can, and about 20% are now at maybe. Maya Goldenberg, a philosopheress of science at the University of Guelph in Ontario, Canada, and the authoress of a new book entitled Vaccine Hesitancy, subtitled Public Trust, Expertise, and the War on Science, insists that we should not think of this latter group as being truly undecided, herself attesting that the thing that works best for getting vaccinated is that it gets normalized. When vaccination becomes the norm, most people will do it unless they have a really strong inclination not to. We know that a lot of people are saying, I want to get it, but I don't want to be the first in line. Does that count as vaccine hesitant? I'm inclined to say no. So even if the nevers never budge, it's certainly possible that in the next few months, amid the vaccination Saturnalia, nearly all of the nation's maybes will come around. In that case, we'll end up with 80% of all adults having their vaccination cards filled out or making their appointments, right in Fauci's sweet spot for herd immunity. Of course, another problem could be considered here. It's one thing to say you want to get vaccinated, and another thing to do it. SARS-CoV-2 antibodies, as the saying goeth, don't care about your feelings. Past research shows that the pipeline from vaccine intentions to behavior can be somewhat leaky. Consider our efforts to address the previous pandemic, the H1N1, hemagglutinin 1, neuromodase 1 swine flu in 2009. Then, as now, Americans varied widely in their estimations of the disease's severity and how much they trusted the vaccine. A Pew Research poll conducted that October found that 64% of Democrats were ready to be immunized, compared with 43% of Republicans, and overall, half of American adults said that they planned to get the shot. By June 2010, only 27% said they'd actually done so. A somewhat milder attrition rate has been identified in small-scale research. Two very modest flu shot studies conducted at Rutgers University and among healthcare workers in the Netherlands compared vaccine intentions to behavior and found that about 1/4 of people who say they plan to be immunized fail to follow through. For the sake of argument, if we apply that rate to all the people who now say they're yes or maybe on COVID-19 vaccine, then add the rest to the group of people who have gotten it already, the total coverage would come out to roughly 65%. That projection lands us close to where we've been for flu vaccines among the nation's seniors. Flu shot rates did go up this year, at least a bit, for the 2020 through the 2021 season. Coverage reached 82% for seniors, set up by almost 7 points from the year before. But even those gently boosted numbers would be dire for the COVID-19 vaccine. That makes a certain amount of sense. Daniel Salmon, the director of the Institute for Vaccine Safety at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, has seen overlapping attitudes toward flu shots and the COVID-19 vaccine, both in surveys and in community meetings. The reasons people give for being wary are the same. They're worried about adverse effects and don't trust the government. Salmon's team has also found that people are much more likely to say they'll get the COVID-19 vaccine in 2021 if they've had a flu shot in the past. To quote his T, we need 70 to 80% of people to be immune, homogeneous, throughout the population. I'm worried that we're going to make a dent in disease transmission, but that it won't be enough. Now, kids younger than 16 are not eligible for COVID-19 vaccination, at least for now. So that means coverage must be even higher for adults in order for the country to reach that threshold. Soon we'll have a surplus of injections, and then a dearth of upper arms. If the maybes don't turn out en masse, if in the coming months they fail to make us their way to yes, there won't be any simple finish to this crisis. Without their votes for vaccination, a miserable uncertainty will linger. Deaths could reach their next round headline number. The polls are opening across America. It's time to watch the needle. That's what's going to bring us to the week ahead. George Floyd died in police custody after Chauvin pressed his knee against his neck for over 9 minutes. The trial of Derek Chauvin enters week 2 tomorrow. Last week, jurors heard from several people who witnessed Floyd's arrest in May last year. Some cried while describing their attempts to intervene on his behalf and the guilt they carry months later. Outside the courtroom, the trial over George Floyd's death is seen as a test of the United States itself. You see, there are really 2 trials into the death of George Floyd. One is unfolding in the courtroom where a jury will decide whether former police officer Derek Chauvin is culpable in Floyd's death after pinning him to the ground with a knee on his neck. Outside the courtroom, the case is widely seen as a trial for the American system itself, a test of whether justice is even possible for a black man who died while under arrest, triggering a global racial reckoning. The trial promises to be as big as the uproar over Floyd's death itself. It is on cable TV and streaming online. A huge security net has been placed around the courthouse in downtown Minneapolis. By the time the trial ends in about a month, it will be a massive global media story. The outcome will play into the political debate about police reform. The White House says President Joe Biden is watching. Minnesota Judge Peter Cahill has impressed on jurors the imperative of separating their own feelings about race and Chauvin from what prosecutors can prove with evidence in the courtroom. He was perturbed when the city of Minneapolis announced a $27 million United States dollar civil settlement with Floyd's family before the trial. Now, opening arguments on Monday showed the task facing the defense. Prosecutors played a harrowing 9-minute and 29-second cell phone video of Floyd's final moments. Floyd cried, "I can't breathe. Please, please," he gasped before falling silent. Chauvin appearing totally nonchalant, with his knee still down, even as bystanders beseeched him to check Floyd's pulse. Of the defendant, prosecuting attorney Jerry Blackwell said, "He does not let up. He does not get up." Chauvin's attorneys tried to establish reasonable doubt in the minds of jurors over Floyd's cause of death, arguing that a combination of opioid abuse, cardiac conditions, and an adrenaline rush were to blame. Defense attorney Eric Nelson said, "This case is about more than 9 minutes and 29 seconds. But the prosecution anticipated such an approach. Blackwell offered jurors and viewers around the world a well-crafted soundbite. "You can believe your eyes. It's homicide." This is what brings us to the muddled history of anti-Asian violence. On the evening of April 28th in 1997, Kwon Chung-Kao, a 33-year-old Taiwan-born engineer, went to the Kotati Yacht Club near Rohnert Park, a quiet suburb in Sonoma County, California, where he lived with his wife and 3 children. Cal went to the bar a couple of times a week for an after-work glass of red wine. On this evening that I'm describing, he was celebrating a new job. According to a bartender working that night, Cal got into an argument with a white trash piece of shit customer who mistook him for Japanese. The man saying, "You gooks all look alike to me." Now tensions understandably simmered, and later in the evening the man returned to needle Cal some more. Cal shouted back, "I'm sick and tired of being put down because I'm Chinese. If you want to challenge me, now's the time to do it." Now an altercation followed, and someone called the police. When they arrived, the bartender, who later described Cal as a caring and friendly patron, helped diffuse the situation and assured them that causing a ruckus was out of Cal's character. He was sent home in a cab. Now, still livid, Cal shouted outside his house late into the night, alarming his neighbors, who placed about a dozen calls to 911. When 2 officers arrived, Cal was standing in his driveway holding a stick. One of the officers ordered him to put it down. When he responded with profanities, the officer shot him. His wife, a nurse, tried to save him, but was arrested and restrained. A police spokesman later said that he had been waving the stick in a threatening martial arts fashion. Because, he's Asian, and they're all martial artists, right? The other described the pudgy 5'7" Cal as a ninja fighter. Man, I guess they don't make ninja anymore like they used to. Cal was not a goddamn ninja. And he had no martial arts training. A warrant to search Cal's house for evidence of martial arts expertise turned up nothing. Now, at the time, where the fuck was I? When that happened, 1997, April 28th. Well, we're talking about security work, armed contracts. At that time, I was dealing with applying violence on a daily basis. A few days after the incident, I knew some friends who were academics at Berkeley across the bay. And while I was taking contracts in Oakland and dealing with the violence there on a daily basis, they procured megaphones and stood on the steps of the UC Berkeley campus plaza shouting to passerby about Cal's death. They were Asians, of course, trying to get their classmates to think about the indignities of that man's final night, and to see the racial animus involved in assuming that he was some kind of martial arts master. But they were neither succinct nor persuasive, and people continued on their way. They told me that it felt like they were passing a rumor between themselves, something small and insignificant that only mattered to Asian Americans like us, rather than bearing witness to an instance of racial violence. The Sonoma County District Attorney's Office declined to even charge the officers. When a vigil was organized outside Gao's home on the 1-year anniversary of his death, some of the neighbors who had supported the police's account of the night's events flew American flags. which was perceived at that time, quite rightly, as a show of racist hostility. Because that goddamn flag is a rag of shit, stained in the blood of people like myself. And all you whites who fly it should use it to wipe your ass. Fuck you and fuck your flag. Jam it deep up your ass and see if it comes out black with any digested blood. Now, hope that gets some people steaming. You fuckers rightly deserve it. In terms of the California Attorney General who looked into this case that I'm articulating to you now, he concluded that those white trash piece of shit officers acted in self-defense. An FBI examination did not lead to any charges either. Of course it wouldn't, because you're all white trash pieces of shit, and I'm stranded here among you white-ass savages, all you bleach white oyster-bellied crackers in a barrel, wondering whatever the hell it was I did to deserve this fate. To be lost among you white turds. Years later, a civil suit was settled for $1 million, which was split between the family and the 4 legal firms that had represented them, leaving them with nothing. Over time, and in the face of an official narrative of events that drained that night of its complexity, it became as difficult to fit Cao's killing into any discernible pattern that might demand a reckoning. Instead, it came as to seem like a random occurrence. Even I soon forgot that it had happened at all, which is why I have to think back on that year and wonder where the hell I was. None of you whites have to worry about that. This is the life of an Asian Pacific Islander in America. Terror at the state level, waged by police. Terror at the civilian level, waged by the citizenry. No justice. Only ultimate enmity in a land of complete and total hostility. How could you ever understand? I was reminded of Cao in the past few weeks, as frustrations have escalated around a recent string of attacks against Asian Americans. In the past year, there has been a steady increase in such attacks. Last spring, there seemed to be a constant stream of stories. Verbal confrontations and fights, knifings, even an acid attack, much of it seemingly attributable to Donald Trump's anti-Asian rhetoric, particularly to his sneers about the China flu. Advocacy groups nationwide recorded between 2,000 and 3,000 racist incidents in 2020. Those are the ones that are reported. Recently, fears of another wave of anti-Asian violence have arisen, following a string of viral videos depicting attacks against Asian Americans. In late January, a clip circulated of Vichal Ratata Pakdi, an 84-year-old man originally from Thailand, being assaulted as he walked down a street in San Francisco. Ratanapakdi died days later. Around this time, another clip showing a 91-year-old Asian man in Oakland's Chinatown being shoved to the ground while walking down the street made the rounds. The actors Daniel Dae Kim and Daniel Wu offered rewards for information on the assailants. A few days later, Kim Woo and the activist Amanda Nguyen appeared on MSNBC, in part to chastise the mainstream media for being slow to cover these attacks. In fact, they didn't cover them at all. Even as outlets finally began reporting belatedly on these videos, attacks continued apace, without a stop. A Filipino-American man's face was slashed in New York. A Korean-American man was beaten in Los Angeles' Koreatown, while assailants shouted slurs at him. About a week ago, another viral clip circulated, this one of a 52-year-old Asian-American woman being shoved to the ground in Flushing, Queens. For some Asian Americans, the videos provided proof of what they have been feeling forever, namely that they are ever increasingly targeted on the basis of their appearance. But within this was a sense that their concerns would never be taken seriously. In the cases of the San Francisco and Oakland attacks, some officials, and even local community members, questioned whether these attacks were random rather than racially motivated. The attacker captured in the Queens video was released, and no hate crime charges were brought against him. Beyond pressing for media coverage, however, the demands around what to do next were sometimes contradictory. Calls for more protection in Asian neighborhoods struck critics of police brutality as the wrong answer. In particular, Kim and Lee's so-called bounties were perceived to undermine the efforts of Asian American organizers already working toward community-oriented solutions to public safety. Villainizing the suspects, at least two of whom were jet black, seemed to play into racist narratives of inner-city crime. Some felt dismayed that black and brown community leaders had not rushed to the defense of Asian Americans, and they never fucking do. Others claimed that such standards construed the fight for justice as quid pro quo. Calls to center and protect Asian elders drew criticism for playing into a respectability politics that casts a kindly grandma or grandpa as a sympathetic innocent victim. I saw someone on Instagram acerbically wonder aloud whether these were the same elders whom we had recently been urged to lecture about their racism. Visibility matters, yet obsessing over it sometimes obscures the long-standing challenges of organizing Asian Americans round a single shared story. There be no common narrative. It's difficult to describe anti-Asian racism when society lacks any coherent historical account of what that racism actually looks like, all of it having been burned or incinerated by department specialists like myself. The parameters of activism often get defined by hashtags. Hashtag stop AAPI hate. Hashtag protect our elders. Hashtag not your model minority, rather than any sense of history. In the age of Black Lives Matter, the desire to carve out a crisp, pithy position is greater than ever. But the past weeks' conversations have illustrated how the Asian American experience doesn't always fit neatly into conventional understandings of victimhood. For decades, Asian people in America tended to identify more with their own nationality and ethnicity than with any broad Asian American community. But in the 60s and 70s, a more inclusive sense of Asian American identity grew out of a desire for political solidarity. This new identity assumed a kind of cross-generational ethos, as younger people forged connections with older immigrants, helping them to navigate social services and to understand their rights. And it found clarity through collective struggle, as when, in 1977, in San Francisco, Asian American community organizers, aided by a multiracial coalition of allies, came as to the defense of a group of elderly Asians, mostly Filipino men, who were being evicted from their longtime homes in the Hotel, the International Hotel. But the real turning point came in 1982, when two white men, one of whom had been laid off from his job as an auto worker, followed Vincent Chin, a young Chinese-American draftsman, from a Detroit bar to a nearby McDonald's and beat him to death. Witnesses said that the three had initially fought at the bar, and that during the altercation the men had allegedly mistaken Chin for Japanese and blamed him for the American auto industry's decline. The men later claimed that it was a fight that had gotten out of hand and that they were not motivated by Chin's race, even though they clearly called him a Jap, and he died crying, "But I'm not Japanese." They were given probation and fined. Neither one of them ever spent a single day in jail. They were called American heroes. That lenient sentencing, the support from the white trash sewer of shit that constitutes the majority of you motherfuckers in America, sparked a national campaign against anti-Asian racism and inspired an Oscar-nominated documentary entitled Who Killed Vincent Chin? In contrast to racism against other groups, anti-Asian racism has rarely been as gruesome and blatant as it was in the Chin killing. There have, of course, been other violent incidents like the Chinese massacre that occurred in Los Angeles in 1871, in which the majority of Los Angeles's Chinese population was mass murdered, or the Sikh temple shooting in Oak Creek, Wisconsin in 2012. But the history of Asian American victimhood in America is varied and it's muddled. A presumption of foreignness might link exclusionary immigration policies in the 19th century to the internment of the Japanese during the Second World War, the paranoia around Asian American scientists, which resulted in the mistreatment of a Taiwanese American nuclear scientist named Wen Ho Lee in the 1990s. And post 9/11 Islamophobia. All of this was culminated in the truly valuable work done by the authoress, Iris Cheng, The Trail of the Silkworm, in which a Chinese defector from communist China was so persecuted that he defected back to communist China and designed the Silkworm missile to take out American aircraft carriers, so that America's navies stand no chance in a war against communist China. That is a product of American racism. That man was developing weapons for you, you white trash piece of shit. So when your boys die on their nautical platforms out at sea, you've only yourselves to blame. Yet even the effects of these broad patterns of discrimination are not uniformly felt. And the needs and disadvantages of refugee communities and poor Asian Americans have been obscured as much by the myth of Asians as the model minority as by the movements, particularly among the professional class, to resist this myth. The current moment underscores the in-between space that Asian Americans inhabit. The interregnum. It's hard to prove bias in a hate crime, and it's typically done by showing how a particular crime draws on recognizable histories of violence or neglect. This becomes difficult when people are mystified by the very idea of anti-Asian racism. In Chin's case, the culprits were white trash pieces of shit who openly espoused racist ideas, which made it easier to recognize the assault as a hate crime and to organize the community around it, since the white trash community did not. Some recent attacks also make legible the ways in which systemic injustices afflict only Asian Americans, as myself. In late December, police officers killed a Chinese American named Christian Hall in Monroe County, Pennsylvania. Soon after, a Filipino-American man named Angelo Quinto died after a police officer choked him by kneeling on his neck in Antioch, California. Both Hall and Angelo Quinto were suffering from mental health episodes at the time that they died. Officers claimed that Christian Hall, who was standing on an overpass, pointed a gun in their direction. Angelo Quinto died as his own family, who had called the police out of concern, looked on. Campaigns fighting for the officers to be held accountable fluidly align with the movement of, well, for Black lives, and the criticism of the criminal justice system's overreach and potential for brutality. The videos circulating now are more difficult to parse. In the case of the 91-year-old who was injured in Oakland, the culprit was a man with what a judge called significant mental health issues, who seemed to target people indiscriminately. Local community leaders in the greater Bay Area Metroplex region of San Francisco warned against drawing overly simplistic conclusions from these incidents. Alvina Wong, a directoress at the Asian Pacific Environmental Network, explained to the Oakland side that these crimes and violent situations that happen in Chinatown have been happening for a while. The attack captured on video was one of the more than 20 tallied by the president of the Oakland Chinatown Chamber of Commerce in a single 2-week span, which means there's an active campaign against us. We might instead read these videos as part of a larger set of stories. The gutting of local reporting and newspapers has made it harder for communities to stay informed about city politics and the conditions driving local crime. Economic policies that once extracted resources from cities have now caused them to gentrify and crowd out the poor, making enemies of entire neighboring communities, which are always ethnically enclaved. Anywhere you go, mayors and politicians who don't at all fear losing the support of their Asian constituency because it is so passingly small, rarely, indeed never, feel the need to proactively work on their behalf. Meanwhile, a tattered social safety net does nothing to help those struggling with mental health. Some have wondered if these horrific viral videos constitute a wave, or if they were just random incidents. When your concerns have gone unrecognized for decades, it's understandable why some within the Asian American community remain so invested in using these highly visible moments as an opportunity to call attention to hate, even if the incidents seem more varied than that. The wave in question isn't just 2 or 3 incidents. 'Tis a broader history that stretches past Trump and the pandemic. It's easy for these incidents to fade from memory. While digging through old articles about Cao, I realized that one of the first reported pieces I'd read and clipped, circa 2000, was about an anti-Asian violence spree well, norm on college campuses. The same month as Cao's killing, in 1997, a group of mostly Asian students were beaten up in a parking lot of a Denny's in Syracuse, New York. One of the ultimate white trash sewers of shit. The university therefrom, which my psychologist, now transferred, Dr. June Allison Hay, had graduated from. These students were beaten to within an inch of their lives after complaining that the staff at Denny's seemed to be seating white customers first. The staff refused to intervene as a group of white patrons went outside and assaulted them while shouting racial slurs. The white trash turd police officer who arrived on the scene said that it was nothing more than a parking lot fight. The local DA refused to press charges. There were similar incidents at other colleges, and Asian American advocacy groups questioned whether they were hate crimes. Which of course they were. A few years prior, in the early 90s, Yoshi Hattori, a Japanese exchange student in Baton Rouge, had showed up at the wrong door for a Halloween party. The owner deemed him threatening. Hattori was dressed in a white suit inspired by John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever, and so he shot him dead. Hattori's shooter, Rodney Pierce, was acquitted. Again, not a single day in jail, thanks to Louisiana's laws around self-defense in cases of trespass. Pierce's attorneys claimed that he and his wife felt threatened by Hattori's kinetic, antsy, and scary way of moving. Hattori's father surmised that his son was having trouble seeing anything on account of a lost contact lens. His English wasn't strong, so Hattori may not have understood what Pierce was saying to him. He probably had no idea what was going on or why this was even happening as he died. These moments never coalesced into a movement. The assailants always got the benefit of the doubt and were always let off scot-free based on the color of their white skin. Your white skin makes me sick! They have since all been forgotten, relishing the fact they got away with murder, as I would have been murdered. Understanding this history won't bring back Ratanapadki, Hall, or Quinto. A plea for context won't diffuse tempers between strangers in the street. But nothing is random, even if the logic of American life tries to persuade us otherwise. These histories may help us see patterns that eventually others might see too. Which brings us to the dehumanizing logic of all the happy ending jokes. Almost a month has passed since the shootings at 3 massage parlors in the Atlanta area, which resulted in the death of 8 people, 6 of them Asian or Asian American women. The Atlanta police have yet to say that the incidents were motivated by racism. All because the shooting suspect himself told them that he suffers from a sex addiction. FBI Director Chris Wray has said that, according to an initial assessment, race does not appear to have played a role in the shooting. That's the FBI that I remember dealing with throughout my life. When I report being stalked by a man who threatens me with death every day, and anyone he feels associated with me, Richard K. Cole Jr., who a white cunt named Lena Shea, who lives in his state, refuses to report to the FBI because she was working directly with him. the FBI will say, well, they're a nice white couple. They're a nice white couple. But you're a madman who's spewing hate. Yet almost immediately after the news broke, late that Tuesday night, presaging the sainted Deo Patrick, a certain kind of response started popping up on Twitter. No happy ending then. Young's Asian massage parlor. They love you long time. Social media comments are, of course, notorious for their unthoughtfulness. But these brutal jokes speak to a prejudice that is deeply ingrained, if completely unacknowledged, in American society. The jokes that will affect Lena Shea's daughter as she grows up, but she doesn't give a shit because she can just run away to Richard K. Cole. And the white trash she feels will eventually win in the end and breed with them. The spawn she spewed out based on the Asian guy she's with, trash in the street to her. Those shootings took place within an escalating pattern of anti-Asian violence. But they are also part of the longer history of gendered violence in these United States. They cast light on the continued degradation of Asian women, the criminalization of women connected to sex work, or simply imagined to be, and American male fantasies of entitlement to Asian female bodies. This entitlement is both quotidian and dangerous. For many women of color, the idea that misogyny and racism often go hand in hand is a fact of life. Almost every woman of Asian descent I know who grew up in America has experienced some version of strange men cooing at her, "Me love you long time," or has endured the unctuous hailings of "Ni hao ma" and "Konnichiwa," or the intrusive come-ons that mix flattery with a vague sense of threat. As a young man perceived as a female on the receiving end of such unwanted attention, I never said anything about it because I suspected that most people would consider such incidents minor inconveniences, even though these kinds of encounters always produced a sickening sensation in the pit of my stomach. Then Atlanta happened, and that old pit grew into a persistent pain. One in which I was digesting my own blood. Watching law enforcement relay the explanation of the 21-year-old white trash piece of shit who admitted to the murderous rampage, he told police that he shot the woman to try to eradicate temptation, was an exercise in both disbelief and recognition. It was a harsh reminder that these acts are a very real, very lethal manifestation of what goeth unspoken behind all those seemingly harmless, supposedly flattering solicitations that dog all Asian women, or men like myself perceived as such. A profound disregard for us as people, an aggressive imputation of our imagined availability, and a deep assumption of racial and masculine prerogative. As a man perceived as a woman, misperceived as a woman of middle-class privilege, people may assume, without any knowledge of my background, that I have been mostly sheltered from the harsher forms of aggression. But it would be a grave mistake not to understand that mild and violent racist sexism are on the same continuum. Here's the thing that many people find hard to accept. It's what I deal with Richard K. Cole Jr. and his girlfriend Lena Shea. Hatred does not preclude desire. Hatred legitimizes the violent expression of desire. Whether it's Richard K. Cole threatening me on a daily basis, or Lena Shea wiping out everything I had on the internet. Let us be clear. By his own admission, the shooting suspect could not control his desires, so he went out to eradicate the objects of his desires. Be there a more stark articulation of the deadly intent of racist misogyny? Racism and sexism are partners that stoke each other with frightening ease. Racism may be caused by many factors: demagoguery, religious intolerance, economic resentment, inherited bigotry. But its expression is almost always about the assertion of power. And whenever vengeful male power is in play, it is never good news for women. Anti-Asian racism and long-standing Western colonial attitudes about the plunderable Orient enable the possessive denigration and dehumanization of Asian women. Patriarchy and sexism further fortify such presumptions. Since the first big wave of Asian immigration to these United States in the 1850s, Asians have suffered discrimination and violence. Few knew, few knowest, for example, that the lynching, burning, and killing of Chinese residents were commonplace occurrences up and down the West Coast on which I reside throughout the 19th century. Since then, the perceived threat of the yellow peril has never gone away. Instead, it has circulated throughout the 20th and 21st centuries, easily revived during times of war, economic downturn, and disease. Asian women in America have received their share of this aggression, often in explicitly sexual terms. The figure of the eroticized yet degraded Asian woman, also known as China doll, lotus blossom, geisha, concubine, and butterfly, can be readily found in movies and on stage, in everything from high art to cheap pornography. One of the most visibly racist, sexist, and inhuman tropes to emerge out of Western imperial history, this woman, as I'm perceived, this woman nonetheless hardly registers in the public consciousness as someone who has suffered discrimination. The Atlanta shooting also reminds us that America has long conflated Asian female sexuality and criminality. The first time that Chinese litigants appeared before the U.S. Supreme Court in 1875, the case involved the perception of Chinese women as prostitutes. Sensationally known then as the case of the 22 lewd Chinese women, it centered on a group of young women who were denied entry into these United States at the port of San Francisco despite having all proper travel documentation, because the immigration inspector thought they were prostitutes based on how they looked to him. The state of California argued that it had the right to protect itself from pestilential immorality. The Supreme Court eventually ruled in favor of the woman, not necessarily because the court thought that they were innocent, but because it wanted to reaffirm the federal government's authority to regulate immigration. That same year, the United States passed the Page Act, which was introduced by Representative Horace F. Page of California to end the danger of cheap Chinese labor and immoral Chinese women. By all evidence, to California officials, Chinese women equaled prostitutes. The Page Act was the first restrictive federal immigration law in these United States, effectively prohibiting the entry of any Chinese woman into these United States and foreshadowing the more stringent Chinese Exclusion Act. This in turn created the completely male bachelor societies of American Chinatowns, placing the few Asian women who were here in even more physical, social, and economic jeopardy. In the 20th century, American foreign policy and military presence in Asia extended this old racial sexual imagination to the figures of the so-called comfort woman, the war bride, and the sex worker. That the murdered woman in Atlanta worked in massage parlors, spaces that are deeply racialized and sexualized in the American and global consciousness, only underscores the continued invisibility and precarity of immigrants and service industry workers. The victims included Xiao Jie-tan, who was days away from her 50th birthday and is survived by her husband and a daughter who recently graduated from college that she had paid for. Yong-A Yue, 63, was a working mother too. Yun Jung Grant, 51, was a single mother working overtime to raise 2 sons. These were workers, mothers, wives, women who lost their life to one person's desires, and, we have to acknowledge, to a larger culture, an anti-culture of racialized misogyny. Overwhelmingly, intergroup violence in these United States is male violence against women. And yet, femicide, domestic violence, sexual assault, harassment, and stalking are almost never prosecuted as hate crimes. Calling the Atlanta shootings a hate crime isn't nearly enough. The term does more to narrow the definitions of racism, sexism, homophobia, and xenophobia than to expand our understanding of what hate crimes actually are. In 2002, the brutal beating of a junior by his classmate at Morehouse College in Atlanta made national headlines. The case marked Georgia's prosecutorial debut of its hate crime statute on the grounds that the perpetrator, a 19-year-old Aaron Price, had accused 20-year-old Gregory Love of making a sexual advance toward him in a shower stall, and spouted homophobic rants as he retrieved the baseball bat he used to bludgeon Love. The hate crime statute could have added 5 years to Price's 10-year sentence for aggravated battery and assault. But the court's decision not to convict on the additional criminal code came down to the defendant's word against his victims. Price insisted that he feared for his safety and denied having used such slurs. The failure to convict Price on the hate crime statute was criticized by many LGBTQ rights advocates and drew attention to how hate crime laws work, or rather, that they don't, in that many times they're simply never applied. It's simply something on the books that may as well not be there. After yestermensis, last month's mass murder of 8 Georgians, 6 of whom were Asian women, many people across the country are outraged that local and state officials, by all evidence, refuse, indeed are completely opposed to classifying the massacre by the gunman, who is a white trash piece of shit, as a racist and misogynistic attack. The anger over the exculpatory statements by the law enforcement spokesperson, Captain Jay Baker, on behalf of the mass murderer, who quoted the suspect as saying he had a bad day, is rightfully placed. But the public call for hate crime prosecution would be better served by an understanding that such designations are often purely symbolic. Despite some conservative backlash to anti-hate protections for LGBTQ people, hate crime bills historically have garnered enthusiastic bipartisan support. Yet, the bills generally do nothing to improve conditions for victimized communities. In cases where they be applied, these laws lengthen sentences for offenses that are already penalized via extant criminal codes, instead of helping prosecute crimes for which perpetrators would otherwise go free. More injuriously, these laws perpetuate a public imagination about violent discrimination that flies in the face of how violent discrimination actually occurs. They do more to narrow, as I said, not just the definitions of racism, xenophobia, transphobia, Judeophobia, Islamophobia, sexism, homophobia, and ableism than they do to expand our legal apparatus and public understanding of what hate crimes even are. Hate crimes are defined as intergroup offenses, typically violent, that be motivated by race, sex, sexual orientation, gender, national origin, religion, or disability. But motivation is a technical legal term that is almost impossible to prove unless an alleged perpetrator is affiliated with a known hate group, is witnessed using epithets during the act, or left physical evidence such as spray-painted extremist insignia. Both federal and state laws subscribe to this definition, but federal law also holds to strict but-for standard. And the strict but-for standard, in which the government must prove that the alleged perpetrator would not have committed the crime at all but for the identity of the victim. FBI Director Christopher Wray declares that the suspect's motive in the Atlanta massacre did not appear racially motivated, And according to white investigators, the suspect denied racial animus once in custody, therefore he must be innocent, right? Recall the Price case. Even though Love had reported hearing Price go on a homophobic rant during the assault while he was beaten half to death, Price's simple denial of that accusation helped dismantle the hate crime charge. The guilty can declare his innocence and thereby is innocent. And while it is still possible that officials will label the Atlanta shootings as hate crimes if they're pressured enough by us, if we can generate enough pressure for something to be done, such a statement from the FBI Director Wray himself completely neglects the idea that hate crimes, by definition, also include violence against women and not just racism. Indeed, overwhelmingly, intergroup violence in these United States is male violence against women. But Wray, being a white trash piece of shit male, cannot even imagine that, because he's one of the perpetrators. And yet femicide, a term coined by the activist Diana Russell in 1976 to differentiate the killing of women and girls because they are women and girls from other homicides, domestic violence, sexual assault, harassment, and stalking are never prosecuted as hate crimes motivated by misogyny. The term hate crime was popularized in the 1980s and has since been coded into law in nearly every state. But the dire anti-lynching bill of 1918, pushed by the NAACP and abandoned by Republicans when Democrats threatened to filibuster, can be thought of as its distant ancestor. Lynching terrorized black people throughout the country, though it was predominant in the South, where white people deployed mob violence to thwart black political, social, and economic competition. The 4,400 victims of lynching from 1877 to 1950 were mostly men, and the 1918 bill, with its lynching-specific framing, neglected to include how black women were simultaneously experiencing sexualized racial terrorism. Black woman suffragists organized in support of the bill, but were critical of that oversight, as they had every right to be. Take the well-publicized 1944 case of Racy Taylor, a 24-year-old Alabama mother and sharecropper who was kidnapped, blindfolded, and gang raped at gunpoint by 6 white trash piece of shit men while walking home from church. She promised her attackers her lifetime of silence in exchange for her very life, but defiantly reported her gang assault to family members who enlisted the help of a 21-year-old double NAACP, National Association for the Advancement of Colored People's organizer from Montgomery, an old lady named Rosa Parks. You know, the one who wouldn't get up from her seat on the goddamn bus. Taylor's case was a familiar experience for any black Southern woman. Attacks by white men were always racially motivated, and employment in white households left them particularly vulnerable to sexual exploitation. Of the black women who were lynched, many were rape survivors who had named their white attackers. I name my white assailant Richard K. Cole Jr. and his enabler, abettor, and assistant, Stephen Cosmos, author. The FBI does nothing. Tells me I'm a gook and that I should go back to communist China, a nation in which I was never even born. Fuck you if you're listening, FBI. Fuck you and all your agents. After demanding the prosecution of Taylor's rapists, Rosa Parks herself was physically assaulted by police, who threatened to jail her if she didn't leave town. No charges were ever brought against Taylor's assailants. That legacy of overlooking sexual violence is one of the many reasons that contemporary hate crime legislation fails to reconcile how people can be simultaneously targeted for their race, gender, sexuality, and all other identities combined. Couple that with the high legal threshold for establishing motivation, as seen in the Price case, where the perpetrator can simply declare their ignorance, their innocence, and they are declared ignorantly innocent because they're a white trash piece of shit protected by the color of their skin. And it becomes clear that hate crime laws at best hyper-punish perpetrators without expanding the law's capacity to identify and target discrimination itself. Instead of encompassing the racial and gendered violence that brutalized Taylor and the Atlanta victims Yong A. Yue, Xiao Jie-Tan, Diao Yufeng, Hyun-Jung Grant, Sun-Cha Kim, and Soon-Chung Park say their names, remember their faces. Hate crime legislation asks that the state decide whether victims were women or people of color in the minds of their attackers. A year after the Price conviction, the Georgia Supreme Court unanimously struck down its hate crime statute on the grounds that it was unconstitutionally vague in specifying protected groups, leaving the courts to wonder if, for example, a sports fan harassing the opposing team was guilty of such offenses. Upon the 2020 shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery by two white trash piece of shit vigilantes, the Georgia legislature resumed a push for a new hate crime bill. It was signed last June by Governor Brian Kemp and imposed additional penalties for intergroup bias crimes. It also mandated data collection on these incidents. But just as in the Price trial, proving such biases still hinges on smoking gun evidence that unmistakably characterizes the perpetrator's intentions. Victimized communities are no safer as a result of hate crime laws that do not incorporate resources for services that counter inequality. Law enforcement, however, gets an extra helping of funding from these statutes, as well as the power to decide special victim status for groups that they themselves have historically harmed. Georgia Republicans unsuccessfully advocated for the 2020 bill to include first responders as a protected class, thus defiling the spirit of the law by equating striking a police officer while resisting arrest with burning down a black church. And Louisiana's first responder clause passed, by the way, meaning that if they refuse to treat you or actually murder you, saying, oh, he died en route, they cannot be prosecuted. They are immune. They have a 007 license to kill the colored, or those that are peripheral alternative lifestylers. Georgia is but one example. Hate crime legislation is nationally ineffective at protecting marginalized groups. Until these statutes are used to expand our understanding of this kind of violence and provide the resources that targeted communities need to be less vulnerable, and until gender violence is recognized as our most prevalent hate crime, then these statutes are little more than an extension of the carceral state, the prison rape anti-culture of America. Now, the culture wars of this carceral anti-culture strain the once unshakable bond between Republicans and corporate America. Jameson Reese, in his naivete, was talking against the corporations. Of course, I'm biased, having a stake in a kind of corporate interest myself. But that's on easy display. You cannot call it a conflict of interest. I've never hidden it. What I need to educate you in, all of you, is the fact that in the past week alone, the Republican Party and corporate America have fallen out over voting rights, a ban on transgender athletes, and vaccine passports. Such public dust-ups are becoming more frequent, though the divide, possibly one of the most consequential in American politics and society, is years in the making. The shift is the product of a red Russo collaborationist, insurgent Republican Party increasingly driven by culture war issues that animate a cultic base invigorated by messianic Trump and corporate powerhouses that are under more pressure than ever to align themselves with the left on voting rights, LGBTQ rights, and anti-racist efforts. Those corporations are your fucking friend. Major League Baseball is moving its All-Star game out of Atlanta. Atlanta! In response to Georgia's new voting law, the gutless Atlanta Braves put themselves on the wrong side of history. News of Major League Baseball's decision to pull this summer's All-Star game from Georgia over its sweeping new voting law reverberated among fans. But yesterday, day before yesterday, Saturday, while Governor Brian Kemp vowed to defend the measure, saying free and fair elections are worth any threats, boycotts, or lawsuits. At a news conference, the Republican governor asserted that MLB, Major League Baseball, caved to fear and lies from liberal activists when it yanked the July 13 game from Atlanta's Truist Park, lamenting that the decision will hurt working people in the state and have long-term consequences on the economy. I would hope so. And referring to companies that have also criticized their new red state law, Kemp opined, "I want to be clear. I will not be backing down from this fight. We will not be intimidated, and we will also not be silenced. Major League Baseball, Coca-Cola, and Delta may be scared of Stacey Abrams, Joe Biden, and the left, but I am not." Those corporations he named are your friends, people. These corporations have got your fucking back. You're a fool to be dissing them reflexively because of communist indoctrination against capitalism. If you want to know what courage looks like, what integrity's face is, look at Major League Baseball right now. They saw the naked jingoistic racism of voter suppression in Georgia and in response decided to move this year's All-Star game from that red state. On Friday into this Easter title weekend, Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred said, "I have decided that the best way to demonstrate our values as a sport is by relocating this year's All-Star game and MLB draft." That's what the integrity of courage looks like. That's big corporate money. If you want to know what total capitulation looks like, what cowardice looks like, what the wrong side of history looks like, what running scared looks like, what you will use as an example to your kids of how not to act, look no further than the Atlanta Braves. After baseball released its statement, the Braves released theirs. And I'm surprised they were able to use a laptop with their fingers shaken so much from fear of the voting suppression extremists with their full auto weapons at their backs. Their statement reads, "This was neither our decision nor our recommendation, and we are saddened that fans will not be able to see this event in our city. The Braves organization will continue to stress the importance of equal voting opportunities, and we had hoped our city could use this event as a platform to enhance the discussion. Our city has always been known as a uniter in divided times, and we will miss the opportunity to address issues that are important to our community. Unfortunately, businesses, employees, and fans in Georgia are the victims of this decision." This isn't just tone deaf. Look up tone deaf in the dictionary, and there are the Braves smoking a cigarette. First, the idea that Atlanta has always been a uniter shows a level of historical ignorance that is stunning from people who should know better. Atlanta may have been the center of the civil rights movement, but to say that it has always been a uniter is a farce, especially in the face of all the crimes I've articulated tonight. No city in the South has always been a uniter. No city in America has. Second, their statement is acceptance of the racism of the new voting restrictions enacted by Republicans. There's no other way to look at it. Either you are for democracy or you are not. You will hear all the coded language and lies about cancel culture and other such nonsense. But what baseball did was position itself on the side of true American values. This is an existential crisis, and the Braves failed to meet the moment. But Manfred did, and his actions can be a call to action for us all, for everyone. He gave sports leagues and businesses a roadmap on how to fight. The NFL, NBA, and NCAA have said little since the voting restrictions went into place. Major businesses like Coca-Cola and Delta have released statements but taken no actions. Only baseball has demonstrated the proper amount of guts, and it's glorious to see. My father, a baseball fan, would be proud. The man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, that is. My biological father, Hitler, having not a sports gene in his body. The Falcons could take similar steps by moving some of their games. The Hawks, too. The NFL could easily, and I mean easily, declare it will never hold a Super Bowl in Atlanta until voting rights are restored. The SEC could do the same with its championship game. It is true that such boycotts would financially impact some working people of Atlanta, like concession stand workers and businesses that thrive off the crowds attending the games. But those same people are having their access to voting diminished by a bevy of suppression laws. Two key parts of the new restrictions gives the Republican-controlled state government the power to assert control over elections in Democratic counties. The new restrictions also limit how voters can receive food and drink within a certain vicinity of a voting location. These are draconian tactics and astoundingly anti-democratic. They are un-American in every way. No American should want them. Manfred did the right thing in fighting these laws. Every sport, every business in the country could learn from what Manfred did. They could also learn from the Braves on what not to do, on what gutlessness looks like. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, and Aftermath Tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from the yet-to-be-published book, The Unfinished Man, and scenes from cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com, but other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson is spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben Astenius privately so he can personally guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And forget not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. Make certain to look up Man of the Soil in your search bar, and you'll be taken to a channel, and you'll know you're in the right place when you see the young blonde girl with the nice set of pins and her rack holding up a green t-shirt reading Ace Hardware. After that, you can regale yourself with the sight of Benestenius in his one piece racing in his sprint car across the AstroTurf in as smooth a ride as you can imagine, recommending for you the plasticized lawn that never needs to be watered or mowed. Yes, he is also the man who brings those men in brown from over the Great Trump Wall, you know, the great invisible Trump Wall, so that we can work your dirt on American soil. Because, you know, those white trash pieces of shit never show up, and when they do, they drop dead of heat stroke within hours. But the men in brown from south of the border now, they bring you the greatest show on dirt with manofthesoil.com. Visit Benestenius and call him for his services as landscape builders across all the Four Corners region, but certainly Arizona. The services they offer in landscape design, consulting, the paver, the travertine, the flagstone patios, the artificial grass, the decorative rock, the driveways, the walkways, the lighting, and drip irrigation. 45 years of service since 1974. Yes, these are the men you want to contact to give your COVID bubble front, back, and side properties something worth looking at while you're hunkered down in quarantine and prepping for the great race and sex and class war to explode in a degree that, well, settles for something. Well, that's what brings us back. Let me take a look at what time we have left to stream. And we've got about an hour, in which George Knight says, whenever I have tried to explain entities to people like Maluk Tosh, the only response is, where can I see them? I just respond with, no, you definitely don't want to see them. I want to laugh, but oh, I'm sorry. I've worn myself out by all the shouting. I've scared away all our viewers. They can't take the hate. Yes. Oh my God. Well, there we have that. And well, let me try and continue on. Oh my God. Let me take us to the end of this world. The IRS is sending stimulus payments to low-income Social Security recipients and expects most of the money to be received electronically Wednesday midweek this week. While most eligible people have received the stimulus payments from the latest relief bill, Social Security recipients who don't have a 2019 or 2020 tax return on file are still waiting, meaning Jameson Reese and myself, among so many others. The rich got it first. Those most in need haven't gotten it at all just yet. America is not only in a race war, but a class war. Since I'm always accused of being someone who needs to be deported, quote unquote, back to communist China, let me shove some of that red manifesto into your fucking white trash face. The Communist Manifesto begins with the phrase, "The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles." According to Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, the proletariat, the workers, because most of you whites don't understand what that word means, would inevitably overthrow the bourgeois, that means capitalists, in a colossal battle for the control of the means of production. Needless to say, Marx and Engels cannot be considered clairvoyant, because almost 200 years after their magnum opus was penned, their predicted proletariat versus bourgeois battle has not happened. At least not on the grand scale that Marx and Engels ever envisioned. However, over the past few months, America seems to be inching dangerously close to the class struggle that Marx and Engels anticipated all those years agone. And although the mainstream liberal media is trying their best to portray the unrest in America as purely a struggle for racial equality, it is so much more than that. In fact, the bedlam that has engulfed far too many American cities and some sleepy suburbs since the death of George Floyd is more predicated on socialist dogma than racial justice. All one has to do is listen to the protesters or read the agendas of Antifa and Black Lives Matter. For instance, after a night of wanton looting in downtown Chicago in early August, Ariel Atkins, a Black Lives Matter organizer, said, "I don't care if somebody decides to loot a Gucci or a Macy's or a Nike, because that makes sure that the person eats. That person eats. Like, you can eat those sneakers and all that Gucci, right? Nothing like Italian design. Yeah. That makes," going back to his quote, "that makes sure that that person has clothes. Yeah, the top of the line. Yeah, designer, Gucci. You want that? Yeah, I only wear Armani frames. That's reparations." But that's not me. That's the idiot I'm quoting, Ariel Atkins, okay? That's reparations. That is reparations. Said it twice. That is reparations. Anything they want to take it, because these businesses have insurance. There's a rationalization for you. That means if I've got life insurance, that Lena Shea and Judith Ager can have me killed so they can collect. Gosh, I guess I figured out what might have happened. Maybe they were going to split. 50-50. Anyhow, to go on with his quote, because I got to admit, this is pretty sweet. They're going to get their money back. I got to start from the beginning. This shit is just... Ariel Atkins. I gotta look this person up so I can see if I can do a right accent for this person. I admit, okay, I've never seen Ariel Atkins. Yes. Okay. I hope this is not the American basketball player. All right. Good. So I'm gonna follow this up with Black Lives Matter. Okay. I don't want to diss. All right, let me do a BLM on this person and see if I can get any images. Okay, Ariel Atkins is a Black American female, and she's got glasses, and okay, she's just pretty bland. You could land a glider on this lady's chest, okay? Maybe that's part of the issue that she's dealing with. She's got no bust up front, and that's gotta hurt. Anyhow, let me record this about, she was looting, all right? This is criminal, and it's what it is. All right, Jameson Reese says, "What's on back?" Okay, I'm looking at the images, and it don't look like there ain't no booty on back of any consequence either. I mean, if she was like my sister, I'd say, "Hey, I can't tell whether you're coming or going." And she'd probably say, "Oh, I'm not that busy with my activism." And I'd say, "I'm talking about your figure." Okay, that's male chauvinism. All right. Yeah, I'm mistaken for a female all the time. So I get this shit all the time. So fuck it. All right. I can dish some out. I got that right. Anyhow, to quote a she, I don't know how she talks, but I'm going to do it. I'm just going to have some fun with this. It's kind of like Hillary Clinton when she was talking before all those, that Black Caucus, and she started that shit. I don't feel in no ways I don't understand why they didn't lynch her right then and there. Anyhow, I don't care if somebody decides to loot a Gucci or a Macy's or a Nike, because that makes sure that that person eats. Because that's all food, right? That makes sure that that person has clothes. That's reparations. That is reparations. Anything they want to take it, because these businesses have insurance. They're going to get their money back. My people aren't getting anything. All right. Okay. Excuse me, but a violent mob marauding through the streets of Chicago, taking what they please and causing mass destruction, is a classic example of class warfare, not racial justice. Under no circumstances should this despicable behavior be confused with racial justice, or even social justice for that matter. As Jameson Rees says, that's not reparations. Whatever that is, it's not reparations. There are countless examples of similar situations taking place throughout America's cities. Sadly, America's urban centers have become rife with violence, property destruction, and huge spikes in crime, all under the guise of a racial movement. No wonder many with the means to flee these lawless places has or is contemplating doing so. Let me review what Jameson has said. He says Bill Gates's amount of cash and tax exemption is, yes, there we are. That's a form of, are you saying that's reparations or a kind of class warfare in and of itself from the top down, or what?
I'm saying that's reparations.
You mean it should be reparations, right? I mean,
yeah, that amount of money and that amount of taxes being paid in comparison to what we pay. Yeah.
Okay, so that needs to be redirected, is what you're saying, right? Towards.
What I'm saying is, if I had that amount of money, I would consider that reparations.
Okay, I got it. Yes. Okay, there we are. Yes. Oh yeah, we need to start playing the lottery. Anyhow, thank you. Basically we're seeing, white flight, of course, so they're all going to move to the suburbs, and yet the mobs are not satisfied with looting and pillaging urban neighborhoods. After they have wrought devastation on minority-owned businesses and in neighborhoods that are overwhelmingly populated by minority residents, they are now turning their attention and their wrath on America's suburbs. Exempli Gratiae, once quiet suburbs of Portland, Oregon, where we had that idiot, Laniche's handler, Zachariah Garrett, with his Freelandia movement running amok, are now ground zero for violent mobs who are peddling class warfare. Well, Amanda, you can give us some first-hand correspondence on that if she's around, but I'll bring her on in short order if she is. It is not okay for hundreds of angry rioters to instill fear in people simply because they live in peace and harmony and have achieved some semblance of prosperity. Portland's district attorney, of course, seems to disagree. According to Multnomah County District Attorney Mike Schmidt, the protesters are angry and deeply frustrated with what they perceive to be structural inequities in our basic social fabric. And this frustration can escalate to levels that violate the law. Unfortunately, Schmidt refuses to hold racial lawbreakers accountable for their misdeeds. He recently announced that charges will be dropped for the vast majority of reckless rioters who have destroyed a once beautiful city, because, as he says, what we're doing is recognizing that the right to speak and have your voice heard is extremely important. What about the rights of those who have had their businesses destroyed? What about those who live in constant fear that their basic rights are at the mercy of the mob? In class warfare, these people, the so-called silent majority, are not viewed as victims, but as oppressors. And this is the crux of the matter. The mainstream liberal media, academia, Hollywood, and many cultural icons and institutions, such as the professional sports world, have declared their kinship with the violent mobs who are pushing America to the brink of an all-out class war. If you think this could never happen in these United States, think again. The Democratic Party seems to be in cahoots with the launch of this class struggle by refusing to denounce the appalling looting and violence in the wake of the George Floyd protests that continue to this day. They are making it clear that they are at least sympathetic to their unrighteous cause. And if you still need more evidence that America is indeed on the verge of a massive class war, just take a look at the Democratic Party's platform. It includes class warfare rhetoric and is chock full of socialist policies that would make Karl Marx warm and fuzzy all over. It would be sad and ironic if Marx and Engels were right after all, and their worldwide revolution actually took root in the very place that supposedly conquered communism less than a few decades agone. Now, Jameson Reese is saying, mobs of angry blacks are as caustic as mobs of angry white supremacists. Keep them away. Yes, I'm slurring his words. He's not slurring. That's me at this point in the night. So what I'm trying to do is add a little balance here. Something that hopefully Peter Moon appreciates because he's really always coming from this angle. And I've been biting my tongue until this point about unleashing on the left, simply because I've been trying to balance out the right. But the truth is, I'm a fascist, and fascism is radicalized centrism. I am a centrist. I am trying to hold the center. And the way to do that is with order, which is the opposite of anarchy and chaos and looting. And of course, that's what brings us back to ultimately why I'm such a threat, that nobody pays attention to myself, that I'm an unknown, and would have died unknown had that attack on myself succeeded. Now, honestly, that attack, I am certain, had nothing to do with Judith Agard or Lena Shea. And just so people understand, that's not the direction I'm going in. I know where it's sourced from. And the name that keeps coming up is Peter Levenda, of course, as the heir to Michael Aquino's cult of the Kings of Edom and the Herodian movement of the anti-gods. Now, I didn't really have a chance today to go into the tomb sweeping. I'll do that on Wednesday. Talk about what that's about so that people get some cultural education. Maybe anyone who is Asian American can help teach their kids about the culture. If Lena Shea never listens and never passes that knowledge on to her kids, then that's a tragedy. But if she's irritated enough where she finds out about it on her own without listening to myself, that's a triumph. If she listens and learns, then maybe I'll be a little bit less vicious. In fact, I should be less vicious. But it's not like she didn't have it coming. After all, she certainly did her service for the Herodian insurgency and the anti-gods of entropy in making certain I was wiped off the internet. I'm exhausted enough, and our man George Knight seems to be out there. George Knight, if you're available, let me know. Let me look him up. Ask him if he wants to come on. Here we are. Let's see if he's able to. There we are. One, two. On now? On now? I guess I should capitalize that. That sounds like a come on in and of itself, doesn't it? Want to come on now? That sounds vaguely suggestive. Anyhow, let's get Mandy on. Mandy, help me. My voice is gone. Mandy. Mandy. Mandy, I'm done. Help me. Help me. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like she's on right now.
Mandy, make me a goddamn sandwich. Mandy. Mandy, get me a beer. Mandy. It just doesn't work. Oh, God. Yes. There's some misogynist humor for you. Well, we got Jameson with us. He can help spell me. Jameson, I'm done. Help keep us afloat for a few minutes. I mean, honestly, I guess I could end transmission now. I mean, what the hell? We got, fuck, I can't believe we got that many watching. Where did they all come from all of a sudden? It's like...
Yeah, they came to pressure you into not sleeping.
Yeah, I guess. You know, let me take a look at this again. I've just I can't fucking believe it. It's like suddenly everybody showed up all of a sudden. What the fuck? I guess everybody's getting up to go to work. That must be it. Oh my God. I'm dead, folks. I'm shot. All right, I blew my wad. I'm done for the night. So guess what I'll do is I can't even do the solicitation again. It's just too painful. Mandy, make me a sandwich. That's so awful. She'll kill me. Let's see what else comes to mind. Have you spoken to her independently ever since the one time you did when I got knocked off?
Yeah, I had to, I sent her a message about, like, what your situation was. And
I like the yawn after that. That's cute. Yeah.
And I was also able to let her know that you were, what your situation was after, you know, you had left the hospital, so.
Oh, great. That's wonderful. Did you ever talk to Selena?
Yeah, Selena was the one who conveyed your status both times.
Oh, great. That's great. So she contacted you?
I contacted her. I think she contacted me. I don't know who contacted who, but yeah, it worked out.
Cool. That's wonderful. I'm so glad to see Team Dietrich is communicating with each of the other. That's wonderful. That's really good. I love Selena dearly, and she's so wonderful. Honestly, I can't describe how wonderful she is. And honestly, I really need to apologize to her publicly. So hopefully she can come on with us in the opening hour on Wednesday, so I can do that. Aside from that, I want to thank all of you who are supportive. All the upvotes, of course, have overwhelmed Richard K. Cole Jr.'s, reflexive downvote that he puts on just to get through the night. And aside from all of that,
by now he probably can't even put downvotes. By now he's probably ravaged by prion disease
from fucking all his chickens. Yeah. That's right. He raises those chickens.
What the hell's going on with that creature?
Yes, he's disgusting, and it's such as it is.
His face is probably his skin is probably melting off his face. That's why he uses the fucking graduation picture.
Yes, that's right. No, you're absolutely right. He certainly is afraid to show his own face because he's such a piece of shit. Honestly. Yeah, we got a second downvote with that, just in somebody supporting him right now.
Nice. It's always nice to know that our enemies are listening.
Yeah, that's Stephen Cosmos, author, joining him. You know, that's the two of them out there. And, of course, who else is there? Pavel. Yeah, Pavel Edward, the little pervert. Pavel the pervert was... what was the fuck that was going on with him? His stupid... He was so disgusting. And he was like so fucking he droned like Henry Kissinger, and he wanted to be a DJ. if you can believe that, the stupidity of someone like that's like.
Well, if you're gonna be a DJ, at least play something good.
Yeah. Oh God. That was what I was joking about. Unfortunately, that was the day that Justin White was on mute. He just didn't want to talk about Pavel at all, even though he was a victim himself of Pavel and that cunt. What was it?
Maria.
Yes, yeah, Maria. You remember her? Yes, she knew her occult stuff. Of course, she was a witch.
Well, we spoke about that extensively.
Yes, as Judith Ager knew. Yeah, go on, please. Yeah, please.
Yeah, most of what we spoke about was occult stuff. And what we experienced, techniques that are useful, and all this other shit. And I think she shared something about having gone down to go to one of those conventions where what's his name, E.A. Coetting was teaching people how to do like the craft and all that shit.
That figures.
So yeah, I mean it's obvious. And it's interesting how like a lot of the people running around now who are of these mega cult magicians are ex Order of the Nine Angles.
Yeah.
Which is like,
what's your impression of the lady who was involved with Pac-1 Morales? You've heard his story about that, right?
Yeah.
I saw a picture of her. What's really funny, when he gave me a photograph of her, the image I had in mind was that she was this fat, ugly bitch that had, for some reason, I don't know why I projected that. I thought of her as kind of a Lorien Ann Fenton figure, only maybe a bit more, no one can be Lorien Ann Fenton because she literally is like, a walrus. But I mean, like, something bordering on that. And then he showed me a photograph, and she actually, this is really funny, I'm not making this up to insult Judith. I mean, I adore Judith because I'm a masochist, but she looked like Judith Ager. That was the funny thing that struck me. So that was interesting. And in terms of Judith Ager, she was definitely victimized by Maria. If only Judith would avail herself in terms of communication, she could hear this stuff that would vindicate what she was saying about Maria as a witch.
Yeah, I think the only thing that will cut off the relationship between me and
Maria.
Oh my gosh, Maria, was the fact that some stripper stood me up, and she's like, "Yeah, it's called a hustle." And she's and I'm like, "Oh, you would know, huh?" And so after that, I was like, "All right, well, fine. Fuck talking to your ass."
Yeah, good for you. I mean, oh my God, it's she's completely the handler of Pavel, that idiot. Like, I was making fun of him, and of course Justin wasn't joining in. I was talking about, here's this idiot who's trying to be a DJ and shit, and you've heard the fucker.
Guys, I'm gonna play some music.
Yeah, that's right. He was such a fucking idiot, and what kind of music would a fucker like that play? The only thing I can imagine would be polkas. I mean, something stupid like that would be what comes to mind with that little pervert. Our Lady Maria Grigorich found him out when he had control of my timeline and was using it to friend kids, all over the internet. What a piece of shit. And just like Justin White said, he was like overcompensating when he was like raving about Matthew Schwab.
What's insane is that they're never apologetic about what they do. The people who claim that, oh, we're the good, well, I'm the victim, I'm the good guy, like Maria, it's like, well, why the fuck are you backing an asshole like this up?
Yeah, thank you.
He's clearly a pedophile.
Thank you.
Why would you support someone like that?
Well, not only that, she kept she put him in jail for a period of time. She was truly his handler, then got him out, and then she was like, basically she had him just on a rope. And because, well, she's his handler. It's like, why did these things work out the way they do? They're products of this fucking cult. And, they just get assigned to me so they can fuck me over on and I'm so dependent on them because I had no technical experience. So it was easy until, I had to learn to produce for myself just by the dint of all of the people assigned to myself. And at least now we've, gotten to a point where I'm semi-independent in that regard. And that, of course, is a lot less stress being, non-dependent on these people. But just as Pavel was overcompensating with his reaction to Matthew Schwab, then Lena Shea was doing that via Nicole Froelich. And she's rewritten history, of course, where, I was on only to combat Nicole Froelich in the, she was obviously on my transmissions long before the Nicole Froelich incident.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah. And it's just a bizarre thing for her to say. And, it just goes to show the level of just deception of the self that so many of these people go through. And it renders communication impossible. It's so sad. But aside from all of that,
well, at this point, communicating with modern humanity, you have better chances of communicating with worms or salamanders at this point, because it's a lost cause. And what I will say is one thing I will critique out in the open, and this I will state for the record confidently. The book when you ripped apart the Necronomicon, you did a really good job.
Thank you.
What I will say is I think every fucking occult book on the market is like that. Every single one of them have either what I would call completely incomplete equations, or everything's completely reversed or fucked up in some way. All of them. Absolutely every single one of them. Because at this point, with the way I work and I'm able to get results, it doesn't look anything like anything I've ever learned from any fucking book.
Yeah, thank you.
I literally had to, take a leap of faith and do the opposite of things that people claimed would be dangerous. And I think a lot of why I'm able to do anything was because of the hints and codes that you and Peter were able to put together that I would have missed.
Wow, thank you.
Listening to those assholes, man.
I appreciate that. Do emphasize, of course, to our listeners that I've never encouraged your use of such. I would appreciate that.
Yes. It took some astuteness on my part of being able to pick certain things apart and test them for myself. And it's for that reason, having tested what two of you have said, I know for a fact you to be the real deal.
Thank you.
You are the real McCoy. The rest of these assholes out here, I don't know what they're doing. They're either trying to just, I would think that I think that their stock in the anti-gods isn't even as truly true as they claim, as they try to make it be. I think they just want personality cultism for themselves at this point because they're so degenerate. I mean, any anti-gods out there would be like, why the fuck would I work with this piece of shit?
Your point's well taken. And many of these people are obviously full of themselves, which means they're full of shit. And they're completely delusional. And of course, where they're at is, as you say, they're basically amassing a kind of personality cult. And it's amazing the play they get.
I've come to just call them the alt-right or what's that character? That frog character, Keck.
Yeah, that's right. Peep the frog. You're talking about the racist. Peep the racist frog. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna call them the Peep. Yeah, they're the Peep magicians. That's what they are.
Yes, that's right. That they are.
Peep maguses.
Yes. Peep maguses. I like that. That's perfect. And cuck is the term they use for. Basically, someone like Lena Shea's husband, basically. They use that for God. It's one of those things that, honestly, I've got to move on in a certain way, but it's one of those things that it wouldn't have gone to this point if these people had been communicative instead of being so chicken shit and pulling off the whole ostracization trip. And the ostracization is the chicken shit nature of it is of course, it's meant to infuriate, it's meant to goad, and it's meant to provoke, and then they bitch when it happens. This is the nature of the beast when it comes to talk about a destructive cycle of a violent relationship. But at any
Yeah, but
rate,
the pushback with ostracizing is that if you ostracize someone, you always have to check and see if you're doing damage to them.
yeah.
So there's a sort of there's a sort of codependence that comes with that. That's extremely unhealthy.
Thank you. Yes. Well, I have no evidence that they are checking in, but I guess they might be. It's part of the bizarre nature again of these dysfunctional relations. Anyhow, so our man George Knight says he wishes he could come on with us. Unfortunately, his family is all there, aren't able to. He needs to chat to inform me on everything you've been through. Yes. Well, hopefully you'll hear it on the replay. He says, much love unto you, Douglas. Much love in return, George Knight, our wonderful man in England. And yes, hopefully our man Derek will change his icon. Oh my God, that is just so... You know what the word for it is? Creepy. It is creepy. His Facebook icon. In that Marine Corps uniform, not even graduated yet. It's like, oh God, come on. Arrested development of a sort. But, all right. I'll probably sign off early tonight. What I'll tell everyone is a grand thank you for their support. Those who do support me, and they're certainly higher in number than those that don't. My love be unto thee, and blessings unto you all. Honestly, I appreciate your being with us tonight and supporting me through my expressions of frustration with being stranded here in the darkest of all continents on the surface of the earth, North America. Among the white savages, and these expressions need to be articulated, because if they're not, no one's ever going to know what the problem is. And the problem is that people don't recognize there's a problem. That's the main crux of the problem. So obviously dealing with that would alone drive anyone to ulcers. I'm sure that's a factor in what happened to a degree of its own. But obviously I was dealing with physical assault and the ultimate repercussions thereof, which again my body was able to recover from, but definitely want to treat myself well and give myself some rest after putting out for everyone tonight. And love you dearly, Jameson. Thank you very much for the services you've provided, and blessings unto Amanda Ute, Pacwa Morales, Selena Khan, Derek Talley, Peter Moon, and George Knight. So many members of Team Dietrich, Maria Mikila Gregorich, who was unable to join us tonight, Chris Collins, and Veronica Barrera, and oh gosh, who else comes to mind? The Stephen Myers, and all of you are wonderful people, and thank you for your financial help as well, Jameson. Honestly, that was profound, and really appreciate that, considering what you're going through. Hopefully Wednesday you and I can check our bank accounts and find ourselves $1,400 richer than we were before. Don't spend it all on...
Well, at least enough for 30 minutes with a stripper. Depends on how high quality the girl is, though. Some high quality girls you could probably squeeze an hour with $250.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, I'm not going to discourage that. Far from it. Honestly.
She just better have a card, a vaccine card.
There we are. Yes, I like that. Yes. And all right, hugs, and to everyone else, blessed be thy night, and blessed be thy day. We'll be all encountering each other again on Wednesday night, and that's, so close from now, it's not even funny. So let me press the end stream button, and we'll go from there. Going to end stream now, and again, join us on Wednesday night midweek, and hopefully the world will be a more secure place for us in the sense of some stimulus having come in. Certainly helps, and those who have helped me get to the point where I can survive to that stimulus injection, that shot in the arm. Chris Collins, Stephen Myers, and our man Jameson Reese, as well as, of course, Solomon Sheikh and Eric Lastic, and Ben Estenius. God bless you all, and to all a good day. All right, we've ended stream. I'm going to end